Chapter 1255. The process of applying to become a hunter was a little troublesome, especially for veteran hunters. Although Elder Ling had given Zichen a token, there was still a lot of cumbersome procedures to follow. However, since Elder Ling had personally arranged it, several units of cultivators in Hunter's Castle would serve Zichen alone. Furthermore, all the expenses during this period would be borne by Hunter's Castle. Corporeal realm cultivators had the right to enter the city. It could be said that the survival rate of this realm was much higher than that of Earth and Void realm cultivators. Since Zichen could easily kill an early corporeal realm cultivator, he could definitely be considered a powerhouse. This caused him to frequently attract attention as he walked around Hunter's Castle. Discussions about him also continuously spread. However, because of Commander Zhou's words back then, there were mixed opinions about Zichen. Some people believed that Zichen was strong because of his wings, while others believed that Zichen was still very strong even without his wings. After Zichen completed the procedures, Wade brought him to his residence. Zichen did not need to stay in the inn after this, as Hunter's Castle would provide him with a special place to stay. When Zichen walked into the hall again, he saw many hunters. Many of them had shocked expressions, but there were also some who had strange expressions that clearly contained greed. However, these people were all either mid or late corporeal realm cultivators. Veteran hunters will be paid monthly. You can receive it monthly. Elder Ling told me before he left that your current realm is very low, so the most important thing is to raise it. You can use the cultivation rooms in Hunter's Castle as you wish, all fees are waived. Wade brought Zichen to the cultivation rooms. They passed through the hall and arrived at the back of the castle. They walked up a flight of stairs and arrived at the cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms were divided into two levels. One was for the Void Realm cultivators, while the other was for the Corporeal Realm cultivators. The cultivation rooms on each level were divided into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Each category was divided into 8 rooms, from Heaven 1 to Yellow 8. The Heaven 1 room had the densest void energy, while Yellow 8 was the weakest. Zichen was qualified to use any of the training rooms because he was a senior hunter. Wade then brought Zichen to other places for a stroll. There were a few places that belonged to the seclusion grounds of some senior hunters. Those places were forbidden areas, and no one was allowed to enter as they pleased. Other than that, the residences of other senior hunters were also restricted areas. Zichen asked Wade. Among all the senior hunters, Zichen was the weakest. After the introduction, Wade bid farewell and left. Zichen headed to the Emptiness Realm cultivation room to cultivate. His first choice was naturally the Heaven 1 cultivation room. There was a groove at the entrance. It was where the senior hunter's token was placed. At the same time, it was also the place for identity verification. For hunters, identity was very important. As for Zichen's hunting token, it contained his soul, and only Zichen could use it. As the hunting token was placed in the groove, the door to the Heaven 1 cultivation room opened. An extremely dense emptiness realm energy rushed toward Tingqi Shan. Zichen walked into the Heaven 1 cultivation room. The door behind him closed, but the token in the groove was still there. This proved that someone was cultivating inside. The cultivation room was built with special materials that could seal spiritual power and prevent it from leaking out. On the floor of the cultivation room, there was a huge formation. This was an extremely complicated spirit absorption formation. It could absorb spiritual power from a certain area and then feed it back to the rest of the room. Normally, the spiritual power in this room would be maintained in a normal state. However, once someone entered, the cultivation room would activate normally. The spiritual power floating in this room was the law of emptiness. It was so dense that it almost took the form of a fog. Zichen sized up the entire cultivation room. He was extremely satisfied with such a dense emptiness realm law. It was obvious that cultivating in this room would greatly increase the speed of his cultivation. Zichen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. As he circulated his cultivation method, his body emitted an extremely strong suction force. The law of emptiness realm in the cultivation room, which was originally extremely dense, was visibly decreasing. At the same time, an extremely large amount of energy was emitted from the formation beneath Zichen. It directly surged into Zichen's body. This energy had obviously been refined and was extremely pure. Zichen only needed to refine it slightly to completely absorb it. After circulating his cultivation method once, Zichen opened his eyes. The extremely dense law of emptiness in the room had become thinner. As expected of Hunter's Castle, the cost of building this cultivation room alone is probably an astronomical figure. After circulating his cultivation method once, the amount of energy Zichen absorbed was almost equivalent to cultivating for an entire day. Zichen was sincerely impressed by this cultivation room. Less than a quarter of an hour after he stopped, the formation was activated once again. Immediately after, an extremely pure energy surged into the cultivation room. This was the magical effect of the cultivation room number 1. Once it was activated, an endless amount of energy would pour in until the cultivation room closed. As for this cultivation room, because it provided too much energy at an extremely fast rate, it would not be activated under normal circumstances. Occasionally, a few advanced emptiness realm experts would come here to cultivate, but they would quickly leave because they were unable to withstand the rate of replenishment. These people were not used to it, but to Zichen, this was a rare cultivation treasure. Because he had the thunder wings, he could raise his cultivation by an entire realm. Now that Zichen's soul perception was about to break through to the corporeal realm, the only thing he currently lacked was power. And this cultivation room just so happened to provide that power. Moreover, its replenishment speed was not much faster than Zichen's cultivation speed. Therefore, this place was very suitable for Zichen to cultivate. However, Zichen could not rest in the slightest. Otherwise, he would explode from the overwhelming amount of energy in this cultivation room. Zichen was very happy that he had found a shortcut to quickly increase his cultivation. He was not a person who was willing to waste time, so he quickly closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy. A large amount of energy was refined by Zichen and poured into the 3-meter void space. However, this 3-meter void space seemed to be infinitely large. No matter how much energy he used to fill it, it was not enough. This cultivation room was built by Hunter's Castle with a huge amount of money. There were only 64 cultivation rooms in this huge castle. These 64 cultivation rooms were specially managed by 64 cultivators. Normally, many people use the corporeal cultivation room, but very few use the emptiness realm cultivation room. Occasionally, there would be people who used it, but most of them would use the profound earth cultivation room and the heaven cultivation room. Even if they did, they would rarely use the heaven cultivation room number 1. But today, the heaven cultivation room number 1 was activated. This made the cultivators who had rested for a long time feel a little surprised and want to stretch their muscles and bones. The others had nothing to do, so they gathered together to bet on how long the user of the heaven cultivation room number 1 could last this time. Under normal circumstances, it would last for 3 days. The heaven cultivation room number 1 could also last for 3 days when it was replenished with a law fragment. However, this time, 3 days passed quickly. The heaven cultivation room number 1 was still open, and the manager was replenishing the emptiness realm fragments as quickly as possible. Soon, another 3 days passed. A total of 6 days had passed. During these 6 days, the manager was not idle at all. He was constantly replenishing the emptiness realm fragments that he had consumed. It's been 6 days. How is this possible? Could it be that someone is going to break through inside? The other cultivators were also very surprised. Don't say any more. I'm almost dead tired. I don't know how long he'll last, the manager of the heaven cultivation room number 1 said with a frown. Although the heaven cultivation room number 1 was changed every 3 days, usually, everyone could only last for 3 days and then automatically leave, leaving him a lot of time to replenish. But now, the other person was not leaving. In order to maintain the same amount of energy, he could only continuously replenish the emptiness realm fragment. Every time the emptiness realm fragment shattered, he would replenish another one. And during these 6 days, the emptiness realm fragments would be depleted every second and every minute. It's your fault for being too idle. Now, just treat it as training. I really don't know what kind of person is staying in the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1, but I really hope he can last a little longer. That's right. It'll be good if he can last a little longer, the others joked. Obviously, they felt a little uncomfortable seeing the manager of the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 being too comfortable all these years. It was originally a joke, but they did not expect it to become true. For the next month, the entire Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 was operating. Not to mention that the manager had to constantly replenish the emptiness realm fragments. Just the consumption of the emptiness realm fragments was already an astronomical figure. Moreover, the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 that could last for 3 days after being replenished could only last for 2.5 days after this month. After 2.5 days, all the emptiness realm fragments here would be depleted. This was not because there was a problem with the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1, but because the cultivation speed was too fast. How can this be? If this continues, the resources will be consumed even more. This won't do. Hurry up and inform the master, the manager said as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. However, just as he spoke, 2 emptiness realm fragments shattered. He hurriedly replenished them. The others also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly went to report to the master. It should be known that the people who used the cultivation room were all internal members of Hunter's Castle. Even so, they still had to pay a high fee to use it. However, this person had actually used it for an entire month. They did not believe that he had paid a month's worth of usage rights in advance. However, they did not understand why he had not been kicked out when the time was up. Soon, a late-stage corporeal realm expert arrived. What's going on? He asked. Master, look, the manager said as he pointed at a large replenishment array in front of them. Bang! Bang! The sound of the emptiness realm fragments, shattering, rang out. They exploded one after another like firecrackers. This situation has already been going on for a month. A lot of resources have already been consumed, the manager said. What? It's been going on for a month? Who can stay in the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1 for a month? The late-stage corporeal realm expert was shocked. He then decided to personally go and check it out. When he stood at the entrance of the Heaven Cultivation Room number 1, he immediately saw the Senior Hunter token. It's the Senior Hunter token. It's the newly joined Zichen. Zichen had become a Senior Hunter despite being an early-stage emptiness realm expert. This had already caused a huge commotion. Now, it was not only the people in the castle that were spreading this news, but also the people outside of Huping City. However, what shocked the late-stage corporeal realm expert was that the other party was only an early-stage emptiness realm expert. How could he cultivate so quickly? Chapter 1256. Although it had never happened in the cultivation rooms of Hunter's Castle before, it didn't mean that it had never happened before. Zichen, who was an emptiness realm expert looking forward to a full month in the cultivation room, was something that had never happened before. Just as reality was feeling uneasy, the door to the cultivation room slowly opened and a young man appeared at the doorway. He had heard of the rumors about Zichen in the outside world, but today was the first time he had seen Zichen. This was a young man, a very handsome young man. However, in the Zhanwu continent, being handsome often equated to being strong enough. The aura surging from Zichen's body wasn't strong, but it made people feel a sense of danger and palpitate. At this moment Zichen, who had let go of his mind and cultivated at full speed, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Behind Zichen was the Sky No. 1 cultivation room. This was a place that consumed virtual realm fragments every second, and it was the best cultivation room for the virtual realm. However, as the corporeal realm expert looked behind Zichen, even a late-stage corporeal realm expert like him was clearly astonished. This was because the cultivation room behind Zichen only had an extremely thin amount of spirit energy. It wasn't even as dense as the spirit energy in the other cultivation rooms. This discovery made reality's expression change, and he found it extremely inconceivable. "There's a matter," Zichen said indifferently. The person in front of him had interrupted his cultivation without saying anything, and only kept changing his expression. If he hadn't sensed that the other party was a late-stage reality expert, he definitely wouldn't have been polite. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that someone came to report that there's something strange about this cultivation room. I was worried that there might be some danger, so I specially came to take a look," Reality hurriedly explained. Zichen's indifferent expression softened as he said, "Thank you for your concern, but I'm just cultivating. There's no big problem with the cultivation room." "It's good that there's no problem. Then I won't disturb your cultivation." After saying this, the late-stage reality politely retreated. In Hunter's Castle, as a senior hunter, Zichen's status was higher than that of a late corporeal realm expert. As the stone door slowly closed, Zichen once again sat in the center of the array. In this 1 month of cultivation, Zichen had made great progress. Up until now, Zichen had not encountered a bottleneck, so he had to strive to advance to the next realm. When the late-stage corporeal realm expert returned, all the managers of the cultivation rooms looked at each other. "There are no abnormalities in the cultivation room. Someone is cultivating inside, and it looks like he'll be cultivating for a very long time. Go and request for some more resources. Don't delay his cultivation progress," ordered the late-stage corporeal expert. Hearing this, everyone was very surprised. They all asked who it was that was breaking through to the next realm and cultivating inside. "It's not just anyone breaking through. It's the veteran hunter that old Ling recently recruited. He's only at the early stage of the virtual realm." After speaking, the late-stage corporeal expert left, leaving behind a shocked crowd. The fact that an early virtual realm martial artist was able to cultivate for such a long time in Heaven Number 1. Naturally, they were shocked. Rumor has it that this veteran hunter relied on a mysterious treasure to kill a corporeal realm expert. But now, even if he doesn't have a treasure, he's definitely an extremely powerful existence. There were many rumors about Zichen in the outside world, but most people were concerned about that treasure of his. As for Zichen's true strength, there were mixed opinions. As time passed, the number of resources in Heaven Number 1 cultivation room continued to increase. As more and more resources were requested, it naturally alarmed some of the higher-ups. Hunter's Castle was a large organization. Although they did not care about these resources, it was inevitable that they would feel strange if they requested too many resources. After asking around, they learned that Zichen was cultivating in seclusion in Sky Number 1. They were all shocked. Zichen had stayed in Heaven Number 1 cultivation room for an entire year, which had long since broken the previous record. As for that manager, he was also extremely tired. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of rapid sounds rang out. This was the sound of a large number of virtual realm fragments being used up. Hearing these sounds, the manager's expression changed drastically. "How is this possible? It was just filled up." For an entire year, there were several people helping out here. When they saw more and more virtual realm fragments exploding, their expressions turned strange. This situation did not make sense at all. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid sounds rang out again. A large number of virtual realm fragments disappeared. In a short period of time, half of the fragments had disappeared. No one had the time to check for any abnormalities. They could only continue to fill up the virtual realm fragments. 3 people filled up the fragments, but they could barely keep up with the rate of consumption. "Is he about to break through? Hurry up and request for more resources. We need to get more." The manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and shouted towards the outside. The amount of resources Zichen had consumed in the past year was almost comparable to the total amount of resources they had consumed in their years of cultivation. They had been wondering why Zichen had not broken through after using so many resources. They had never imagined that something would happen here today. Soon, more resources were sent over. 2 corporeal realm supervisors also came along. When they saw the continuous consumption of virtual realm fragments, They were also very surprised. "This Zichen is indeed extraordinary," the two of them exclaimed. At this moment, Zichen's body had disappeared from Heaven Number 1 room. What was left was a 3-meter wide virtual space. The virtual space suddenly appeared in the cultivation room. It was like a passage to another world or a bottomless black hole. An endless stream of energy entered the virtual space and disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. As if it felt that the energy replenishment was too little, the virtual space started to vibrate. Then, an extremely strong suction force came from it. Under this suction force, the virtual power in the entire room entered the virtual space like a long river. A simple devouring by the virtual space caused more than 70% of the virtual realm fragments at the end of the array to explode. As for the remaining 30%, it was impossible to maintain normal operation. Even the corporeal realm supervisors who came to investigate were shocked by this phenomenon, let alone the virtual realm experts. "Hurry up and fill it up," the manager of the virtual realm shouted. A large number of virtual realm fragments were controlled by their spiritual senses and entered into the grooves. However, 70% of the fragments had disappeared all of a sudden. It was undoubtedly a daydream for the three of them to quickly fill up the grooves. "Oh my God, what is Zichen doing? How is this absorbing energy? This is clearly plundering." Two shocked corporeal realm supervisors consciously joined in. A total of 5 people worked together to catch up with the consumption. The batch of resources that had just been sent in was quickly gone. Someone else went out to apply for more. "It's gone again. How is this possible?" The old man in charge of guarding the resources immediately widened his eyes. The resources he had just given were the largest expenditure in history. However, it was gone in such a short period of time. "There's still a little left, but it won't last long," the virtual realm's supervisor said anxiously. "Do you know how many resources you just took? That's an amount that hasn't been used for an entire year. Now it's gone. It's not like we used it. It's the one in Heaven Number 1 who used it. It's said that he's at a critical moment in breaking through," the virtual realm's supervisor said. Although the old man was in charge of managing and controlling many resources, he couldn't make the decision if the amount was too large. Moreover, this matter was too shocking. Over the past year, several people had come to investigate him. It was said that he had used up too many resources. The old man became hesitant. There were too many resources to apply for, and he couldn't make the decision. Give him as many resources as he wants." Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from outside. Wade walked in with a steward's token in his hand. "This is Elder Ling's token. Do you recognize it? Elder Ling has already gone. Give him the resources immediately," Wade said. I recognize it. The old man didn't expect that this matter would alarm Elder Ling. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. However, he didn't bother to wipe it off. He hurriedly opened the resource warehouse and took out twice as many resources as before. He didn't even have time to register them. The virtual realm's supervisor took the resources and was about to leave when he suddenly paused. He turned around and said, "I'm afraid these won't last long. You better prepare some more." When the old man heard this, he almost fainted. Elder Ling's arrival in the Heaven Number 1 formation filled everyone with great pressure. Elder Ling didn't even say a word when he arrived. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Elder Ling looked at the exploding virtual realm fragments in front of him and didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Elder Ling opened his mouth and said in a calm voice, "When did this happen?" "Sir, it was 2 hours ago." "It hasn't happened before?" "It hasn't happened in a year." A strange light flashed in Elder Ling's eyes. "A year? It seems that he has broken through, but this commotion." Then, Elder Ling smiled bitterly. He was very surprised by Zichen's consumption. Elder Ling had stepped into the domain realm a long time ago, and had walked very far in this realm. Normally, virtual realm fragments were nothing in front of him, and he didn't care about these things. However, today, when he saw large amounts of virtual realm fragments disappear, even the corners of his mouth twitched. 9,999 virtual realm fragments were used to maintain this formation. Under normal circumstances, it would be used up in 3 days. If these resources were converted into law fragments, it would be 1 million. One had to admit that it was a big deal to use up 1 million in 3 days. However, each time the virtual realm fragments were filled, they could only last for a short while. In a short while, 1 million resources were used up. Elder Ling had only been here for a short time, but 10 million resources had already been used up. What technique is Zichen cultivating? Why is it that breaking through a sub-realm consumes so much resources? Elder Ling was very puzzled about this. It had to be said that Zichen was very lucky this time. He had broken through in just 1 year, and it was all because of the Heaven No. 1 cultivation room. If it had been any other time, Zichen would have needed more than 10 years to break through. However, during this period, the consumption of this huge amount of resources was something that Zichen couldn't afford. Just as everyone was clicking their tongues because Zichen was consuming too much resources too quickly, Zichen was currently in his own 3-meter virtual realm. However, was it really only 3 meters? Chapter 1257. Zichen flashed into the 3-meter void space. At a glance, Zichen saw a world. This was a boundless world. It was still illusory at the moment, but it was also independent. The void space of the void boundary was an illusory space created with the entire continent as the foundation. Zichen's 3-meter void boundary was attached to the Zhanwu continent, but the infinite illusory space in the 3-meter void boundary was a real independent existence. This phenomenon puzzled Zichen. However, being in this illusory space, he could feel that it was very unstable. Zichen looked up at the sky. This place was illusory, but he could see waves of power merging into this illusory space. The originally unstable space slowly stabilized because of the infusion of these forces. However, only a small area was stabilized. A lot of resources were needed to completely stabilize this infinite space. Zichen did not have so many resources on him at the moment, but this was not in his consideration at the moment. With a thought, a wave of power rushed out. When this power reached the outside world, it turned into a suction force and returned with a strong force. Zichen, who had entered the illusory space, was still conscious. He knew that he was still in the sky room No. 1. Because he had sensed a bottleneck and was showing signs of breaking through, he had been inspired to enter the illusory space. The moment he entered the void realm, Zichen had already broken through. He was now at the middle stage of the void realm. However, this realm was still unstable and needed a lot of resources to stabilize this realm. This was what Zichen thought, so he needed resources now, and these resources needed to be provided by the sky room No. 1. Zichen simply thought that the premise of stabilizing his realm was to stabilize this illusory world. Therefore, he stood here and watched this world stabilize, so that he could completely stabilize his realm. Little did he know that Zichen's idea had caused a great disturbance in the entire Hunter's Castle. As the steward of Hunter's Castle, Old Ling's words carried a lot of weight, so even though he was standing here for a moment, and watching Heaven No. 1 swallow tens of millions of resources, he still had a faint smile on his face. The fact that Zichen had consumed a lot of resources to break through proved that Zichen had great potential and that he had a good eye for talent. That was indeed what he thought, and the reality realms who rushed over from all directions also complimented him in the same manner. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Zichen had already consumed more than 100 million resources. Seeing that the consumption rate of the array formation did not decrease, and instead increased, the crowd's praises gradually decreased. But Ling Ling still had a faint smile on his face. Wasn't it just 100 million worth of resources? It was only equivalent to the lowest level, worst, and worst realm fragment. That was how Ling Tianyi always comforted himself. In next to no time, the second region fragment was consumed. The third domain fragment was gone, and so were the fourth and the fifth. As time passed, not only did the Heaven No. 1's devouring speed not slow down, it actually became faster. 5 region fragments were equivalent to 500 million worth of resources. 500 million, a whole 500 million. Even an idiot could forcibly ascend to the reality realm because of this amount of resources. But Zichen had consumed 500 million worth of resources in just one day and one night. Even so, such a huge amount of resources had not helped him break through. The surrounding praises had long since disappeared, and the scene had become very quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the mechanical sound of the void realm fragments being placed. No one even dared to breathe loudly. The smile on Old Ling's face had disappeared at some point. Both outside and outside Heaven Number 1 were full of cultivators. These people were silent and did not say a word. But everyone was waiting for Heaven Number 1 to finish devouring and for Senior Hunter Zichen, who had consumed a huge amount of resources, to appear. But unfortunately, Zichen still did not appear when the 11th region fragment had been consumed the next day. 11 region fragments represented 1,100 million. This was Zichen's consumption in the past 2 days. No one could remain calm when faced with such a huge number. Although using 1,100 million without permission was not Old Ling's limit, using it on a Void Realm expert was enough to attract the attention of many people. Once someone noticed, there would naturally be dissatisfaction. After all, no one would be stupid enough to waste resources on a Void Realm expert that they did not know, or had never even seen before. Old Ling, Lord Wu requests your presence. A human voice finally rang out amidst the mechanical sounds. A reality realm expert walked in from outside, stood in front of Old Ling, and spoke respectfully. Old Ling did not speak. He only looked forward and watched as the fragments exploded one after another. He watched as they were placed in front of him, and then exploded again. He had been watching like this for 2 days and 2 nights. The atmosphere around him had also become extremely oppressive because of these 2 days and 2 nights. Old Ling, Lord Wu requests your immediate departure. The reality realm expert spoke again. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the speed at which everyone was exchanging fragments. He's finally here. Old Ling sighed and finally spoke for the first time in 2 days. When he finished speaking, Old Ling turned and left. The reality realm followed. Everyone else's movements slowed because of Old Ling's departure. They seemed to feel a sense of relief. However, they were also very confused and did not know whether they should give up or not. The Sky Number 1 formation is not allowed to stop until I return. Old Ling's voice rang out from outside. The oppressive atmosphere disappeared with Old Ling's departure. I say, this Zichen is too scary. Is he trying to break through to the domain realm? More than 1 billion worth of resources have been used up in 2 days. Even plundering can't be done so quickly. This kid is really lucky to have Old Ling's support. Lord Wu rarely appears. He must have asked Old Ling to go this time because of Zichen. I'm afraid Old Ling won't have an easy time this time. Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but their hands never stopped moving. This time, there was no need for them to give orders. Someone would continuously send resources over. The old man who had been in charge of managing the resources had fainted because he couldn't bear the pressure. Thus, a new person was in charge. However, it was obvious that the pressure on this person had increased with the expenditure of hundreds of millions of resources. This was especially so when he found out that Old Ling had been called away by Lord Wu. This was because if the negotiations between the two parties were not good, then they would be in trouble. When Old Ling walked into the meeting room, Zichen was still in his infinitely large void realm space. He was firmly watching the entire world stabilize and waiting for his realm to stabilize. However, it seemed that he had absorbed a little too many resources. Everyone, why have you called me here? Old Ling walked into the meeting room. There were already 3 people inside. All 3 of them were old men, and their strength was undoubtedly in the domain realm. Ling Xing, don't ask questions you already know the answer to. You should know our purpose, an old man in a red robe said coldly. He didn't look very good. Old Ling was Ling Xing. When he heard this, he smiled faintly and said, You must be here for the senior hunter. Investing billions of resources on an emptiness realm expert. What are you thinking, Ling Xing? Are you out of your mind? Another person said in an unfriendly tone. Ling Xing retorted. Have you ever seen an emptiness realm expert defeat hundreds of corporeal realm experts? That wasn't his true strength. It was because of a supreme treasure, the old man in the seat said. The old man sitting at the head of the table spoke, but his tone was relatively friendly. This was Lord Wu. It's true that he can't do without a supreme treasure. However, what he really relied on was his personal strength, Ling Xing said. Let's not talk about strength for now. Let's talk about resources. Although Hunter's Castle has countless resources, it's impossible to provide such a large amount of help to an emptiness realm expert. Let's stop and let him come out. Then, let him do missions in return, the old man in the red robe said again. That's right. The resources will stop here, the second old man said. He's at a critical moment in his breakthrough. It's unreasonable to stop the resources now. As for the missions, we can wait until he breaks through, Ling Xing said. Seeing that the old man in red was about to speak again, Ling Xing added, Moreover, I have the authority to use resources. Before he reaches my limit, as long as he can absorb, I will continue to provide. The two old men's expressions changed. Anger immediately appeared on their faces. However, Lord Wu said, Ling Xing, do you know what you are doing? If you don't get any return on your investment, I'm afraid that no one will bear this loss for you. Ling Xing said faintly. I don't need anyone to bear this loss for me. My authority is 10 billion. If this amount is exceeded, I will automatically stop. If the investment doesn't get any return, I will automatically resign from this position and fill the gap of 10 billion resources. Lord Wu was stunned when he heard this. He immediately said, Ling Xing, why do you have to do this? Ling Xing smiled and said, I think he's worth it. After saying this, Ling Xing directly left. The end of the discussion was the worst result that Ling Xing thought was possible. This was because no one in Hunter's Castle supported him now. This time, he directly walked to the resource collection point and said indifferently, Withdraw 10 billion resources. The resource manager was shocked, but Elder Ling did have the authority, so he could only do as he was told. For the Hunter's Castle, they still had 10 billion in resources. Elder Ling took the remaining 10 billion resources and directly came here. He would personally oversee this place until the 10 billion resources were used up. Zichen, as long as you can absorb, I will definitely provide all the resources, even if it means that I have to go bankrupt. Before entering, Elder Ling had already made up his mind. For Zichen, for himself, or to vent his anger. The atmosphere that had just calmed down became oppressive again. Then, everyone began to mechanically place the resources. 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion. In the end, Zichen's absorption rate was still at 1 billion per day. There was no obvious increase or decrease in absorption rate. After a few days, 10 billion resources were used up. When the last batch of virtual realm fragments was placed, the surrounding air was oppressive to the extreme. Everyone's mood was also extremely tense. Chapter 1258. In just a dozen days, 10 billion resources had been consumed by a single emptiness realm expert. Almost no one would believe this. Even though everyone had seen it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Although Ling Xing hadn't said anything, his silence gave everyone an enormous amount of pressure. If it weren't for their duties, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on, and would have fainted a long time ago. They had never imagined that they would get tired of receiving so many resources that they would feel like vomiting. Everyone's attention was focused on these resources. If these resources were absorbed, there wouldn't be any left for Zichen. Providing 10 billion resources to a single emptiness realm expert was simply unimaginable. Wade walked in from outside. He walked in front of Ling Xing and nodded at him. He had already left earlier to exchange for a lot of emptiness realm fragments. This time, Ling Xing was determined to help Zichen. Originally, there were many early corporeal realm experts guarding Sky No. 1. However, as Zichen consumed more and more resources, these early corporeal realm experts had been replaced by mid-corporeal realm experts. However, as Zichen consumed more than 8 billion resources, the mid-corporeal realm experts were replaced by late corporeal realm experts. Moreover, there were 30 to 40 of them. All of them were eyeing sky number 1 covetously. At the end of the formation, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Because of the final amount of resources, the atmosphere had reached its limit. The air was dry and oppressive, as if it was filled with gunpowder. The slightest spark would ignite and explode. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 9,000+ emptiness realm fragments within the formation. Phew! After a few breaths, someone let out a sigh of relief. This sound caused the oppressive atmosphere to somewhat loosen. Phew! Phew! Soon after, a series of exhalations were heard. The tense and oppressive atmosphere suddenly relaxed because of these few breaths. The 9,000+ emptiness realm fragments in front of them were still there after more than 10 breaths of time. Not a single fragment had decreased during this time. This was a world of difference compared to the dozens or even hundreds of fragments that were consumed every breath. Some people let out a sigh of relief, but others didn't relax because there was no guarantee that these fragments would all explode in the next moment. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. 1 minute felt as long as a few days. A minute later, the emptiness realm fragment on the formation was still there, and the entire formation showed no signs of being activated. Everyone's expressions slowly relaxed. 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. At this moment, every minute felt extremely long. 5 minutes passed. Seeing that the fragments were no longer decreasing, everyone was completely relieved. Then, they cheered loudly or gasped for breath. Phew! Wade also let out a huge sigh of relief, then carefully glanced at Ling Xing. Ling Xing's expression was still indifferent. Wade thought, as expected of an adult. His mental fortitude is great. Little did he know that Ling Xing's back was already drenched in cold sweat. That was 10 billion worth of resources. Although it was not a lot, it was used on an early virtual realm expert. This kind of investment would make anyone nervous. Zichen no longer absorbed the energy, and the spell formation no longer operated. It seemed that the high frequency of operation had pushed the spell formation to its limit. Now that it was resting, the spell formation also needed to rest. It was obvious that Zichen had finished his breakthrough. However, the door of heaven number 1 was still tightly shut. The hunting order that belonged to Zichen was still outside. The hunting order was still glowing, proving that Zichen was still alive. At this moment, not only was Zichen alive, but he was also living very well. He was still standing in his own emptiness realm space. This space had become stable. Although it was still illusory, it was no longer empty. There were some other things in it. These things could be called power. There was red power, black power, white power, gold power, silver power, green power, blue power. There were all kinds of colors. Zichen was very familiar with these powers. This was because he had comprehended them one by one in the past. Because of these powers, he had also experienced many lightning tribulations. These were all rule power. At this moment, these powers were either scattered or merged, filling this boundless world. This boundless illusory world had also reached an end because of the appearance of these powers. Therefore, Zichen felt that his realm had stabilized. However, he still felt that the resources he had absorbed this time were a little too much. But was it just a little too much? After breaking through, Zichen was very happy that such a change had occurred in the illusory space again. In the heaven number 1 cultivation room, the 3-meter illusory space still existed. It was as normal as before. The only unusual thing was that there were some powers of various colors circulating in it. In the next moment, a person appeared in the 3-meter space. It was Zichen. Zichen walked out of the space and arrived at the cultivation room. The 3-meter space behind him disappeared. Zichen began to sense the changes in his body. His realm had increased, and a lot of power had entered his body. Zichen's physical strength had increased again, and his essence, energy, and spirit had naturally transformed again. He had reached the perfect limit of his current realm. Zichen was very satisfied with the changes in his body. As he sensed his realm, Zichen had a look of surprise on his face. I'm actually at the peak of the mid-stage. I'm only one step away from the late stage. He had originally thought that his breakthrough had only stabilized the mid-stage. He had never imagined that he would suddenly climb to the peak and be only one step away from the late stage. Zichen was very happy and excited about this. It was obvious that this breakthrough had saved him a lot of time. Soon after, he unfurled the lightning wings on his back and began to increase his realm. However, the lightning wings did not increase by an entire realm as he had imagined. Zichen's realm was still at the early stage of the corporeal stage. The only difference was that his original 2 meters had now become 3 meters. His realm had not increased, and his corporeal realm had only increased by 1 meter. However, Zichen felt that his power had increased by a lot. If it had been a little difficult for him to deal with a late-stage corporeal stage expert before, and he had needed to join forces with the Black Eagle, then with the increase of 1 meter, dealing with a late-stage corporeal stage expert would be relatively easier. As for whether or not he could slaughter them at will, Zichen did not dare to be certain. His power had already reached its limit, so there was no point in absorbing more. Moreover, Zichen could clearly feel that the next step was not to increase his power, but to change the illusory space. Zichen needed to explore this change himself. There was no point in staying here any longer. Therefore, he decided to leave. Creak, creak. As the door opened, Zichen immediately saw a group of people standing outside. No, there were a lot of people. These people's expressions were obviously very nervous, but also very expectant. The moment Zichen appeared, they all looked at Zichen, and their expressions became guarded. What are you all doing here? Although Zichen did not sense any hostility from them, he could still sense an unusual aura. At this moment, he frowned and asked. The group of late-stage corporeal experts were stunned, but did not know what to say. They were only here to keep watch, but now that Zichen had appeared, they could not possibly say that they were here to keep watch. Zichen, Lord Wu requests your presence. A corporeal expert walked out from behind the group. Lord Wu? Which Lord Wu? Zichen frowned again. He did not know any Lord Wu. Follow me, Elder Ling is here too. The newcomer clearly had no intention of explaining to Zichen and motioned for Zichen to follow. Zichen knew Elder Ling. He nodded, took his hunting token, and left with the corporeal expert. Behind Zichen, the group of late-stage corporeal experts watched Zichen leave with complicated gazes. 10 billion. That means he consumed 10 billion worth of resources in a dozen days. That's 10 billion worth of resources. Even if he plundered them, he wouldn't be able to take them all. How did he do it? The group of late-stage corporeal experts clearly knew something and sighed. Suddenly, one of them asked, Did you guys sense his cultivation level just now? What is it? I don't think so. Yeah, we actually didn't sense his cultivation level. Yeah, we didn't pay attention before. Now that you mention it, it seems that we really didn't sense it. As Zichen followed the corporeal experts to the meeting, he discovered many cultivators along the way. These people were all looking at him with very strange gazes. Their gazes were filled with shock, astonishment, confusion, suspicion, and so on. It was very complicated and very strange. Zichen touched his face and looked at the cultivators around him. Then he looked at the corporeal expert in front of him and asked, Is there something on my face? The corporeal expert snorted and said unhappily, They're not looking at your face, they're looking at your person. There's something wrong with my person. There's a big problem. The corporeal expert's attitude was the big problem. Zichen ignored him and decided to wait until he saw Elder Ling before asking. Soon, Zichen arrived outside the meeting room. The corporeal expert left after bringing him here. Zichen went forward and knocked on the door. Come in. However, just as Zichen approached, Elder Ling's voice came from inside. Zichen pushed the door open and entered. There were 4 old men sitting inside. Zichen greets the lords. Zichen bowed. The 4 old men were carefully sizing up Zichen as he bowed. They looked very carefully and even used their spiritual senses. 2 of them were extremely rude as they scanned Zichen's body. They seemed to want to force their way into Zichen's body. The powerful spiritual senses coupled with the pressure caused Zichen's face to pale. Buzz! Under the immense pressure, a golden light suddenly began to tremble around Zichen's body. Then, the golden light enveloped Zichen's body like an eggshell protecting him, blocking the 4 spiritual senses outside. The 4 old men's faces were immediately filled with astonishment. Lingxing first laughed loudly, then asked, "Zichen, did you break through? What's your current realm?" The other 3 old men retracted their spiritual senses. 2 of them had unnatural expressions because even with their high realms, they couldn't detect Zichen's true realm. "The peak of the mid-virtual realm," Zichen said respectfully. "What? The peak of the mid-virtual realm? You spent 10 billion resources and only advanced by 1 realm?" Chapter 1259. 10 billion resources? What 10 billion resources? Zichen was stunned by the old man's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Seeing Zichen's confused expression, Lingxing laughed bitterly and explained, "It took you 12 days to break through the bottleneck. During these 12 days you used up a total of 10 billion law fragments, which is equivalent to 100 million void realm fragments." Ah! Zichen's face immediately filled with shock. 10 billion resources? What kind of concept was that? Zichen had never thought about it before. Previously, he'd felt that he'd used up quite a bit of resources when he'd stabilized his void realm. However, he'd only felt that it was a bit excessive. He hadn't expected it to be this much. However, putting aside the fact that Zichen had used up a lot of resources, just the fact that he'd stabilized his void realm and reached the peak of a new realm in 12 days was actually worth it. If it had been any other time, Zichen might not have been able to break through even after several decades. However, he'd only used 12 days in exchange for several decades. It was all worth it. Of course, this was for Zichen. To Hunter's Castle, this investment was obviously a huge loss. 10 billion resources was enough for a pig to break through to the corporeal realm. However, Zichen had only advanced by a small realm. Zichen was extremely shocked when he heard this news. When he saw the anger on the 2 old men's faces, he felt a little guilty and remorseful. He also had an apologetic expression on his face. He'd felt that he'd used up a lot of resources this time, but he hadn't expected it to be this much. It really was an unintentional mistake. Lingxing looked at the self-blaming Zichen and waved his hand, saying, "Zichen, you've used up all the resources within my authority. I'm sponsoring you of my own volition. You don't need to feel guilty." Lingxing's words attracted 2 dissatisfied gazes, but he didn't care. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Ling." Zichen bowed to Elder Ling and thanked him gratefully. "How do you feel after breaking through?" Elder Ling asked again. Zichen stretched his muscles and said, "I feel very good. 10 billion resources is just a good." A cold laugh came from the side. Zichen corrected him. "It's not good, it's very good," Lingxing said. "It's fine as long as you feel good. However, your realm is still too low. Try to increase your realm by 1 or break through to the corporeal realm as soon as possible. As for the cultivation room, you can use it whenever you want." Xing seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and said, "However, you are not allowed to occupy the training room after you make a breakthrough." Clearly, Lingxing could only provide 1 billion in resources, but not a second one. That was because the consumption of resources was simply too frightening. Zichen had an apologetic look on his face again, and then he thanked him again. "Thank you for your concern, Elder. It's just that the cultivation room isn't of much use to me now. My realm is very stable. After familiarizing myself with it for 2 days, I plan to accept some missions." Lingxing frowned. "Accept the mission now." Lingxing, the hunters of our Hunter's Castle have all been baptized by blood and fire. There has never been an obedient child among us. The red-robed old man snorted and said, "Furthermore, he used up so many resources. Shouldn't he do some missions to make up for it?" Ling Xing's face was filled with anger when he heard this. He shouted at the red-robed old man, "Ming Zhu, that's enough. I already said that I am willing to give Zichen the resources." Ming Zhu sneered. "But those resources are Hunter's castles, not yours. It's just 10 billion. At most, I'll just give it to Hunter's castle. Those resources will be considered my personal property." Lord Wu frowned when he heard the two arguing. "All right, both of you shut up." The two old men argued until their faces turned red. Then, they sat down and ignored each other. Zichen, on the other hand, turned to look at Sir Wu, who had spoken, and said gratefully and solemnly, "Zichen thanks the Hunter's castle for providing me with the resources. I, Zichen, will remember the 10 billion resources today, and I will definitely return it double in the future. That's 10 billion worth of resources. How are you going to return it? What are you going to use to return it double?" Ming Zhu said coldly. This time, Zichen did feel guilty. However, the old man's aggressive attitude made him extremely reluctant. He responded with the same indifferent attitude. "I can stand outside the city and kill corporeal cultivators to return it. I can return at least 10,000 with one slash. I can also kill spirit-level beasts. Isn't it just 20 billion? As long as I, Zichen, am alive, I will definitely return it." "Enough, Ming Zhu. Shut up." Hearing this, Lord Wu's eyes flashed. He then shouted at Ming Zhu, who was about to speak again. The latter obviously didn't expect Lord Wu to have such an attitude. His expression changed, but he closed his mouth in the end. With a cold face, Lord Wu looked at the other old man. The other old man naturally stopped talking. He then turned to Zichen and said slowly, "Zichen, since Hunter's castle nurtured you, they naturally have no intention of asking you to return or compensate the resources. As a senior hunter of Hunter's castle has the obligation to nurture you. You don't have to take it to heart. I called you here today for no other reason than to ask about your realm and how you feel after breaking through. Of course, I also wanted to see how you, a virtual realm cultivator, can consume 10 billion worth of resources. I am very satisfied after seeing it. I have a small request, or you can treat it as a request. I hope you can agree to it." Lord Wu's prestige was obviously the highest among the four of them. However, his tone was very kind, and he even used the word request in the end. The other three's expressions changed. Zichen was a little flattered. He quickly bowed and said, "Sir, what are your orders?" "As long as Zichen is able to do it, I will do my best." Lord Wu smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. It's not a big deal. I just want to add the words Huping City and a number on your token to prove that you're a senior hunter of Huping City's Hunter's Castle. What do you think?" Zichen said without thinking, "I'm a senior hunter of Huping City. Of course, it's not a problem. So you agree?" Lord Wu seemed a little happy. Zichen nodded. Ling Xing only nodded slowly. However, the expressions of the other two changed drastically. Placing a mark on the hunter's medallion meant that the person could only be a citizen of Huping City in the future. However, this kind of situation only targeted cultivators with great potential. These people were destined to be extraordinary in the future when they were young. Once they had the mark, all of their achievements would be related to their former city. When they were mentioned, they would naturally talk about their city. For example, if Zichen became powerful in a few years' time and shook up the entire Shuntian prefecture, the entire Huping City would become famous because of him. Although this sounded like an empty title, it was glory in the eyes of many people. There were around 10 senior hunters in Huping City's Hunter's Castle, but only 3 of them received this treatment. Zichen was the 4th. From this, it could be seen how much Lord Wu valued Zichen. Zichen handed over the token very straightforwardly. There were some other procedures to be completed after the mark was added, so Zichen was taken away by reality. Only the 4 old men were left in the meeting room. After a moment of silence, Lord Wu spoke. His voice was slow but firm. This matter must be kept a secret. I don't want anyone else to know anything about it. This was an order that the three of them had to obey. After nodding, Ming Zhu took the old man away to handle this matter. Soon, only the two of them were left in the hall. Ling Xing asked in confusion. Why? What do you mean why? Giving a mark in the virtual realm seems to have never happened in Huping City before. Ling Xing said. But we've never encountered a virtual realm expert who consumes 10 billion resources. Lord Wu smiled faintly. I don't believe that you would give Zichen a mark just because he consumes too many resources. You should know that when the three of you came to me, although you were neutral, you didn't want me to continue wasting resources. Ling Xing said as he stared into Lord Wu's eyes. Lord Wu smiled and said, That's right. At first I didn't agree, but I didn't intend to interfere. However, as Zichen consumes more and more resources, and as I read more information about Zichen, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Ling Xing asked. It's about the 3-meter virtual realm. It's an ancient book. I only glanced at it briefly and thought it was nonsense. You don't have to read it. I've already burned the book. Lord Wu stopped Ling Xing. Why? Ling Xing asked again. Because we need to keep it a secret. From now on, Zichen will be the true core member of Hunter's Castle 108 in Huping City. Before he grows up, Hunter's Castle is obligated to nurture him with all its might. After walking out of the meeting room, Zichen finally understood the reason for everyone's complicated and strange expressions. Actually, he had mixed feelings about it too. When he first heard about the 10 billion resources, he was still in disbelief. How could he have consumed 10 billion? After all, he had only managed to obtain close to 100 million resources after decades of plundering. However, in just 12 short days, he had consumed 10 billion resources. After seeing Wade, Zichen finally believed that this was true. After all, Wade had seen it with his own eyes. When Wade told Elder Ling that he was willing to help him despite the pressure, he was very grateful. Zichen returned to his residence and began to get used to his increased strength. Because he couldn't stand those strange gazes, Zichen stayed for 10 full days. After completely familiarizing himself with his new strength, Zichen left his residence and headed to the mission hall. Along the way, Zichen encountered some hunters, but the strange expressions from before were all gone. They either ignored Zichen or nodded kindly. It was as if they had forgotten about the 10 billion resources. Zichen was a little puzzled by this. Chapter 1260. When he arrived at the hall, Zichen didn't see Wade, so he could only look at the missions in person. There were many missions in the hall. There were all kinds of missions, such as escorts, requests for purchases, and some team missions. For example, a virtual realm team was to hunt a general-level beast, while a reality team was to explore a secret place and try to hunt a spirit-level beast. There were also people who wanted to buy a certain spirit herb or a rare species. There were many missions on the mission board. Zichen bypassed the virtual realm missions and went to the reality missions section. Not long after Zichen arrived, Ling Xing heard the news and rushed over. You want to take a mission? Zichen turned around and saw Elder Ling. He bowed to the other party and then nodded. I told you, you don't have to care about those resources. If you need more, I can give you more. You don't have to take risks for resources. Just focus on improving your strength, said Elder Ling. It's not about resources. Resources are useless to me now. My cultivation seems to have reached a bottleneck. I need to go out and fight, and then find a solution. Of course, it's good to get some resources. Seeing Zichen's determined eyes, Ling Xing nodded and stopped trying to dissuade him. However, when he thought about Zichen's identity, he was still a little worried. He handed the hunting token to Zichen and said, This is your hunting token. Zichen accepted the hunting order. Ling Xing then handed Zichen a jade slip and said, You can be considered one of my people now. This jade slip is for you. There is a seal of my power inside. It can resist the attack of a domain realm cultivator at a critical moment, but it can only be used 3 times at most. Take this jade slip to the precious artifact pavilion. There will be people there who will arrange for you to go out and train. Elder Ling was obviously concerned about his safety, so Zichen took the token and thanked him again. He wanted to go out and hunt beasts. There was no point in looking at the missions here, so Zichen decided to go to the treasure pavilion immediately. He still had tens of millions of resources on him, so he needed to go to the treasure pavilion to see if there was anything good. After more than a year, Zichen left the hunter's castle. However, as soon as he appeared, Zichen felt that someone was following him. He hadn't sensed the other party's presence, and had only relied on his perception. However, in this world, perception was sometimes more useful than spiritual thoughts. It's been more than a year. It seems that there are still people who haven't given up. They are really persistent. Zichen shook his head and walked straight to the precious weapon pavilion. When Zichen appeared in the precious tool pavilion again, it caused a small commotion. Many service staff came forward and politely led Zichen in. It was clear that after a year, not only did they not forget Zichen, but they also remembered Zichen even more deeply. The elegance of that slash had long been rumored to be miraculous. Among them, Xiaoli stood in front of Zichen excitedly. Every time Zichen looked at her, she would subconsciously avoid Zichen's eyes. At the same time, she appeared very flustered. A year had passed, and Zichen was no longer who he used to be. Just his status as a senior hunter was enough to allow him to live a better life than many realms. Finally, Xiaoli plucked up her courage and asked, "Sir, what do you want to buy?" Zichen smiled and said, "Just call me Zichen. I'm not used to calling you sir." The courage that Xiaoli had just plucked up dissipated in the face of Zichen's warm smile. She blushed and subconsciously lowered her head. "Let me see what's here first." Zichen walked forward. After a slight hesitation, Xiaoli followed him. As for the others, they tactfully dispersed. Because he had weapons refined by the cauldron spirit, Zichen didn't need weapons. He walked directly to the place where medicinal pills were sold. There were many types of medicinal pills. Some were used to recover energy, some were used to heal injuries, and some were used to expel special edicts. Xiaoli stood beside Zichen. This time, she appeared very reserved. "Oh right, apart from buying things, I'm also here to look for someone." As he spoke, Zichen took out the jade slip that Ling Lao had given him and showed it to Xiaoli. Xiaoli said with a blank face, "Looking for someone." She clearly didn't recognize the jade slip. But soon after she said, "Wait a moment. I'll go look for Sister Hong." Shang Guanhong was in the pavilion. After hearing the news, she quickly arrived. Shang Guanhong was dressed in white as usual. A hint of surprise appeared on her beautiful face when she saw Zichen. When she saw the jade slip in Zichen's hand, she asked, "Did Ling Lao ask you to come?" Zichen nodded. He said with some surprise, "The person Ling Lao asked me to look for, it can't be you, right?" Shang Guanhong smiled and didn't say anything. She then took out a hunting token and showed it to Zichen. "This?" The instant he saw the hunting token, Zichen's face was immediately filled with astonishment. That was because it was also a senior hunter's token. Moreover, the most astonishing thing was that this token also had an imprint on it. It could be said that this token was exactly the same as the one in Zichen's hand. The only difference was the names on the tokens. "Why? Are you surprised to see a senior hunter's token? Don't think that you're the only one in Huping City." Shang Guanhong's face had a rare trace of craftiness. Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm indeed a little surprised. This time, I plan to go out for training and kill some spirit-level battle beasts. Ling Lao asked me to find you and ask you to arrange for me." Hearing this, Shang Guanhong looked at Zichen seriously and said, "It seems that Ling Lao takes good care of you. By the way, it's said that something big happened in the castle recently, but I couldn't find out anything about it. You should know about it, right? Or rather, it has something to do with you." Zichen spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Shang Guanhong was a little unwilling. She looked around and said, "Okay, come with me first." Shang Guanhong brought Zichen to a room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, but it wasn't her boudoir. It was just an ordinary reception room. Okay, now tell me what happened. Shang Guanhong asked curiously. I don't know. Zichen shook his head and said. You don't know? Shang Guanhong looked up and down at Zichen. I've been in seclusion all this time until I broke through yesterday. Zichen said. I don't believe it. Shang Guanhong said. Why not? Intuition. Shang Guanhong reached out to Zichen and said. Give it to me. What? Token. Let me see your hunting token. This thing can't be casually shown to others. I just showed you mine. Why don't you show me yours? Besides, Ling Lao asked you to come here to prove that we're all on the same side. What's wrong with showing your own people? Helpless, Zichen took out the token and handed it to Shang Guanhong. The moment the other party saw the token, she saw the abnormality of the token. She looked at Zichen with a strange gaze. You said it's none of your business. Then why did you leave a mark on the token? What's so strange about that? Didn't you have it on your token too? Shang Guanhong gritted her teeth. She seemed a little angry and said, That's different. I left the mark when I was in the corporeal realm. But you only... Huh? What realm are you in now? Why can't I feel it? Middle virtual realm. It's no big deal. Zichen released his own aura. Peak virtual realm, middle virtual realm. In just 1 year, you broke through the middle virtual realm, and even reached the peak. You still dared to say that what happened in the castle had nothing to do with you. Tell me, what happened? Shang Guanhong asked. Zichen once again felt the terrifying sharpness of a woman's senses. However, since Shang Guanhong, a senior hunter, didn't hear anything, it was obvious that what happened that day was a secret. Naturally, Zichen didn't want to show off. He didn't want to cause trouble. The main reason was that he wasn't familiar with Shang Guanhong. This was only the second time they had met. Seeing that Zichen didn't want to talk, Shang Guanhong was still a little depressed. However, she didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she said, Since you're going to follow me out for training, I'll pick out some pills for you first. I originally wanted to give you a 20% discount, but I don't like your attitude. Forget about the discount. Zichen spread his hands and smiled. He didn't bargain. The current him wasn't lacking in resources. Moreover, this time, he still needed to sell some things. Because of the massacre last time, he still had more than 100 spirit rings that he hadn't dealt with yet. After clearing out the resources and selling the things that needed to be sold, Zichen had a huge amount of wealth on him. Zichen purposely exchanged some corporeal realm fragments for Black Hawk and bought some pills. After that, he prepared to leave. You're going to leave now? Shang Guanhong asked curiously. What do you think? Zichen said indifferently. All right then. Shang Guanhong hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Why? Do you have something to say? Zichen asked curiously. It's nothing important. There will be an auction in Huping City in a few days. I want to go and take a look. Just to see. Of course. According to the news, there will be a void tree for auction. How can I afford that? Naturally, I just want to see. A void tree. Zichen was shocked. The void tree was an earthly realm treasure. As long as one was in the earthly realm, they would be able to use it. Zichen had a lot of wealth on him, and he had spent 10 billion resources on this breakthrough. However, compared to the void tree, it was not even a drop in the ocean. In the eyes of some cultivators, even Zichen's heavenly thunder wings were not as valuable as a void tree. How about it? Are you interested in going and taking a look? Leave the entry to me, Shang Guanhong said. When Zichen heard this, he shook his head and said, I can't afford that thing. What's the use even if I see it? That's a void tree. It's always good to take a look, Shang Guanhong said. Zichen shook his head again and said, What's so good about it? Isn't it just taking root in the void and absorbing the power of the void? Shang Guanhong's eyes lit up and she asked, You've seen a void tree before? Where is it? In my previous world, it belongs to a friend of mine. Right, you should have a back door here, right? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I suggest we leave through the back door. Why? Because someone wants a great treasure on me. They waited for me outside the castle for a year and followed me here. Shang Guanhong thought about it and said, Very well, come with me. Zichen followed Shang Guanhong out through the back door. During this time, Zichen changed his appearance. As for the so-called void tree, Zichen was truly not interested. Chapter 1261. Zichen followed Shang Guanhong and left through the back door. Then, they walked out of the city gates and boarded a flying boat according to Shang Guanhong's instructions. This time, the two of them were heading to a huge mountain range thousands of miles away. There were many soldier, general, and spirit beasts there, but no king beasts. This was in line with Zichen's standards. From the moment they boarded the flying boat, Zichen stood at the front of the boat and looked into the distance. Shang Guanhong felt somewhat unnatural for a man and a woman to be alone. However, she quickly realized that she was overthinking things. On the flying boat, Zichen was very quiet and calm. She had encountered such situations before, but most of them were old fellows in the domain realm. It was her first time encountering such a hot-blooded youth as calm as Zichen. She carefully sized up Zichen and gradually sensed that there was something unusual about Zichen. When she looked into Zichen's eyes, her curious face suddenly turned into anger. Zichen's eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly ahead. He had actually spaced out. Spacing out meant being ignored. Shang Guanhong wasn't someone who used her appearance to show off. However, at this moment, a man and a woman were alone on a flying boat. Not only was she ignored, but he was also spacing out. This naturally made her angry. Hey, what are you doing? Shang Guanhong suddenly walked in front of Zichen and gently pushed Zichen. What are you doing? Zichen came to his senses and looked at Shang Guanhong. Do you know that you're spacing out? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Shang Guanhong's voice was a bit loud because she was angry. Zichen found Shang Guanhong's behavior somewhat inexplicable and unreasonable. He decided to ignore her and once again looked into the distance. This time, he wasn't spacing out, but there was longing in his eyes. It had been decades since he left the Tianwu continent. He missed his friends, both men and women. I wonder how they are doing. Did they break through to the emptiness realm? Did they step into this world? Zichen muttered. The more he learned about this world, the more regretful Zichen felt. If he had known this would happen, he would have let them break through to the corporeal realm. After all, the emptiness realm in this world was also filled with danger. My mind wandered again. Shang Guanhong had already walked up to Zichen and was very close to him. She moved closer to Zichen and asked, I saw longing in your eyes just now. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about your family, your friends, or your wife? Zichen sorted out his emotions, and his expression returned to indifference. He said indifferently, Nothing. Impossible. I felt that your emotions were fluctuating violently just now, and they were filled with longing and love. You still admitted it. Shang Guanhong was very curious, but Zichen couldn't be bothered to answer. However, as Shang Guanhong continued to ask, Zichen helplessly began to talk about the martial heaven continent. It went without saying that back then, the martial heaven continent was an existence comparable to heaven in the eyes of the Jianwu continent's people. Just as the two of them were chatting and gradually becoming familiar with each other, the news of the void tree being auctioned in Huping City spread. This news was enough to cause an uproar. Regardless of whether one could buy it or not, the void tree was destined to become a hot topic of discussion. At the same time, there were also people who privately wondered which idiot actually wanted to auction the void tree. Obviously, at the level where one could obtain the void tree, resources were just a number. Who would exchange a supreme treasure for a number? The void tree being auctioned was extremely rare in the history of Huping City, so the auction was held in the largest auction hall. When the time came, those who participated in the auction would all be in the domain realm. As for those in the corporeal realm, they didn't even have the qualifications to participate. There were many people outside Hunter's castle every day, so if one stood in front of the castle for a long time, it would be very difficult to attract everyone's attention. A man in purple had been staring at Hunter's castle for half a day, but he didn't step inside. In the end, he just chuckled and turned to leave. Before he left, his expression was complicated. It seemed that he was reminiscing, but also hating. Zichen and Shang Guanhong spent 2 days to travel thousands of miles. During this time, the two of them had a very pleasant chat on the flying boat. At least, that was what Shang Guanhong thought. Zichen's legendary growth history was like a history book, which made her yearn for the Tianwu continent even more. The flying boat stopped at the periphery of the mountain range. The two of them jumped off the boat and walked forward. Although there are no king-level battle beasts here, there are many spirit-level battle beasts and many people. It's best to be careful. As they went deeper into the forest, Shang Guanhong began to remind Zichen. However, thinking about his growth history, she felt that this reminder was unnecessary, because Zichen couldn't be careless. After going 10 miles into the area, the two of them encountered their first battle beast, which was a soldier-level battle beast. The soldier-level battle beast was very large. It was eating, and the arrival of the two of them undoubtedly disturbed it. Roar! After seeing the two of them, it roared angrily. Its eyes flashed with an indescribable light, and it directly rushed toward Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed and easily dodged the soldier-level battle beast's attack. Then, he kicked the soldier-level battle beast. In this attack, Zichen didn't use any yuan power at all. He only used pure strength. The soldier-level battle beast flew backward and crashed into 4 ancient trees before stopping. Your strength is really great. Shang Guanhong looked at Zichen in surprise. Zichen said indifferently, It's just SOSO. Let's go. Let's go. Aren't you here to hunt battle beasts? Why don't you kill it? Shang Guanhong asked doubtfully. It's a spirit-level battle beast. Zichen corrected. Now, even if a general-level battle beast appeared in front of him, Zichen wouldn't bother to kill it, let alone a soldier-level battle beast. Shang Guanhong couldn't understand Zichen's thoughts, but seeing Zichen leave, she could only follow. Zichen had killed too many people along the way, and he had long been tired of it. Therefore, unless it was necessary to kill, he really didn't want to kill. Along the way, no matter if he encountered soldier-level battle beasts or general-level battle beasts, Zichen would kick them away, appearing very relaxed. Some general-level battle beasts could already threaten some realm-level battle beasts, but in Zichen's eyes, it was still a matter of a kick. As they moved forward, Shang Guanhong gradually understood Zichen's strength. Even without the Thunder Wings, she believed that Zichen could kill realm-level battle beasts. This dense forest was very big. If they wanted to find spirit-level battle beasts, they could only go deeper and deeper. Soon, a day passed, and the two of them didn't find any spirit-level battle beasts. At night, Zichen started a bonfire and began to roast meat. Shang Guanhong kindly reminded him, This is the mountain range. If you dare to start a fire at night, it will attract battle beasts. Zichen chuckled. It's best if it can attract battle beasts, so I don't have to look for them again. Shang Guanhong's expression was not relaxed. There won't be just 1 or 2 battle beasts. This will attract groups of them. All right, I'll treat it as practice. As the roasted meat gradually turned golden, the aroma of the meat wafted out. After the meat was cooked, Zichen gave a large piece to Black Eagle, and the rest was shared with Shang Guanhong. Rustling sounds suddenly came from the forest, and the aura of battle beasts rushed in from all directions. In the dark night, the battle beasts were actually hiding their aura, but they couldn't escape the two's perception. Many battle beasts came from all directions, but unfortunately, there were no spirit-level battle beasts. However, in Shang Guanhong's eyes, a group of general-level battle beasts was very difficult to deal with. Ha! Without waiting for the battle beasts to rush up, Zichen shouted and rushed out. He rushed into the forest like a ray of golden light. Soon after, a series of thumping noises rang out from the forest. These noises were accompanied by the enraged roars of war beasts. However, these roars quickly turned into terrified shrieks. In the dense forest, vision was blocked. Shang Guanhong used her spiritual sense to investigate everything that happened in the forest. Her red lips were slightly open, and her face was full of shock. Compared with these battle beasts, Zichen was more like a battle beast, rampaging among the many battle beasts without any defense at all. Every general-level battle beast would be knocked away as soon as it came into contact with Zichen. The roars were accompanied by the sound of ancient trees breaking. In a short while, this group of battle beasts was knocked down by Zichen, but he only injured them. Zichen didn't kill them. After returning, Zichen obviously hadn't had enough fun. Shang Guanhong's expression suddenly changed at this moment. She looked at Zichen and wanted to say something, but for some reason, she stopped. After a while, Zichen, who came forward, exclaimed, "Hey, this is a spirit-level battle beast!" As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen excitedly turned into a golden light and chased after it. Shang Guanhong's face was shocked again. This time, she was shocked by Zichen's perception. It was actually so sharp. Spirit-level battle beasts were very strong. This time, Zichen couldn't finish the battle quickly. There was no sound of energy explosion in the forest, and there was also the sound of ancient trees breaking. The energy oscillated, and the aftermath crushed the broken ancient trees into powder. The battle between Zichen and the spirit-level battle beast could be said to be fierce and exciting. Zichen's speed was very fast, like a flash of light. Shang Guanhong extended her spiritual sense to pay attention nervously. As long as Zichen showed signs of being defeated, she would go forward to help. However, judging from the battle situation, Zichen obviously had the upper hand. He had been suppressing the spirit-level battle beast. After a full quarter of an hour, Zichen roared, "Die!" As the roar fell, Shang Guanhong saw a dazzling light in her spiritual sense. After the light fell, it was accompanied by a shrill scream. The battle was over. Not long after, Zichen appeared by the bonfire with a happy smile on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the battle. He was indeed very satisfied, because he had killed a spirit-level battle beast with only the power of the virtual realm. Shang Guanhong was shocked because of this. She finally understood why the hunter's castle couldn't wait to add an identity imprint on Zichen when he was only at the virtual realm. Because when such a person grew up, it was indeed very scary. The next morning, the two continued on their journey. Shang Guanhong looked at the energetic Zichen and said, "Yesterday, there was someone behind us, but I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional tracking." Chapter 1262. Zichen believed that his perception was very strong, and he was definitely one of the best. He was definitely not worse than the others. But along the way, he did not notice anyone following him. "We've been followed since we entered the dense forest. They should have been following us all the way," Shang Guanhong said with certainty. "Black Eagle, go and take a look. Be careful." Zichen motioned for Black Eagle to investigate. In this world, there were many secret techniques, and naturally, there were even more advanced concealment methods. Zichen would not be so arrogant as to think that he was not in danger just because he did not sense anything. Shang Guanhong was valued by Hunter's Castle, so she obviously had some special methods. In Zichen's opinion, Shang Guanhong's perception was sharper than his, and that was one of her abilities. A moment later, Black Eagle turned back. Spirit-level battle beasts already had high intelligence, but they could not transform into human form, nor could they transmit sound. They only nodded at Zichen. "Sure enough, there's someone." A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. After accurately knowing the number of people and their approximate strength, Zichen was filled with killing intent. He had changed his appearance before leaving, so logically speaking, he should not have been caught. In Huping City, Zichen had only offended one person, and that was Zhou Chong. As for the two stewards of Hunter's Castle, Zichen did not think that they would deal with him, because they were too strong. They were so strong that they could kill him with just a finger. Shang Guanhong was sure that they were the target, so Zichen naturally would not be polite to them. Although he did not like killing now, it did not mean that he did not know how to kill. What do we do next? Shang Guanhong asked. Zichen said indifferently. Killing is also a kind of experience. How do we kill them? I'll take you to a mysterious place to kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Guanhong felt her vision blur, and then she came to an illusory world. This was a world full of various colors. The colorful ribbons in the sky were gorgeous and dazzling, hanging in the sky. The spatial world they were in was very big, and one could not see the end of it. What is this place? After Shang Guanhong sensed that these ribbons were rule-bending power, a look of shock appeared on her beautiful face again. As the manager of Precious Ware Pavilion and a senior hunter in Hunter's Castle, she had long since learned to keep a poker face. However, she found that whenever she was with Zichen, he could always make her mood fluctuate quickly. Standing in front of Zichen, Shang Guanhong felt like a little girl who had never seen the world. Everything about Zichen was new to her. She looked around in shock. As she released her spiritual senses, the shock on her face intensified. What is this? The power of the rule of metal, the power of the rule of wood, the power of the water, fire, earth, and other rules. This is actually the power of the rule of nature. And what is this? Oh my God, this is the rule of slaughter. This is good and evil. The true law of good and evil. Heavens, how is this possible? What is this place? The shocked Shang Guanhong's voice gradually changed. In the end, she even screamed. At this moment, she really looked like a little girl who had never seen the world. This is just an illusory space, but why is it so big? Shang Guanhong's violently fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down. Then, she keenly sensed everything. In the end, she turned back to look at Zichen and asked in disbelief. Don't tell me that this is your illusory world. Zichen smiled and said, You can also think that it isn't. Oh my God, it really is like this. But why is it like this? Why is your illusory world as big as a world? Also, these rules are all comprehended by you. Zichen nodded and stared into Shang Guanhong's eyes. He joked, Of course, this is my secret. I'm sharing it with you now because I'm treating you as one of my own. If you dare to betray me, I'll definitely make the beautiful you die a very ugly death. Shang Guanhong's pretty face suddenly turned red. She didn't know if it was because she thought of something or Zichen's words had an effect. She looked at Zichen and seemed a little flustered. Then, she lowered her head and looked away. At this moment, for some reason, Shang Guanhong's heart started to beat faster. So much so that everything around her that shocked her also lost its luster at this moment. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, awkward, and strange. As the atmosphere spread, the sound of heartbeats suddenly rang out in this quiet world. Her heartbeat was so rapid and so intense. Shang Guanhong's face turned even redder. The smile on Zichen's face froze, and his expression became extremely awkward. He was just joking, but why did it turn out this way? Fortunately, someone happened to break in at this moment, and ruined this awkward atmosphere. Is it a space channel? Could it be that we've arrived at a secret place? If it's a space channel, then we might have a big harvest. As the voice sounded, figures appeared 300 meters in front of Zichen. Look, what a rich and pure power of the rules. We must have arrived at a secret place. Haha, I didn't expect to be lucky enough to run into a secret place. We're really lucky. Zichen is lucky. Otherwise, we would have caught up with him and killed him. Everyone stood together and looked at the space in front of them as they shouted loudly. A total of 8 people had appeared. 5 of them were at the mid-corporeal realm and appeared very excited as they shouted loudly. The other 3 were at the late corporeal realm. They looked a lot calmer, but the excitement in their eyes could not be suppressed no matter how hard they tried. Suddenly, an extremely polite voice sounded from behind them. Excuse me, are you all part of the city's army? That's The corporeal realm expert was about to answer when he suddenly felt that something was wrong and turned around. When they turned around, they saw Zichen and Shang Guanhong. At this moment, Shang Guanhong had already regained her usual calmness. Her beautiful face caused everyone to be stunned. Zichen, it's you. I didn't expect you to come in here too. The late corporeal realm expert was the first to regain his composure, and coldly shouted at Zichen. Haha, I thought you got lucky and ran away. I didn't expect you to come in here too. Just nice, we can go treasure hunting after killing you. It's killing two birds with one stone. The others also reacted and shouted loudly. However, they were all paying attention to Shang Guanhong from the corner of their eyes. Zichen looked at them and asked, There are so many of you. Are you all here to kill me? Of course. Why? Zichen asked again. Because of the great treasure on you. Kid, you're only at the virtual realm. It's a waste for the great treasure to be on you. Only we can bring out the true power of the great treasure. A mid-corporeal realm expert sneered. Zichen continued. I'm afraid it's not just the great treasure. It should be Zhou Chang's wish as well. A late corporeal realm expert's expression changed. I don't know what you're talking about. You should all be part of the city's army. Or rather, there should be a few of you here. Zhou Chong must have sent you to kill me, Zichen said calmly. The late corporeal realm expert wanted to deny it, but at this moment, a mid-corporeal realm expert said, You're going to die today anyway. What's the point of telling you? We're the city's army. Killing you today is not only to steal the treasure, but also to give Zhou Chong some face. Zichen nodded and said seriously, Since you're so honest, I've decided to kill you last. You. TCHU. Before the mid-corporeal realm expert could finish his words, he saw Zichen's figure in front of him sway slightly. Immediately after, a gentle breeze blew past. The gentle breeze blew through this world, moving the ribbons. The colorful ribbons gently spun, looking very beautiful. Shang Guanhong felt that this scene was very beautiful. The other corporeal realm experts also felt that it was very beautiful. However, behind the beauty was danger, an extremely fatal danger. The gentle breeze brushed past their faces and blew towards their companions. A soft and tiny sound entered the mid-corporeal realm experts' ears. It was a very light and faint sound, like the wind. It was very likely that it was just an illusion. A ribbon streaked past his eyes. It was very dazzling. The mid-corporeal realm expert couldn't help but blink. However, in this blink of an eye, the gentle breeze disappeared and the beautiful ribbon stopped spinning. The mid-corporeal realm expert opened his eyes and saw Zichen several hundred meters away. He was still as calm as ever, but the expression of the beauty beside Zichen seemed to be a bit off. TCH, you want to kill us? Stop dreaming. Today is the day you die. If you beg for mercy, I'll consider slowly torturing you to death. That way, you'll be able to live a little longer. The mid-corporeal realm expert laughed complacently. His laughter echoed in this illusory world. It seemed very empty, very lonely, and also very lonely. The mid-corporeal realm expert felt very strange when he didn't hear any laughter of agreement. He looked to the side. He saw the four mid-corporeal realm experts standing there and silently staring at Zichen. Their expressions seemed to be a bit sluggish. The mid-corporeal realm expert didn't understand the four's actions and didn't notice the thin red line on their necks. He looked to the other side where the three late corporeal realm experts had been standing. However, the three of them had disappeared. When he turned around, he saw the three of them several hundred meters behind him. Their faces were somewhat pale. The corners of one of their eyes were even twitching, as if he was enduring some sort of pain. You guys! The mid-corporeal realm expert was puzzled. However, just as he opened his mouth, he heard a few more thumps coming from beside him. He decided to ignore these sounds and wanted to say a complete sentence at this moment. However, a head that rolled to his feet made him forcefully stop speaking. It was a human head, a mid-corporeal realm expert's head. And on the side, there was a corpse lying there. Then, he saw 3 more corpses. All 3 of them had their heads chopped off as well. When their bodies fell, their heads separated from their necks. The mid-corporeal realm expert was stunned at first before his expression changed drastically. This place that was originally extremely beautiful in his eyes seemed to have become extremely dangerous at this moment. Such a scene appeared in his mind. Chapter 1263. It was as if an illusion had flashed through his mind. The middle corporeal realm expert tried to fill in the gaps in his mind and came to the conclusion that it was impossible. His expression changed once again as fear rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" It was obvious that he didn't believe that a mere emptiness realm expert could do this. It must have been an outsider or some dangerous existence in this world that had made a move. Although there were many suspicious points, it was still better than believing that these people had all been killed by a single blow from an emptiness realm expert. Shang Guanhong looked at the middle corporeal realm expert, and his pale and frightened face, and suddenly felt that he was very funny. However, she couldn't laugh because everything that had just happened was indeed against common sense. Even she had only vaguely discovered the trajectory of Zichen's movement. Even the person involved, Zichen, was astonished by the attack just now. This was the first time he had fought in his own illusory world. He didn't expect it to be this strong. "This isn't a secret area at all. This is your illusory space. You discovered us a long time ago and were waiting for us here." A trembling voice rang out from behind the middle corporeal realm expert. The 3 late corporeal realm experts had already seen through the clues. "What? It's really you? How is this possible?" The middle corporeal realm expert's expression changed to one of shock. "The 3-meter space outside is your illusory space, but coming in here is like walking into a real world. There are also many kinds of laws here. Who are you?" Another late corporeal realm expert spoke, his voice clearly filled with shock. "Naturally, I'm the one who will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed towards the late corporeal realm expert. He was already extremely fast, so in his own illusory space, his speed had reached an extreme limit. The middle corporeal realm expert couldn't even see Zichen's figure. However, the late corporeal realm expert could sense Zichen's arrival. The 3 of them shouted and attacked together. Waves of energy surged in this illusory space, forming a storm around the 3 of them. The 3 of them stood at the very center of the storm and controlled it to spread out in all directions. The energy swirled and tore apart the power of the rules in the surroundings. This attack not only blocked Zichen, but also broke apart this illusory space. From the 3 of them's point of view, if they joined forces, they would naturally be able to block Zichen and break through this seemingly extraordinary illusory space. Under normal circumstances, the 3 of them were right. It was too easy for a late corporeal realm expert to break through a mid-virtual realm expert's world. However, this was Zichen's illusory space, which was created by the 3 pages of the Heavenly Tome. Breaking this world was equivalent to shattering the 3 pages of the Heavenly Tome. He didn't know if a domain realm expert had this ability, but the 3 late corporeal realm experts couldn't do it. Not only were the 3 unable to break through the illusory space, they couldn't even block Zichen's path. A stream of dazzling blade light cut through the storm and rushed towards a late corporeal realm expert in a straight line. Pooh! A saber light flashed, and a soft sound was heard. A severed arm flew up and was then crushed by the destructive power. The storm was also extinguished by this blade. The 3 of them had no time to be shocked. They could only retreat because Zichen was already in front of them. He glanced indifferently at the 3 retreating people. In his eyes, they were simply too slow. Zichen tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand. Then, he raised his blade forward. Almost at the same moment he lifted his foot, Zichen swung his blade down. He arrived in front of a late corporeal realm expert in a single step. The black blade then swept across his opponent's neck. A rule breaker accompanied the blade light as it chopped off the late corporeal realm expert's head. One of the 3 late corporeal realm experts had died because of this. The death of their comrade freed the other two. The two of them had already retreated several hundred meters. At the same time, they gripped their weapons tightly in their hands and mobilized the powerful energy within their bodies to attack a certain spot in the air. Boom! The two's attacks exploded at a certain point in the void. Such an attack could even break through the space of a mid-corporeal realm expert, and cause the space of a late corporeal realm expert to tremble violently. However, in Zichen's illusory space, only a slight tremor occurred at the spot where the attack had struck. It was as if this space was a real illusory world. How is this possible? The remaining two were shocked and horrified. Immediately after, the two of them opened their own realms and prepared to hide there. The current Zichen was simply too frightening. However, just as the two of them were about to open their realms, the illusory colored power of the rules enveloped the two of them. An enormous pressure pressed down on them, and the two of them discovered that they couldn't open their realms. Damn it, how can this be? I can't open my space. This illusory space is too strange. It can actually suppress the realms and prevent them from opening. This won't do. We have to think of a way to escape. At this moment, they had no chance of winning. The only thing they could think of was to survive and escape. The two of them believed that once they reached the outside world, they would definitely be able to kill Zichen. However, their only hope of escaping had been destroyed by Zichen's mysterious illusory space. They couldn't open their realms at all. The colorful light and power of the rules trapped the two of them like a giant net. The aura that was unique to the rules of destruction caused the two late corporeal stage experts to feel despair. On one side, the two late corporeal stage experts were clearly not far from death. On the other side, the mid-corporeal stage expert's attack on the illusory space was fruitless. When he saw Zichen easily kill a late corporeal stage expert, his heart was filled with despair. In his despair, he saw Sheng Guanhong. His face was filled with malevolence and madness. He shouted loudly and charged towards Sheng Guanhong. At this moment, he naturally didn't have any dirty thoughts in his heart. He only wanted to restrain his opponent and use her to threaten Zichen. In his opinion, since Zichen was together with such a beauty, the two of them must be in a relationship. He could sense that this woman was also at the mid-corporeal stage. However, as a member of the city's army, he had been carefully selected and his battle strength was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, he was confident that he could quickly restrain this woman. Sheng Guanhong calmly watched as the mid-corporeal stage expert approached. In the latter's eyes, it was obvious that this little beauty was scared silly. As he approached, he began to mobilize the power around his body. However, before he could launch an attack, a ray of light surged out from the woman's body. This was a ray of green light. It was mainly rich with life energy and was supplemented by other powers. If one were to release their spiritual senses to observe carefully, they would be able to detect that this attack, which was mainly rich with life energy, actually contained another 48 types of rules. Puff! With a soft sound, the green light directly entered the mid-corporeal stage expert's body. However, it didn't leave a wound on his body and he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. The mid-corporeal stage expert was stunned. However, his expression quickly turned malevolent once again. However, in the next moment, this malevolence completely froze. His body instantly turned green. Immediately after, his skin became dry and rough as if it had lost all moisture. Then, his skin cracked open like dry tree bark. In the next moment, a small two-leaved sapling emerged from the mid-corporeal stage expert's head. The moment it emerged, the mid-corporeal stage expert's boundless life energy converged towards the sapling. With the nourishment of this life energy, the sapling instantly grew larger. It was like a tree of life, spreading life energy in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, the little sapling had grown into a towering tree. The tree was lush with leaves and lush green. Every leaf emitted a green light and released the power of life. If it was paired with some fruits of life, this would be a living ancient tree of life. The mid-corporeal stage expert was the foundation of the ancient tree of life. His life energy had long since disappeared. Furthermore, His entire body had been assimilated by the ancient tree of life. The mid-corporeal stage expert had died in front of her eyes, but Shangguan Hong's beautiful face was still calm. It seemed that she had killed many people in this way. The seemingly beautiful and kind Shangguan Hong didn't even blink when she killed. It seemed that there wasn't a single kind person in the Jianwu continent. On one side, the battle had been easily resolved. On the other side, Zichen had also successfully killed 2 late corporeal stage experts. Since the corporeal stage was divided into 3 stages and the power within one's body increased by 10 times, a late corporeal stage law fragment was equivalent to 100 early corporeal stage law fragments. Converted into law fragments, it was equivalent to 1,000,000. As for a domain fragment, its value was equivalent to 100 late corporeal stage law fragments. This was based on the growth of the corporeal stage. The emptiness stage and earth stage experts did not receive such treatment. After the battle ended, Zichen turned around to look at Shangguan Hong. There was a clear fluctuation on his calm face. As the ruler of this world, he was naturally aware of everything that had just happened. Shangguan Hong had used a type of law power that Zichen was very familiar with. In fact, he also possessed it. It was the law of nature. He hadn't expected Shangguan Hong to have comprehended the complete law of nature. Moreover, she was incomparably skilled in using it. She had long since grasped the essence of the law of nature. Although Zichen had also comprehended the law of nature, he had only used it as a springboard to comprehend the law of destruction. In this way, Zichen was like an amateur who knew all the rules in the arena. On the other hand, Shangguan Hong was a professional who had spent her entire life studying the law of nature. Shangguan Hong had a very deep understanding of the law of nature. Her killing methods were even more unique. Just as he was putting away the corpse and walking over, Shangguan Hong suddenly spoke. "This tree of life is for you." At this moment, only an ancient tree could be seen. The face of the corporeal realm expert was no longer clear. However, if one looked closely, they would still be able to see some clues. Shangguan Hong continued. "Although this cannot compare to the ancient tree of life, it contains an extremely rich life force. It can save a life at a critical moment. You can raise it in your world." No matter what, his opponent was still a human. Although she was dead, she was still a dead person in his world. Zichen had killed countless people, but he would always process and refine the corpses every time. He had never seen a corpse grow like this before, so he was somewhat conflicted. He shook his head. Shangguan Hong did not insist. She immediately opened her own corporeal realm and stored the tree inside. Chapter 1264. Shangguan Hong was dressed in white, without a single speck of dust on her. Her waist was slender, her figure was slender, and her face was beautiful. She could be considered a very, very beautiful person. Even if she stood next to Shangguan Yue, Su Mengyao, Wang Xianer, and the others, she wouldn't pale in comparison. However, at this moment, Zichen would rather that she was a man than a beautiful woman. This was because the moment Shangguan Hong opened her reality space, he saw the scene inside and felt a chill in his heart. He didn't see the entire reality space, only a small area, like the corner of a huge iceberg. It was a world dominated by green, and the entire world was filled with a rich aura of life. Besides the natural laws, there was also a large forest that formed this aura of life. The trees in the forest contained a rich life force. There were tall and short trees, and the aura of life was strong and weak. However, if one looked closely, one could still make out a vague human face on these trees. Obviously, these trees were the same as the one in front of him. They were all left behind by Shangguan Hong to save his life. However, a woman actually kept so many corpses in her own reality space. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Zichen's emotions fluctuated, and his aura changed. After putting away the trees, Shangguan Hong looked at Zichen and smiled. "This is my secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Her smile had a hint of charm, and the tone of her voice was like a couple flirting with each other. Her gentle words circled around his ears, and at this moment, she was so beautiful and moving. However, Zichen's mind was filled with the corpses and trees. The beautiful Shang Guanhong in front of him was judged as a femme fatale in his heart. Zichen decided that he had to keep his distance from her. Otherwise, if he accidentally provoked her one day and turned into a tree, it would be troublesome. The trouble has been dealt with. Can we go now? Seeing that Zichen didn't move forward, Shang Guanhong asked. Let's go. Zichen smiled, but his smile seemed a little unnatural. The two of them reappeared in the real world. Shang Guanhong looked at Zichen and smiled, and the two of them walked forward. Zichen didn't know if it was because he was paying too much attention, but he noticed that Shang Guanhong seemed to have gotten closer to him when they were walking. As they walked on the uneven mountain road, the two of them often touched each other's skin. However, when Zichen thought back to the previous scene, Zichen felt as if he had been stabbed by a poisonous needle the moment his skin touched hers. At this moment, Zichen completely regarded Shang Guanhong as a femme fatale who could only be seen from afar. He wondered what she would think if she knew about this. In Huping City, discussions about the Void Tree continued to heat up. Almost all the places where cultivators gathered in restaurants and inns were paying attention to the news of the Void Tree auction. However, there were also some people who did not care about this. For example, the captain of the city's army, Zhou Chong, had a father and a grandfather. Both of them needed the Void Tree. Even if there was one, it would not be his turn. The military discipline of the city's army was very strict, so he could not lower himself to deal with Zichen for no reason. He could only rely on others. After receiving accurate information, someone chased after him. There should be news now. Soon, Zhou Chang's communication bead vibrated. It was a message from his good friend, the captain. The content of the message was very simple. He said that he had found Zichen and would be able to deal with him soon. After reading the content of the message, Zhou Chong smiled. He wanted to kill Zichen, but he wanted Zichen's precious treasure even more. Although he was a captain now, he was not the strongest among the late-stage captains in the city. However, once he obtained those wings, he believed that he would be the strongest among the captains. He might even be the strongest person in Huping City who was not from the domain. This was also his plan. He wanted to obtain Zichen's wings first. Thus, during this time, he did not look for Wang Jun to discuss the merging of the jade pieces. It was as if the two of them had forgotten about this matter and did not meet. Zhou Chong fantasized about everything that would happen after he obtained the wings. Time passed as he fantasized. After a long time, Zhou Chong felt that something was wrong and sent a message to the other party. Such a long time should be enough to deal with Zichen. However, there was still no news. Zhou Chong began to let his imagination run wild. Of course, it could only be that the other party had run away with the wings. However, that was also impossible because 3 people had gone. Although it was easier to do things with more people, they could still monitor each other. After sending a dozen messages without receiving a reply, Zhou Chong felt that something was wrong. He ordered someone to check the life plates and see if there was anything unusual. Soon, the person who went out returned and told Zhou Chong that all the life plates had shattered. What? It's broken? This result caused Zhou Chong to be shocked. Immediately after, his expression turned ugly. Dead. They were all dead. A total of 8 people had gone. They had all been arranged by Zhou Chong. However, no matter how he looked at it, they should have been able to kill Zichen. Why were they the ones who had died? Zhou Chong waved his hand, indicating that the other party should leave. He sat alone in the hall and pondered quietly. However, he could not figure out why this had happened. After sitting in silence for about 2 hours, Zhou Chang's slightly listless eyes lit up. He said indifferently, "Men!" An early transcendent realm expert entered the hall. "Send someone to sell a piece of news near Hunter's Castle. Tell them that Zichen is in the Spirit Hunter mountain range and that they should pay attention to his whereabouts," Zhou Chong said indifferently. The early transcendent realm expert nodded and left. Soon, a virtual realm expert went to sell the news. Not long after, the news about Zichen in the Spirit Hunter mountain range spread. The Spirit Hunter mountain range was where Zichen was. Many hunters would go there to hunt beasts. This result was not surprising. Thinking about the battle back then and the affirmative words given by the domain expert, many people started to have other thoughts. Then, they set off for the Spirit Hunter mountain range. Hunter's Castle was also very concerned about the news about Zichen. Soon, this news passed through the layers and reached many managers. Got it. After hearing the news, Ling Xing just waved his hand indifferently. He did not seem to care at all. The wings on Zichen's body were indeed good stuff. They were very similar to the thing that could unleash the fastest speed in the world. However, the more this kind of thing was, the more restrictions it had. It was almost useless to the domain expert. Therefore, the domain expert would not break off relations with Hunter's Castle because of a useless item. As for the others, they might not be able to deal with Zichen. After hearing the news, Lord Wu just asked people to continue to pay attention to it. He did not say anything else. Obviously, he also thought highly of Zichen. What? Someone is selling information about Zichen? Ming Chu frowned slightly when he heard the news. Yes, the news clearly states that Zichen is in the Spirit Hunter mountain range. Did you find out who sent the news? Ming Chu asked. Not yet, but if you investigate carefully, you should be able to find out. Ming Chu waved his hand and said, It's not a big deal. Don't waste your energy investigating. As for Zichen, you just need to pay attention to him. Don't ask about anything else. Of course, you don't need to remind him. Just consider this a test for him. The hunter nodded and left. In addition to Ming Chu, there was another young man in the room. His eyes had strange vertical pupils and there was a red mark between his eyebrows. He looked very evil. While Ming Chu was talking, the young man kept playing with the dagger in his hand. The dagger jumped between his fingers. Is it that Zichen? The young man asked after the outsider left. Who else could it be? Ming Chu said in annoyance. I want to see how an emptiness realm expert can spend 10 billion resources. If he is too weak, I don't mind borrowing his wings to play with. That thing is like adding wings to a tiger, the young man said calmly. Ming Chu frowned and warned the young man. You should know the rules of Hunter's Castle. Don't mess around. The evil young man put away the dagger and said, I know. Of course I know. I can't fight with my own people. However, I am very curious about him. He can get the mark when he is only in the emptiness realm. Compared to him, he is slightly stronger than me. Seeing that the evil young man was about to leave, Ming Chu asked, Where are you going? I am going to see that guy called Zichen. If he is dead, I can collect his body and take back his wings. However, it is better for such a person to die. Otherwise, he will need more resources from Hunter's Castle to break through in the future. At that time, who will be able to supply him? You don't have to worry about this. You don't have to go. With Shang Guanhong following him, he should be fine. Sister Hong is going. The evil young man's eyes flashed with an evil light and said, Then I should go. After saying that, the evil young man left directly. Ming Chu shook his head and did not say anything. In the Spirit Hunter mountain range, Zichen and Shang Guanhong were still going deep. This time, Zichen's goal was to kill spirit-level beasts. Obtaining resources was part of the reason, but adapting to his new power was also a very important reason. Putting aside the scene of the femme fatale, Shang Guanhong was actually a good person. Along the way, she explained a lot of things about beasts to Zichen. There were many kinds of beasts, including some powerful races. Shang Guanhong used some beasts as an example, and then she looked at the black eagle. After careful observation, she found that the black eagle was unusual and asked, This is a storm eagle. Someone had already said that the black eagle was a storm eagle. Zichen also knew about it, so he nodded. Storm eagle, it is really a storm eagle. I didn't expect you to have a beast of this level. How did you tame it? I almost misjudged it. Shang Guanhong had seen the black eagle several times, but she had never paid attention to it. She thought it was just a demon beast. Until today, when they talked about beasts, she found it strange. Zichen told her what happened between him and the black eagle, and finally said, "This can't be considered taming it. We are friends who get to know each other through fighting. I didn't expect there to be such a thing, but this is indeed a way to tame beasts. If you have the spirit communication technique, it will be even easier." Spirit communication technique, is it a technique to control beasts? Zichen asked doubtfully. Chapter 1265. Summoning technique is a kind of talent that will awaken when a baby is born. It is also unique to the Zhanwu continent. It can be regarded as an extremely powerful magical ability. Every person who awakens summoning technique is destined to become a powerful beast tamer. Once discovered by a force, they will be focused on training. In history, there have been endless killings caused by beast tamers. They have proven the power of summoning technique time and time again. When encountering such an existence, you must try to befriend them and never provoke them. After talking about some more beasts, Shang Guanhong began to explain some strange existences on the Zhanwu continent. "Are there many of them?" Zichen asked. "Not many, but the appearance of one is enough to make people afraid," Zichen said again. "Beast tamers are so powerful as you said. There shouldn't be any in Huping City. Since this kind of existence is so rare, it won't be easy to meet one." Shang Guanhong nodded first. She agreed with Zichen's statement. Beast tamers were indeed rare. Then she smiled mysteriously. "That makes sense. Others may not meet one, but you will definitely meet one." "Why?" "Because there is a beast tamer in Hunter's Castle. This is a secret. Very few people know about it, but I happen to know about it, and have even met him once. There really is one." Zichen looked a little surprised. "He was discovered by Hunter's Castle a long time ago. Before he grew up, he was brought to the castle and began to be trained. It is said that a lot of resources have been spent, but he has never appeared in front of the world. As soon as he appears, he must have the same token mark as you and me. Doesn't that mean that he was recognized when he was at a very low realm?" Zichen asked. "That's true, but it's not the same. You and I are outsiders. Although we are the core members of Hunter's Castle, there are always some differences between us and those who have been trained since childhood. However, the differences are not big, and there is no obvious difference in resources." After walking for a while, the two decided to stop. Since there was a beast tamer in the Zhanwu continent, it was obvious that there would be other mysterious existences. Zichen was very curious about this, so he asked, "Among the senior hunters in Hunter's Castle, other than the beast tamer, who else is there?" Shang Guanhong glanced at Zichen and said, "This is already considered to be probing the secrets of Hunter's Castle, but it's not a big deal. These people will be born in the end. Besides the beast tamer, I know of two others. One is the undying Wu Xie, and the other is Manshur. I don't know much about Manshur, but this person has a huge build. I think he should focus on defense. I've never seen him before. As for Wu Xie..." Speaking of this person, Shang Guanhong's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly, as if she didn't know how to describe him. After thinking for a while, she said, "This person is very strange. He does things according to his personal preferences. There is no distinction between good and evil in his heart. The most important thing is his undying body. This is the foundation of his arrogance and arrogance. With an undying body, no one can kill him." This was the second time Zichen had heard of an undying body. The first time was when he was facing the Supreme Demon. At that time, the other party mistakenly thought that Zichen's flame of life was an undying body. However, Zichen knew that he wasn't an undying body. At this moment, when he heard that there really was an undying body, he was very surprised. Shang Guanhong then said, "This person is very dangerous. You'd better not meet him." Shang Guanhong only knew of these three people, but it was obvious that none of them were mortals. Compared to them, Shang Guanhong only comprehended the laws of nature and seemed to be the weakest. However, Zichen didn't believe that Shang Guanhong, who was valued by Hunter's Castle, would be so simple. Zichen had previously thought that he was almost invincible in the reality realm. Now that he heard of these three people, his thoughts were somewhat shaken. What realms are they at? Zichen asked. Although the two sides hadn't met before and didn't have any grudges, it was still good to know some things in advance. Reality realm. They are currently at this realm, so they haven't appeared in the world yet. As for their specific realms, I'm not too sure, but I think they should be about the same as me. Almost all of them are at the middle realm, Shang Guanhong said after thinking for a moment. The sound of flapping wings suddenly rang out. The black eagle had returned. Ah! The black eagle screeched, conveying some kind of message to Zichen. Recently, Shang Guanhong's sharp senses had detected a large number of human cultivators in the surroundings. Feeling that something was amiss, Zichen sent the black eagle to investigate. What? You're saying that these people's target is me? Zichen asked, very puzzled. The black eagle nodded. It was obvious that it had heard the human conversation during this period. Why me? Since when do I have so many enemies? Shang Guanhong said. Of course you don't have that many enemies, but there are a lot of people who have designs on you. I think that their purpose for coming here should be the wings on your body. As for their whereabouts, it should be the military communication beads in the city that you killed that sent back the news, and then it was leaked by the people there. Zichen nodded when he heard this, then fell into silence. This time, he was here to gain experience. Whether it was killing spirit beasts or people, it was all the same. However, in addition to gaining experience, Zichen also needed to find a way to grow in battle. This was because ever since he absorbed 10 billion resources last time, Zichen found that he could no longer absorb the power of these laws. His body seemed to have reached a state of saturation and no longer needed power. He obviously hadn't encountered a bottleneck yet, but his strength wasn't growing. So far, Zichen hadn't found a way to break through. Sensing the murderous intent surging from Zichen's body, Shang Guanhong knew what Zichen was thinking and asked, "How do you want to kill this time? The void space is my last resort. I don't want to expose it yet. Moreover, there are obviously a lot of people this time, so I'll just kill them outside." The two didn't deliberately wait for the pursuers to arrive, but continued to go deeper. Along the way, Zichen would step forward and beat up general-level warbeasts. If he encountered spirit-level warbeasts, Zichen would rely on his own strength to fight them, and then kill them. If a spirit-level warbeast was sold in Huping City, its value would be as high as several million, and some would even exceed 10 million. Although Zichen didn't need resources at the moment, it didn't mean that he wouldn't need them in the future. Moreover, even if he didn't need them, the Black Eagle would still use them. 3 days later, the first team to go deep found Zichen. Under normal circumstances, a corporeal realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill a spirit-level warbeast. It would even be very difficult to kill a general-level warbeast. Therefore, those who dared to come here to train were either very strong or in groups. After receiving the message from Huping City, they began to look for Zichen. As the first team of cultivators found Zichen, other cultivators would soon arrive through the communication bead. And Zichen's battle would begin at this moment. 1 late corporeal realm cultivator and 6 mid-corporeal realm cultivators. Such a team dares to come here to die, Zichen said indifferently when he saw the 7 approaching corporeal realm cultivators. Shang Guanhong glanced at Zichen and said, "Such a team isn't weak. They can even defeat a spirit-level warbeast. It's just that you're too strong. However, don't be careless. This is the real world, and these people's combat power is still very strong." The 7 people were very confident. When they came, they surrounded them. Obviously, they didn't plan to let anyone go. Zichen glanced at the Black Eagle on his shoulder. The latter tactfully jumped to Shang Guanhong's side. "Zichen, hand over the wings obediently. We can give you a quick death." As they approached, one of the mid-corporeal realm cultivators spoke, directly revealing their intentions. Although he didn't think that Zichen would be willing to hand over the wings, it was still appropriate to say a few words. After all, they weren't assassins. They couldn't do something like killing someone without saying a word. Moreover, a few words would be enough to probe Zichen's strength. "Let's fight." Zichen responded indifferently, then rushed towards one of the mid-corporeal realm cultivators. The energy around him began to surge. He was only at the peak of the mid-corporeal realm. Seeing Zichen rush over without using the wings, the mid-corporeal realm cultivator's face immediately filled with disdain. Because he had the advantage in numbers, he didn't use any weapons. Instead, he gathered the power of space in his fist and punched at Zichen. Zichen also punched at the same time. The surface of the golden fist carried the power of destruction. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud explosion. The energy began to violently vibrate and spread with the two at the center. The mid-corporeal realm cultivator felt as if he had been rammed by a spirit-grade beast. An enormous force spread out, and the power wrapped around his fist instantly collapsed. Then, the enormous force passed through his fist and into his arm. The sound of bones cracking continuously rang out. The mid-corporeal realm cultivator was sent flying. His expression was filled with shock as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that he would be the one to be completely defeated in a clash of an entire realm. The battle instantly broke out after the exchange. Various kinds of energy appeared in the sky. Zichen relied on his extreme speed and fists to wander among the mid-corporeal realm cultivators. After a few punches, 6 mid-corporeal realm cultivators were sent flying one after another. As for the late corporeal realm cultivator, he sent Zichen flying after colliding with Zichen. However, when the flying Zichen approached once again, a black blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade and charged towards the late corporeal realm cultivator. The two weapons collided in the sky, causing an intense energy shockwave. The mid-corporeal realm cultivators watched in shock. Zichen was actually not at a disadvantage. This discovery shocked and horrified them. One had to know that Zichen had yet to use his wings. Once he did, his battle strength would be even greater. It was only at this moment that they truly understood how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. Every one of them began to feel the urge to retreat. However, how could Zichen let them escape? One had to know that a mid-corporeal realm cultivator was worth 100,000 spirit stones on the surface. If they were to include the mid-corporeal weapon they had, their value would be even higher. Of course, if he encountered a spirit-grade weapon, then it would be Zichen's bad luck. That thing would follow its master to death. The mid-corporeal realm cultivators wanted to escape, but Zichen was prepared to kill them. A resplendent silver light appeared on his back, and the 6-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. With the appearance of the thunder wings, his strength also skyrocketed. He went from the mid-corporeal realm to the early corporeal realm. Behind him was a 3-meter corporeal realm cultivator. He gripped his blade, flapped his wings, and charged towards the first mid-corporeal realm cultivator. Chapter 1266. When Zichen was at the early stage of the illusory realm, he had been able to slaughter mid-stage corporeal realm experts with the help of his lightning wings. This time, he had stayed in Heaven Number 1 for a year and consumed 10 billion worth of resources. His battle strength had greatly increased, making it easy for him to slaughter mid-stage corporeal realm experts. The pitch-black blade light flashed 6 times in the sky above Zichen. 6 mid-stage corporeal realm experts collapsed in pools of blood. This scene happened in a short instant. The last late-stage corporeal realm expert's expression changed drastically because of Zichen's effortless slaughter. He had a bad feeling. Regret grew in his heart, and the thought of escaping grew in his mind. Zichen's speed was something he had never seen before in his life. Escaping from him was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, the late-stage corporeal realm expert already had a plan in mind when he decided to escape. He immediately opened up his own reality space and prepared to hide inside. As for the coordinates, It was obvious that no one knew except for him. He only needed a thought to open up his own reality space and enter it in a flash. Even with Zichen's speed, he could not stop the other party. The late-stage corporeal realm expert glanced at Zichen before he disappeared. The fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by a mocking sneer at the corner of his mouth. He had already spread the news that a large number of corporeal realm experts would soon gather here and join forces to kill Zichen. He believed that Zichen would die. The late-stage corporeal realm expert disappeared and entered his own world. He did not notice that Zichen's indifferent expression had turned into a mocking one in the next moment. The moment the late-stage corporeal realm expert disappeared, Zichen took a step forward and flashed to the place where the latter had just disappeared. Then, Zichen stood up and raised his blade. The pitch-black blade suddenly released a dazzling light. This light was divided into two colors, gold and silver. The power of laws flowed within it. Shang Guanhong stood in the distance and watched Zichen raise his blade. His expression was so solemn, and his body was filled with a powerful aura. He appeared to be incomparably confident. At this moment, he was like a giant of heaven and earth, looking down on the world. The blade lit up with a dazzling light as rays of light of laws changed on the blade. Shang Guanhong's beautiful face was immediately filled with shock. She could see the shadow of many laws on Zichen's long saber. These rules were the rules of Zichen's virtual realm. They flashed with a strange light, and then began to change based on the gold and silver colors. Shang Guanhong saw many laws, many powerful laws of the world. For example, the law of nature, the law of life, the law of good and evil, the law of slaughter. These laws were constantly changing, and it was as if they were undergoing some sort of evolution. The nature and functions of these laws were slowly changing, and in the end, many laws fused and transformed into a single type of law. This was a rule that Shang Guanhong had never seen before. The moment this rule appeared, she had an illusion that this was no longer the rule of the Jianwu continent, but another rule that had never appeared in the world. Her perception was very sharp. With the help of the natural laws, she could detect many different things. She sensed that the laws on the surface of Zichen's saber had an aura that made people shudder. This aura came from the omnipotent destructive aura of the laws. In the next moment, Zichen's saber slashed at the void in front of him. The void trembled as the destructive law gushed out from the tip of the saber, and shot towards the void in front of him. In an instant, a crack appeared in the void. It was as if a world had been split open. A black hole appeared in front of Zichen. The black hole was a passageway. On the other side of the passageway stood a person. It was the late corporeal stage expert from before. The ridicule on the latter's face had yet to dissipate when it was frozen by Zichen's saber. This scene was clearly unexpected and unbelievable. However, what was even more unexpected was that Zichen had actually flashed into the space of the late corporeal stage expert with his saber in hand. He had entered the latter's domain. Shang Guanhong wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She had just flashed to the place where the void had been split open, but the space had already closed up. Even she could not sense the coordinates of the late corporeal stage expert in a short period of time. Zichen had given her a lot of shock along the way. Although she knew that Zichen was very strong and had a very meticulous mind, she was still clearly worried when she saw that Zichen had actually taken the initiative to enter the small world of the late corporeal stage expert. 3 breaths passed while she waited anxiously. 3 breaths later, the void suddenly split open again a few hundred meters away from Shang Guanhong. Immediately after, a sorry figure rushed out. "Are you even human?" A panicked voice rang out as the figure rushed out. It was the late corporeal stage expert. He had actually abandoned his own world of his own accord and started to flee. Shang Guanhong stared blankly at the fleeing figure with a face full of fear and panic. Suddenly, another saber light shot out from the void. The destructive aura within this saber light was very obvious. Zichen once again broke into the world of the late corporeal stage expert with his saber and rushed out. He flapped his thunder wings and chased after the fleeing late corporeal stage expert. The two of them quickly disappeared from Shang Guanhong's line of sight, one chasing the other. Although she still had some confidence in Zichen, she never imagined that things would end up like this. This is too scary. He's only at the mid-illusory stage. Even if he has wings, he's still at the early corporeal stage. However, he managed to scare a late corporeal stage expert and make him run away. Shang Guanhong faintly sighed. Zichen's figure quickly appeared in her line of sight. It was obvious that the battle was over. The late corporeal stage expert was dead. A person at the level of a large captain of the city army had died just like that. Zichen seemed to be in a pretty good mood after returning. Although he didn't like killing people, he had gained quite a lot from it. Zichen was very satisfied with this result. What do we do now? Are we still going to go deeper? Shang Guanhong asked. She was the guide of the two, but most of the time, she had to ask for Zichen's opinion. Zichen shook his head and said, No, we've already been exposed. Let's just wait here. Just stand here and wait. Shang Guanhong asked again. No, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat while we wait. As he spoke, Zichen's figure descended from the sky and found a pool of water. He took out a large piece of spirit-grade beast meat from his spirit ring and began to wash it. Shang Guanhong was a little startled when she saw Zichen's serious expression. However, when she thought about Zichen's battle strength and the confidence that filled his indifference, she didn't have anything to worry about. This time, her main goal was to bring Zichen out to gain experience. Of course, Elder Ling also wanted her to act as a bodyguard and protect Zichen. However, along the way, she seemed to have discovered that Zichen didn't need any protection at all. More importantly, Zichen's barbecue skills were quite good. She was born in the Jianwu continent, so her cultivation speed was very fast. Coupled with the special circumstances of the Jianwu continent, she had almost never left the city before the Earth realm, let alone gain experience and eat barbecue in the wild. After the Earth realm, she went out a few times, but there were people protecting her. At best, she went out to see the scenery. It was the same when she was in the virtual realm. It wasn't until she broke through to the reality realm that she had freedom. Usually, when she went out, she would learn from those cultivators and barbecue in the wild. However, compared to Zichen, who had hundreds or even thousands of years of barbecue skills, her skills were really weak. Moreover, Zichen's seriousness and concentration when he was barbecuing was also very attractive. Shang Guanhong found that she was a little distracted, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. The large piece of barbecue gradually changed color, and grease appeared on the surface. The grease began to drip down, falling on the charcoal below and turning into fire snakes. Zichen was very serious about barbecuing. Every time a fire snake appeared, he would move the barbecue away, not letting the fire snake touch it at all. Under the pure high temperature of the barbecue, Zichen's barbecue not only looked good, but also tasted delicious without any smoke. Coupled with the delicate texture of the spirit-grade beast meat, it could be called a perfect masterpiece. During this time, Zichen took out a bottle of wine from another world. Eating good food, drinking good wine, and looking at beautiful women. This kind of life was naturally very pleasant. It wasn't known whether Zichen was thinking this or not, but the people who came later couldn't help but feel jealous when they saw this warm scene. The sound of something breaking through the air constantly rang out. This time, many corporeal realm cultivators had come. Moreover, they knew that Zichen had once slaughtered early corporeal realm cultivators, so those who dared to come this time were mostly mid and late corporeal realm cultivators. As for early corporeal realm cultivators, they hid in the distance, waiting for a chance to pick up some scraps. When these people arrived, the first thing they smelled was the rich aroma of the barbecue. When they saw Shang Guanhong below, they immediately felt that she was a feast for the eyes. At the same time, they appeared indifferent on the surface, but in their hearts, they were secretly envious and jealous of Zichen. The barbecue meat was placed on a special plate. With the beauty beside him, Zichen naturally ate in a very refined manner. On the other side, Shang Guanhong was also chewing and swallowing slowly. There was flowing water, mountain rocks, green scenery, and most importantly, a beautiful woman. This scene was quiet and peaceful. It was a very beautiful picture. Only the black eagle wolfing down the food beside him slightly ruined the scenery. More and more corporeal realm cultivators arrived in the sky and gradually surrounded Zichen from all directions. However, Zichen seemed not to have noticed and continued eating. These corporeal realm cultivators didn't immediately attack after they appeared. They looked down at Zichen indifferently, only occasionally swallowing their saliva to show that Zichen's barbecue was indeed delicious. Just smelling the aroma was enough to make people drool. Another group of cultivators arrived in the distance, but they didn't come forward. The leader was the captain of Huping City's Zhou family, Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong had arrived with a group of city guards. These city guards had all concealed their identities and revealed themselves as hunters. Humph, this kid's luck with women is not bad. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Zhou Chang's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Shang Guanhong. He snorted and watched coldly from the side, not coming forward. On the other side, a young man appeared on a big tree. The young man had a pair of vertical pupils and a red mark between his eyebrows. He looked very sinister. When he saw Shang Guanhong sitting opposite Zichen in the distance, and eating quietly, a cold light flashed in his vertical pupils. He felt extremely uncomfortable, and at the same time, he detested Zichen to the extreme. Let me see what you've got. The red mark between his eyebrows began to tremble in the next moment. Then, it slowly expanded, revealing an eye inside. It was also a vertical pupil. Following that, a formless ray of light shot out from the vertical pupil. This ray of light shot straight towards Zichen. Chapter 1267. Zichen turned around and only saw a large tree. Apart from that, he saw nothing else. However, Zichen did not believe that it was an illusion. Immediately after, two beams of light shot out from his eyes. These were two materialized beams of light, one gold, and one silver. They were the yin-yang eyes. However, under the yin-yang eyes, Zichen still did not notice anything out of the ordinary. What's wrong? Shang Guanhong asked when she sensed that something was wrong with Zichen's expression. She did not see Zichen use the yin-yang eyes. The others saw it, and in an instant, they had an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. The yin-yang eye gave them a very strange feeling. Not discovering anything did not mean that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Zichen, who was originally confident and calm, was still full of confidence at this moment. However, there was an additional sense of vigilance. This vigilance was for the surrounding environment, and also for the many freaks of the warring martial continent. In this mysterious and dangerous world, one needed to be constantly vigilant. He had wanted to wait a little longer, but now he did not. He knew that an existence that was a threat to him had arrived. Following that, Zichen stood up and the black blade appeared in his hand. In another direction, the sinister youth's figure appeared. There was a hint of surprise on his sinister face. What sharp senses! I was almost discovered. What was that just now? Was it also an innate eye technique? He took out his blade. Is he about to attack? Zhou Chong also saw Zichen with a blade. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a sneer. He knew that a great battle was about to unfold. Everyone be careful. Remember, our goal is to take advantage of the chaos to kill Zichen and seize the final wings. Zhou Chong reminded them. The others nodded one after another, and then prepared for battle. Around the dome of the sky, more and more realms gathered. However, they did not make a move. The most fundamental reason for this was that the people who came were not familiar with each other. No one was willing to be the first to attack and let others take advantage of them. Further away, there were even more realms gathered. Most of them were early stage or people who knew their limits. When Zichen took out his blade, everyone's expressions became cautious. However, they still did not make a move. At this time, because there were too many people, no one made a sound. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. Zichen scanned his surroundings indifferently with his blade in hand. Then, his gaze landed on a mid-stage corporeal realm expert. In this battle, his first slash would begin from his opponent's body. This mid-corporeal realm expert was wearing a defensive armor that was worth millions. The weapon in his hand was also of high quality. It seemed that he was doing quite well. He had participated in many battles, big and small, and had killed countless people. But for some reason, when Zichen's indifferent eyes swept over him, his heart suddenly trembled. On the boulder on the ground, Zichen's figure trembled slightly before an illusory figure appeared in the next moment. "They're making their move!" A loud shout came from the crowd, but not everyone rushed towards Zichen to kill him. Instead, they scattered in all directions. The illusory figure took on a strange shape and speed as it soared into the air, passing through the crowd and charging towards the middle stage corporeal realm expert. Ah! The sudden sense of danger in his heart made him realize that Zichen had locked onto him. Therefore, he let out a loud shout and slashed forward with his weapon. At the same time, the defensive armor around his body began to glow, forming a dark corporeal light barrier. Poof! The pitch-black blade light quickly passed through the corporeal realm expert's attack and landed on his body first. A soft sound came from the light barrier as it was cut open by the blade light. Then, the black blade appeared and swept past the opponent's neck. It was another slash. The crowd who had just dodged felt somewhat apprehensive as they stared at the headless corpse spurting blood. The middle stage corporeal realm experts in particular felt an icy chill on their necks. They had moved aside because they wanted to see how strong Zichen's first attack was and make some adjustments to deal with it. However, they had never imagined that he would be able to cut off the head of a middle-stage corporeal realm expert with just one attack. The middle-stage corporeal realm experts felt a chill in their hearts as cold sweat began to form on their hands that were tightly gripping their weapons. If a person wearing a defensive armor had been cut down by a single slash, then those who were not wearing any defensive armor felt even more fear in their hearts. The corpse fell from the sky, but Zichen did not have the time to pick it up. His cold gaze swept the surroundings once again. This time, many of the middle-stage corporeal realm experts subconsciously took a step back and held their weapons horizontally in front of their chests. The thunder wings on Zichen's back unfurled as the aura around him began to soar. A 3-meter-wide corporeal space formed behind him. A 3-meter-wide corporeal space was really too small, but it was very eye-catching. At this moment, many people who had only heard rumors and had never seen Zichen with their own eyes finally believed in the miraculous abilities of the wings. The evil-looking youth stood on a large tree in the distance. When he saw Zichen cut down a middle-stage corporeal realm expert with one slash, an evil smile appeared on his face. "Not bad speed, and your attack power isn't." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped. His expression changed because at this moment, Zichen had revealed his wings. This caused his pupils to abruptly shrink. However, what caused his expression to change was that Zichen's speed had increased several times after he revealed his wings. He could only see a blurry shadow with his naked eye. Moreover, the shadow was intermittent, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was impossible for him to catch sight of Zichen's true body. This speed had already far surpassed his own by several times. Just this speed alone was enough to make Zichen invincible. The evil-looking youth's expression suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to see what Zichen's true body looked like in such a situation. He wanted to see what kind of footwork Zichen used, but he was also worried that Zichen would sense him. He was somewhat hesitant. While he was hesitating, Zichen had already flashed past the 3 middle-stage corporeal realm experts. Every time Zichen's flickering figure appeared, there would be a flash of black saber light that would cut off a person's head. "This is the fastest speed in the world." The evil-looking youth did not open the vertical pupil between his brows in the end. He did not want to be discovered by Zichen, or perhaps he did not want to expose himself so early. He knew from Ming Chu that Zichen's speed was very likely the fastest in the world. Now that he saw it, even the arrogant youth could not help but sigh in his heart. "It's said that the fastest speed in the world is exclusive to the Lei clan." Now that he has the Thunder Wings, his speed has reached an extreme. But isn't the Lei clan in another prefecture? Why is this Lei clan member here? The evil-looking youth frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. He understood the use of the Thunder Wings the moment he saw Zichen. However, not everyone knew some ancient secrets, and not everyone had extraordinary eyesight. The Thunder Wings were indeed a priceless treasure, but only in Zichen's hands. It was a true priceless treasure. If it were someone else who wasn't from the Thunder Clan, the value of this priceless treasure would be greatly reduced, but it would still be a priceless treasure. Corpses fell from the sky one after another as heads flew into the air. Zichen relied on the fastest speed in the world and borrowed the power of space to appear and disappear from time to time. In the eyes of a mid-corporeal realm expert, the speed Zichen was currently displaying was equivalent to teleportation. They could not detect or grasp his movements at all. In the face of the elusive Zichen, they could only passively defend. However, this defense was nothing in front of Zichen. A single slash of his blade would break through their defenses and the black blade would cut off their heads. This was a very simple battle. It was just that the speed was so fast that many people could not see it clearly. However, if everyone's speed was slowed down by 1,000 times, they would see that the thunder wings on Zichen's back were flapping and his feet were moving along with them. A mysterious power of space was created between the two of them, causing Zichen's speed to increase. However, Zichen was not teleporting. He was still moving forward, one step at a time. It was just that his speed was faster. After slowing down his movements, Zichen looked like he was running quickly, but the movements of the others were even slower. It was as if a slow spell had been cast on them, or as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Every small movement of theirs had to be paused. Zichen, on the other hand, simply walked over and slashed down with his blade, killing one person. It was that simple. Naturally, Zichen's speed could not be slowed down. Therefore, this simple battle continued at an extremely fast speed. All the mid-corporeal realm experts present were scared out of their wits by Zichen's killing technique. At this moment, they no longer had the will to fight, only endless coldness and fear. They began to retreat and flee. All mid-corporeal realm experts retreat. At the same time, a series of loud shouts rang out. These shouts came from the late corporeal realm experts. They were not afraid of Zichen. Instead, they were infuriated by Zichen's method of killing. As for the mid-corporeal realm experts, not only were they unable to help, they were even hindering them. The mid-corporeal realm experts began to retreat. After Zichen chased after a few more people, many late corporeal realm experts surrounded him and blocked his path. The real battle had just begun. The evil-looking youth's expression did not change, but there seemed to be some kind of expectation in his eyes. A trace of worry appeared on Sheng Guanhong's face. Zhou Chong, on the other hand, had a look of ridicule on his face after his initial shock. He was already prepared to take advantage of the situation. Kill! Battle cries rang out from the heavens and the earth. Numerous spatial forces pressed down on Zichen. Zichen was not afraid of a late corporeal realm expert at all. Moreover, the spatial pressure did not affect Zichen's speed at all. However, there were many late corporeal realm experts around him. The spatial pressure greatly affected Zichen's speed. Then, the late corporeal realm experts charged forward. Numerous attacks arrived. Multicolored energy attacks with terrifying auras swept through the area and rushed towards Zichen. Zichen dodged once again. As he dodged, he rushed towards a late corporeal realm expert. Clang! After passing through the layers of attacks, Zichen arrived in front of a late corporeal realm expert. A sharp sword light pierced towards Zichen's chest. However, it was struck by a piece of armor, causing a clanging sound to erupt. Several scales where the tip of the sword had struck shattered. However, they had blocked the attack for Zichen. Chapter 1268. Blade light flashed, breaking all rules and destroying everything. Zichen had successfully killed a late corporeal realm expert. A one-hit kill. The price he had to pay was that the scales on his armor and stomach were shattered. It seemed like a small price to pay, but it meant that Zichen was no longer invincible. Moreover, the shattered scales on his armor also meant that the armor had been damaged and its effectiveness had greatly weakened. This was Zichen's current situation, but the crowd in the distance did not think so. They were all very shocked when they saw Zichen kill a late corporeal realm expert with one strike. One had to know that he was at most an early corporeal realm expert. Seeing this scene with their own eyes was enough to prove that Zichen had the qualifications to reach the peak of the late corporeal realm. He does have some skill, the evil-looking youth thought to himself. Just as he killed the late corporeal realm expert, a cold blade light containing the power of space slashed towards Zichen's back. Zichen had just dodged the first strike, but after his speed decreased, he was unable to dodge the second strike that followed. Bang! More scales on his armor shattered as a wave of energy broke through his defense and entered Zichen's body. However, it was neutralized by Zichen's powerful physique. Swoosh! Zichen's lightning wings flapped again as his body began to flicker. He borrowed the power of space to change his form, but when faced with numerous powerful and swift late-stage attacks, clanging sounds could be heard from Zichen's body from time to time. By the time Zichen's figure reappeared and successfully killed a second late corporeal realm expert, there were already many white spots on his constantly flapping lightning wings. These were all attacks that he could not dodge, so he used his lightning wings to block them. Surrounded by a group of late corporeal realm experts, Zichen was in danger at every turn. His expression became very serious, very cautious, and very careful. This was because the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death. The crowd in the distance was shocked by Zichen's powerful battle strength. Facing a group of late corporeal realm experts, Zichen was still able to fight back. To them, this was undoubtedly a miracle. They were incomparably moved and shocked. Zhou Chong was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He didn't dare to step forward. He only dared to wait for Zichen to lose and pick up the scraps. Only a beast tamer would be able to easily handle such a situation. I didn't expect him to be able to handle it all by himself. The evil-looking young man's face was also filled with astonishment. Shengguan Hong was a little worried and decided to make a move. I don't need your help in this battle, and neither does Black Eagle. Zichen suddenly transmitted his voice. In this battle, he wanted to kill by himself and carve out a piece of heaven that belonged to him. If he could persevere until the end of this battle, then no one in the reality realm would come looking for trouble with him in the future. More importantly, Zichen wanted to use this battle to find a way to break through. At the same time, he wanted to intimidate that dangerous existence in the dark. Pooh! The third late-stage corporeal realm expert was killed by Zichen, but the armor on his body had also shattered in many places. In the end, it reached its limit and broke apart. His armor shattered along with his shirt, revealing Zichen's firm brown skin. The group of late corporeal realm experts seemed to have seen hope and increased the intensity of their attacks. Pooh! Zichen's heart was cut by a blade. A very deep wound immediately appeared on his body, but it didn't reach his bones. Golden blood flowed out from the wound. The power of laws attached to the surface of Zichen's wound and began to destroy Zichen's life force. He's injured. He can't hold on any longer. The late-stage corporeal realm expert's face clearly showed joy as he shouted loudly. This was the suppression of laws. Even a small wound would be in danger of death if it wasn't treated in time. That was how Oder and Jesse had died that day. Zichen didn't dare to guarantee that this late-stage corporeal realm expert would be able to hold on until the end. However, he was certain that this late-stage corporeal realm expert would die prematurely. Pooh! A pitch-black blade light flashed. The late-stage corporeal realm expert who couldn't retreat in time was cut down by Zichen. By now, Zichen had already killed 4 people. Although the death of a single late-stage corporeal realm expert would normally be shocking, there were simply too many late-stage corporeal realm experts gathered here today. Not only were they not afraid of the death of 4 people, they were even more bloodthirsty. Pooh! Another blade landed on Zichen's back. This time, the late-stage corporeal realm expert's attack was clearly not weak. The wound this time was so deep that his bones could be seen. Moreover, the opponent had dodged in time. He didn't wait for Zichen to turn around before he disappeared and retreated. Pooh! 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 One late-stage corporeal realm expert after another was beheaded by Zichen, becoming a soul under his blade. However, Zichen had also paid a great price for this. Many wounds had appeared on his body and golden blood continuously flowed out from them. It was a ghastly sight. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen should be proud of himself for being able to hold on until now. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Zichen had reached the end of his life. There were many wounds on his body. Coupled with the suppression of laws, he looked like he was about to die. He's only in the early stage. He will consume more and more energy, and his injuries will become more and more serious. Everyone, hold on. The late-stage corporeal realm expert who had left several wounds on Zichen shouted loudly to encourage the crowd. In fact, there was no need for that at all. At this point, no one would give up. Zichen's ghastly and constantly bleeding wounds were the greatest encouragement for them. After beheading another person, Zichen looked at the group of corporeal realm experts and grinned. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, making his smile look very sinister. Within the endless void, plentiful energies surged into his body. Among these energies, there was also a surge of destructive power and life force. The destructive power was constantly destroying the laws of reality that were trying to enter his body, while the life force was deeply healing Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen looked like he was in a sorry state, but his injuries weren't that serious. As long as he had enough energy, he could continue to fight. As for energy consumption, Zichen had the support of a world behind him. It was obvious that these people wouldn't be able to do as they wished if they wanted to exhaust his yuan energy and kill him. Covered in blood, Zichen charged towards a late-stage corporeal realm expert and beheaded him. Every time he killed someone, there would be many wounds on his body. However, he didn't care as he charged towards a second corporeal realm expert. At this moment, Zichen looked very miserable. His numerous wounds made it seem like he would die at any moment. However, in this half-dead state, Zichen persisted for another 15 minutes and killed another 6 people. He was still alive. However, his condition seemed to be a little sluggish. The late-stage corporeal realm experts hadn't retreated yet. They were still very confident as Zichen swung his blade again. More and more laws of reality entered his body. Like a high-speed machine, they worked cautiously and strictly on their own. It was once said that compared to Shang Huanhong, Zichen, who had comprehended the laws of nature, was like an amateur. However, this amateur knew all the tricks of a professional. He might not be as good as a professional, but he was definitely much better than a layman. At this moment, many of the laws of nature, such as the laws of water, wood and other laws, were repairing his injuries. These laws were also repairing some of the hidden injuries on Zichen's body. Although Zichen was fighting alone and his realm was very low, he had the support of a world behind him. He also had the support of many powerful laws of reality. Although he wasn't immortal, it was still very difficult to kill him. Another quarter of an hour passed. Zichen still looked like he was on the verge of death, but this time, he had cut down 7 late-stage corporeal realm experts. In total, the number of late-stage corporeal realm experts that Zichen had killed had reached 20. There were still dozens of late-stage corporeal realm experts around him, and even more had rushed over. It was as if all the late-stage corporeal realm experts in Huping City had gathered here at this moment. He won't last much longer. Everyone, hold on. A late-stage corporeal realm expert, who had obviously just arrived, cheered for everyone when he saw Zichen in such a state. Everyone else was speechless, and the spectators were even more speechless. Half an hour ago, Zichen had looked like he was on the brink of death. But now, not only was he still alive, more than 10 late corporeal realm experts had died. His injuries are so serious, and he's also being attacked by the laws of reality. He shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. The evil-looking youth's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The longer Zichen lasted, the more wary he became of Zichen. Zichen's movements had become somewhat mechanical. The frequency of his rapid transformations had decreased, but his attacks had become much more ruthless. Every time he struck, someone would die. How is this possible? He's still holding on. No, he's still the same. Why does he always look like he's about to die, but he never dies? The late-stage corporeal realm experts weren't the only ones who had discovered the abnormality. Even the spectators in the distance felt that something was wrong. Zichen was only at the mid-illusory realm. He was only at the early corporeal realm thanks to his thunder wings, but he was still only 3 meters tall. Moreover, every time he attacked, he used corporeal realm power. It was obvious that this would cause him to expend even more energy. However, more than 20 late-stage corporeal realm experts had died by now. Many of the late-stage corporeal realm experts who had been holding on earlier were showing signs of exhaustion, but Zichen was still holding on. From the looks of it, he hadn't expended any energy at all. The slaughter continued as more and more corpses piled up on the ground. The half-dead Zichen had not only not expended any energy, he had even become more energetic and his attacks had become even more incisive. It was at this moment that they finally realized that something was wrong with Zichen. Their expressions changed drastically. They had persisted in the face of Zichen's killing technique that killed one person with a single strike because they felt that they had a chance of killing Zichen. But now, after realizing that something was wrong with Zichen, they had lost their confidence. Once they lost their confidence, the group of late-stage corporeal realm experts no longer persisted and decided to flee. When one of them fled, the others followed suit. At this moment, the encirclement of the crowd against Zichen completely collapsed. The encirclement lasted for about 2 hours from the beginning to the end. During this time, more than 40 late-stage corporeal realm experts had died. Zichen didn't chase after the crowd as they fled. He gripped his blade and faced the sky as he shouted indifferently at the fleeing cultivators. "If I ever see you again, I will kill you without mercy." His words were sonorous and full of energy. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Moreover, some observant people could clearly see that Zichen's injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The late-stage corporeal realm experts ran even faster. The mid-stage and early-stage corporeal realm experts also retreated far away. Chapter 1269. The everlasting pill cauldron devoured the corpses of the late corporeal realm experts, and then swept away the corpses of the mid-corporeal realm experts. In the following period of time, the everlasting pill cauldron would refine all of these corpses and leave behind some useful items, such as the spirit ring. Zichen's killing style scared everyone out of their wits, and they no longer dared to rashly approach him. Zichen stood in the air, his body covered in blood and wounds. It was a ghastly sight, but in this state, Zichen had killed dozens of late corporeal realm experts. The battle was over, and his wounds were healing at a visible rate. The law suppression that those corporeal realm experts had mentioned was a pure joke in front of Zichen. With the law of destruction, all the laws in the world could not erode Zichen's body. Buzz! Zichen's body released a dazzling golden light. Holding the blade, he looked like a god of war in the air. The golden light was very dazzling, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The dazzling golden light quickly receded, and a black robe appeared on Zichen's body. The bloodstains on his body had already dissipated. The brand new black robe covered the many wounds on Zichen's body. This made everyone unsure whether Zichen's injuries had fully healed or not, but in everyone's opinion, there was a high possibility that he had fully recovered. His cold eyes swept across, and the cultivators on the horizon all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. At this time, Zichen's indifferent expression changed, because he had discovered an acquaintance. Zichen saw Zhou Chong and also saw the rank 3 hunter badge on his body. With just a glance, Zichen guessed that the other party had come to pick up the loot. Zichen smiled. His smile became ferocious and cruel. In the distance, Zhou Chong was shocked. He could see the killing intent in Zichen's eyes. The others were also shocked, but when they remembered their own identities, they forced themselves to remain calm. However, in the next moment, Zichen walked towards them. Zhou Chong pretended to be relaxed and adjusted his armor. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he watched Zichen approach as if he was looking at an old friend. "Milord, epaulets, quickly put them on!" A voice rang out from the side. A reality realm expert was the first to react. He immediately tore off the hunter badge on his body and took out the epaulets of the city army. After the reminder, Zhou Chong remembered that he was not wearing his epaulet. The smile on his face immediately changed. Then, he hurriedly put on the epaulet of the city army. After doing all this, he let out a sigh of relief. In fact, without the epaulet, he didn't think that Zichen would dare to kill him, but what if Zichen really did kill him? He couldn't gamble with his life, so he would rather put on his epaulets. At this moment, Zichen approached Zhou Chong. "Hello, Zichen." Zhou Chong greeted Zichen calmly with a forced smile on his face. The others also felt a lot of pressure. After all, the scene of Zichen killing people was still vivid in their minds. Zichen looked at Zhou Chong and said indifferently, "Actually, you don't have to worry. I won't kill you even if you don't put on this epaulet." Without waiting for Zhou Chong to breathe a sigh of relief, Zichen continued, "But I will torture you. I will torture you so painfully that you'll wish you were dead." The smile on Zhou Chong's face froze. The expressions of the others also changed instantly. Zichen was definitely threatening them, but at this moment, no one dared to reprimand him as city army soldiers. They could only secretly rejoice that they had changed their epaulets in time. Zichen glanced at the people who hadn't left yet, then looked at Zhou Chong and asked, "They're here because of you, right?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Chong pretended to be puzzled and surprised. Zichen smiled coldly. His smile caused the chill in Zhou Chong's heart to grow even stronger. "The battle is over." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. It was a group of people flying over from afar. It was a group of city army soldiers. The leader was Wang Jun, followed closely by He Zi and the others. They were heading straight for Zichen. Obviously, they had come to help after hearing the news. Wang Jun glanced at Zhou Chong and his face immediately became angry. He said angrily, "Zhou Chong, were you the one who arranged for us to go out?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Chong looked at Wang Jun in confusion. Stop pretending. We just came back and won't have any missions for a while. So why did you send us out again this time?" Wang Jun asked coldly. It turned out that after hearing that someone had betrayed Zichen, they had come to provide support. But coincidentally, at this moment, orders were passed down from above, and they were actually ordered to patrol the city. Zhou Chong naturally refused to admit it. If he did, he would probably die. Zichen didn't want to pursue this matter. He glanced at Zhou Chong and said indifferently, "Let's forget about this. Let's talk about something else." "Something else? What is it?" Zhou Chong was confused. To your physical space or to Big Brother Wang Jun's?" Zichen said indifferently. Zhou Chong's expression changed, but facing Zichen's cold eyes, he could only say, "Let's go to Wang Jun's physical space." The three of them entered Wang Jun's physical space. "Take it out." Wang Jun took out half a jade slip and looked at Zhou Chong. "I didn't bring it," Zhou Chong said. Zichen glanced at Zhou Chong and said coldly, "Don't worry, no one will kill you, and no one will steal your things." "How can I trust you?" Zhou Chong asked. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago," Zichen replied indifferently. Zhou Chong's expression changed, as if he was considering the gains and losses. After a while, his expression relaxed, and he took out the jade slip. Right now, he had already made up his mind. As long as Zichen dared to snatch his things, he would give them to Zichen for free. However, as long as he returned alive, he would pass the news to his father and grandfather. If he didn't have a good time, then everyone would have a bad time. Zichen didn't know that Zhou Chong had so many thoughts in his mind. At this moment, all his attention was on the jade slip. The two jade slips merged and released a bright light. A small screen of light rushed out and projected a map in midair. The map was divided into two parts. One part showed the general environment and was very clear, while the other part was relatively blurry and constantly changing. It was clearly the first time Zhou Chong and Wang Jun saw it. The two stared at the map, trying to memorize the entire map. Unfortunately, even if they memorized the outer area, it was useless if they couldn't remember the inner area. The blurry map should only appear when they reached the destination. Zichen memorized the outer area map, but he didn't know where it was. The map in front of them dissipated and the light screen disappeared. The jade slips returned to their hands. "Do you know where it is?" Zichen asked. Zhou Chong didn't speak. Wang Jun's expression became very serious. After a while he said, "Looking at the outermost terrain, it seems to be the Hengduan mountain range." The Hengduan mountain range. It was the first time Zichen had heard of this place. The Hengduan mountain range is very famous in Huping City. Most of the battle beasts living there are mutated and very powerful. Most importantly, the entire Hengduan mountain range is like a natural array. If one isn't a great array master, it's very easy to get lost in there. Wang Jun said. "Looking at the records on the map, it's obvious that we have to go deeper into the Hengduan mountain range. We might even have to go through it. It's very dangerous." Zhou Chong had already put away half of the jade slip. He nodded and said, "That's right. If we really go there, then we have to be fully prepared. Although it's dangerous, a late-stage corporeal realm expert can still be careful." What Zhou Chong meant was that he didn't want a domain realm expert to join them. Whether it was Zichen or Wang Jun, both of them had domain realm experts behind them. This was Zhou Chang's concern. "All right, send me out. We'll set off together when we're fully prepared," Zhou Chong said again. Wang Jun glanced at Zichen. Zichen nodded and opened the corporeal space. Zhou Chong left. "That place is indeed very dangerous. Even some domain realm experts will get lost if they rashly enter," Wang Jun said after Zhou Chong left. Zichen nodded and said, "There's no hurry. What do you plan to do next?" Wang Jun asked. Zichen said, "I came here to gain experience. Naturally, I'll continue to gain experience. At the very least, I won't be going back for a very long time." Wang Jun nodded and said, "Zhou Chong will probably find some strong helpers when he goes back this time. It'll definitely take a long time. Therefore, you still have a lot of time. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible." The two left the corporeal space. Wang Jun and the others bid farewell to Zichen. They had come to support Zichen this time. Since Zichen was fine, they would also leave. Zichen still had to go with Shang Guanhong to gain experience. After everyone left, Shang Guanhong asked curiously, "What were you guys talking about? It seemed so mysterious." "Nothing. We were just settling some personal grudges." Shang Guanhong clearly did not believe him. "Of course. Back then, he almost killed me. This is a personal grudge," Zichen said. Shang Guanhong glanced at Zichen. She did not see any clues from his face. Then she slowly said, 500 years ago, the two of them fought in Huping City. Several city guards died. This was a serious violation of the rules. One of them was banished, and the other imprisoned. You should know about this, right? Zichen nodded and said, I heard about it from Wang Jun. Shang Guanhong continued. Then do you know that the two of them originally had no grudges at all? However, one day, they broke the rules of Huping City and fought. After that, the city guards asked for the reason, but the reason was only a small matter. It could even be said to be a misunderstanding. Zichen looked at Shang Guanhong and asked, What are you trying to say? Shang Guanhong's smile was somewhat meaningful. Do you think that the two captains would fight because of a misunderstanding? Moreover, some people died that day. According to our investigation, there were 2 early corporeal realm experts among the dead. They were subordinates of the two captains and had a good relationship with each other. Just before they died, the two captains went out for a period of time. Shang Guanhong stopped and looked into Zichen's eyes. She said, "You should know something, right?" Zichen shook his head to show that he did not know. In fact, his heart was already filled with shock. Shang Guanhong did not continue to ask. Instead, she said, "It's fine if you don't know. We stopped investigating Hunter's Castle back then. It's not a big deal to have some secrets." Chapter 1270. What's going on? Zichen asked when he saw Shang Guanhong's strange expression. He was trying to change the topic. "The auction is about to begin," Shang Guanhong said while looking at her communication bead. "What auction?" Zichen was puzzled. "An auction for the Void Tree. It's still that. What does that have to do with us? Don't tell me you want to go back and take a look. It's just a Void Tree. We can only see it but not obtain it. It's better not to see it." Zichen had killed many corporeal realm experts this time. The wealth he had on him added up to an extremely large sum. It was enough to make many corporeal realm experts envious, but it was undoubtedly a dream to bid for the Void Tree. "I naturally don't care about the Void Tree, but the person who sent the message." Shang Guanhong's slender eyebrows twitched slightly. "There's something wrong with that person. It's Wu Xie." Zichen was somewhat surprised. "It's that undying body. He actually sent you a message. You two have a very good relationship." "It's SOSO." Shang Guanhong replied indifferently, but her expression was somewhat anxious. "What happened?" Zichen noticed that her expression was not right. "He sent me a message now, so it shouldn't be just about the auction. I'm guessing that he might have heard some news and come here in advance. Perhaps he's nearby watching us." Shang Guanhong finally voiced the worry in her heart. At this moment, Zichen suddenly recalled the dangerous aura he had sensed earlier. It had not appeared since then. Could it be that he was Wu Xie? Judging from Shang Guanhong's expression, she was clearly very wary of Wu Xie. He was a very strong person who could not die. If he wanted to find trouble with someone, then that person would definitely not have an easy time. Through Shang Guanhong's expression, Zichen guessed that there was an inexplicable relationship between the two of them. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll go ahead alone. You can go back first." Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about you. This person is unscrupulous in his actions, and he has clearly expressed his interest in me in many public places in Hunter's Castle. If he knows that we are together, I'm afraid that he will do something to harm you. But we're just going to train together." Zichen was a little allergic to the word together, so he immediately replied, "But he might not think so." Seeing Zichen's serious expression, Shang Guanhong suddenly smiled mysteriously. Zichen's expression changed, but it was only because he was a little afraid of Wu Xie. More importantly, it was because he was thinking about how to get along with Shang Guanhong. From the looks of it, Shang Guanhong had no intention of leaving. She might even have the intention of pitting him against Wu Xie to determine who was better. At the moment, Zichen couldn't think of any good ideas. He could only say, "This is Elder Ling's arrangement. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when we get back. Since we're already here and you don't have to leave first, let's continue going deeper." Shang Guanhong nodded, and the smile on his face grew even wider. The two men and one eagle continued to venture deeper. Humph! A cold snort sounded from the forest. Wu Xie walked out from it. He watched the two leave, his teeth clenched. "A reckless brat, a slut," Wu Xie said fiercely, but he didn't continue to chase after them. To be honest, he was very shocked by Zichen's strength. But he wasn't afraid of Zichen. However, with Shang Guanhong beside him, it would be difficult for him to kill Zichen. After all, there were rules in Hunter's Castle. He couldn't kill his own people indiscriminately. Therefore, he decided to return. Zichen and Shang Guanhong began their training journey. The training this time was nothing more than killing beasts on sight. Previously, a flame python that had just broken through to the spiritual level had forced Zichin to fight the Black Eagle with his life. Now Zichin could suppress a spiritual level beast with just the strength of the emptiness realm. This strength was due to the 10 billion resources Zichin had consumed and the changes in the entire void space. This allowed Zichin to have the strength to fight for a long time. He could also freely deploy any type of law he needed. During this time, the two of them talked and laughed. Their relationship was no longer unfamiliar. Zichin was still training in the mountains. After a period of planning, the auction in Huping City officially began. This time, almost everyone who participated in the auction was at the domain realm. Only a few reality realms with special identities had the hope of coming to watch. During this time, many domain realms with status came. Among them were Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Lord Wu, and the others from Hunter's Castle. Commander Zhou also came. What was even more surprising was that the mayor's mansion had also sent a steward to participate in the auction. This was a very high-standard auction. All the items on display could be used by the domain realm. The starting price of all the items in the auction was calculated in terms of domain fragments. A domain fragment was equivalent to 100 million law fragments. The domain realm was considered an extremely special realm in the Earth realm. After entering this realm, one would have their own world. Then, one would have to carefully manage and expand this world. The strength of a domain realm expert was also related to the size of the world. Even the mayor of Huping City was only at the domain realm. It wasn't just Huping City. Every mayor in the 108 cities of Shentian Prefecture was at the domain realm. Only the legendary mayor was said to be in existence that surpassed the domain realm. The auction started and strange items were sold one after another. During this time, the wealthy Hunter's Castle made the most bids. During this time, many domain realms didn't make a move. They were waiting for the void tree to appear at the end. The reality realms who had come to watch the show were also waiting. Finally, the auction came to an end. The auctioneer's face was filled with a sweet smile. She introduced. Next up is the last item, the void tree. As soon as she finished speaking, the auction house became extremely silent. The starting price for this void tree is 100 domain fragments, the beautiful female cultivator said. The silent scene instantly caused an uproar. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. This was because the starting price was equivalent to 10 billion. It was really too low. How can this be? An indifferent voice came from a private room. It was obviously a big shot who had spoken. 10 billion sounds like a lot, but it's actually only 100 domain fragments. Ming Xu said indifferently in a room exclusive to the upper echelons of Hunter's Castle. In the world of domain realms, only domain fragments were worth trading. As for reality realm fragments, they were useless to them and they rarely used them. 10 billion wasn't a lot for people of their level. They felt that it was too cheap to auction off a void tree. However, if it was used to nurture a void realm expert, everyone felt that it was too expensive to accept. The beautiful female cultivator smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. This void tree isn't in good condition, nor is it healthy. It has some problems. Everyone, please take a look." The female cultivator pointed at the void with her slender finger. A small world seemed to open there, and a 1-meter-tall tree appeared. The tree's roots were stuck in the void. The exposed parts were very rough and had already dried up. The entire tree was yellowed and covered in soil. It was dead gray and lifeless. As for the void tree, it was obvious that it had stopped working. In other words, it had lost its original function. It looked like a dead tree. The void tree had actually died. At this moment, more than 99% of the domain realm experts were shocked. As for the reality realm experts, they felt even more disbelief. Then, they began to discuss loudly, their voices gradually growing louder. "What is this thing? It's just a withered void tree. How dare it ask for 10 billion? It must be crazy for money. This is the first time I've heard of a void tree dying." Compared to the few reality realm experts in the hall, all the domain realm experts fell silent, or were deep in thought. Obviously, they had seen enough and naturally didn't think that this matter was so simple. The beautiful female cultivator raised her slender and fair right hand. The noisy discussion in the hall gradually died down. Her light voice rang out. There are indeed some problems with this void tree, but it's not at the point of death yet. It only needs a few thunder drops of life to revive it and let it shine with the glory it should have. The hall fell into a deathly silence. On one hand, it was because the void tree could be revived. On the other hand, it was because many people had never heard of the thunder drop of life before. The thunder drop of life was indeed a rare term. More than 99% of the domain realm experts present had never heard of it, let alone the reality realm experts. Thunder drop of life? Is there such a thing in this world? Ling Xing asked doubtfully. Ming Zhu, who was beside him, said faintly. Who knows? It's just like how you believe that a void tree that can take root in the void will wither and die. Besides the two of them, there were 4 other domain realm experts in the room. The other 3 people were also very puzzled. A moment later, their gazes fell on Lord Wu. In terms of cultivation level, Lord Wu was the highest. In terms of knowledge, Lord Wu was also the most knowledgeable. It's actually the thunder drop of life, Lord Wu said with a sigh. There really is such a thing. Everyone was very surprised. The thunder drop of life, also known as the tear of life, is a very rare thing that comes from the void. It is said that it is a tear that fell from the void. Although it is not as valuable as the void tree, it is still a miraculous thing that can revive the dead. While Lord Wu was explaining, the female cultivator on the auction stage said the same thing. Then, the auction began. Regardless of whether anyone could obtain the thunder drop of life, the fact that the void tree could be revived was enough to prove its value. As for whether they needed it or whether they could find it, that was something that they would have to worry about in the future. Then, the bidding started. The starting bid was 100 yuan, and each bid was increased by 10 yuan. 150 yuan. A voice was heard from a private room. 160 yuan, 180 yuan. 200 yuan. Then, other bids were heard one after another. Just as the auction was going on, a young man in purple robes sat in a separate box above the auction hall. He looked down quietly and listened to the calls for bids. Chapter 1271. 500. 550. 560. 700. The auction continued as more and more domain realm experts made their bids. The value of a void tree that was about to wither had reached tens of billions. This number was enough to shock many corporeal realm experts and make many domain realm experts frown. 800. 1,000. When the number passed 1,000, only a few famous people with a lot of resources remained. For example, the old family of Huping City, the Shou family, was still holding on. However, when the number reached 1,000, they seemed a little weak, but they didn't back down. 1,100. An old voice rang out. This old man was from the City Lord Mansion and represented the City Lord. 1,200. A faint voice rang out. This was probably a representative sent by some important person in the army. 1,300. Another seemingly casual voice rang out. This time, it came from Hunter's Castle. In comparison, only the Hunter's Castle was richer. Of course, the city's army was also one of them. After all, the true manager of the city's army was the mansion lord of each mansion. Therefore, there were also people in the city's army who could compete with the city lord. As the price continued to rise, some of the smaller forces gradually withdrew. Only the 3 major forces remained. Among them, Hunter's Castle was the calmest. 2,000. This was Ling Xing's voice. Until now, Lord Wu hadn't made a bid. In the other 2 rooms, the people bidding were still sending messages. A mere 2,000 was nothing to the forces behind them. However, they needed to care about the thunder droplet of life. If they couldn't obtain it, then the withered void tree was useless. 3,000. Ling Xing's voice rang out again. 3001. 3002. After a slight pause, two more voices rang out. 3500. Ling Xing said. 3600. 3700. Two more voices followed. 4000. This was Ling Xing's voice. 4500. It was Ling Xing's voice again. 5000. It was still Ling Xing's voice. 6000. This was an unfamiliar, an aged voice that belonged to Lord Wu. This time, the other two factions were silent for a long time. Just as the auctioneer was about to decide who would be auctioned, a voice rang out. 6100. 6500. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Wu spoke again. This time, there was an even longer silence. 6500 going once. 6500 going twice. 6500 going thrice sold. As the hammer fell, the auction ended. Many gasps could be heard. Was it worth it to spend 650 billion to buy a withered void tree? The answer was definitely not. However, if they could really find the thunder drop of life and save the void tree, this deal would undoubtedly be a huge profit. Compared to the three forces, Hunter's Castle had the most connections. Perhaps they would really be able to find a lightning drop of life. After the transaction ended, Hunter's Castle's people handed over the realm fragments. Then, Ling Xing went to bring the withered void tree back. There's still a trace of life energy left, but it can't heal itself. However, it can ensure its survival, Ling Xing said after carefully sensing it. Let's bring it back to the castle first, Lord Wu instructed. Then, the group left. As soon as they walked out of the door, people came out from other rooms. They were the people from the previous two factions. When they saw each other, they nodded and left. The people in the auction house left one after another. Some of the insiders began to get busy. The beautiful auctioneer went straight to the top floor after calculating the profits of the auction. There was a knock on the purple-robed man's door. A calm voice rang out. Sir, this is the profit from the auction. The female cultivator walked up to the man and took out a spirit ring. Looking at the female cultivator, the purple-robed man's expression was a bit strange. He pointed at the seat beside him and said, Sit. The female cultivator sat down uneasily. After taking the spirit ring, the man didn't inspect it. He seemed to be very confident in her. Instead, he smiled and asked, Does your lord have any other orders? A trace of panic flashed across the female cultivator's face. Then, she shook her head. The purple-robed man's smile had an additional trace of lust. He took advantage of the situation and pressed the woman down. The female cultivator let out a low cry and began to struggle. A moment later, a strange panting sound rang out in the room. Everything had been arranged, and the woman had done it willingly. It was obvious that when the purple-robed man left, he would obtain a considerable amount of wealth that would make countless people go crazy with envy. When they returned to Hunter's Castle, the group of domain realm cultivators began to look at the void tree. The others went to look for ancient books or issue missions related to the thunder drop of life. The thunder drop of life only appears in the void, and these things can only be obtained by domain realm cultivators. It's useless to issue missions, Lord Wu said indifferently after learning about this matter. We still have to try, Ling Xing said. You don't have to worry about this matter. I plan to enter the void and try my luck. I haven't been out for so many years. This time, it's a good time to walk around. A trace of surprise appeared on his face when he heard that Lord Wu wanted to search for it himself. Just as the two were discussing some details, a reality realm cultivator walked in from outside and said, My lords, there's a person outside. He says he knows something about the thunder drop of life. What? The two's expressions changed. He says he knows something about the thunder drop of life. The man repeated. Bring him here. Lord Wu reacted. Whether it was true or not, he naturally wanted to see it. The reality realm cultivator left and quickly brought a purple-robed man to the void tree. After arriving, the purple-robed man observed his surroundings. At the same time, he appeared to be very calm. Do you know where the thunder drop of life is? The purple-robed man's casual attitude displeased Ling Xing. He asked directly. The purple-robed man withdrew his gaze and nodded. Of course. This time, I'm here for the thunder drop of life. Lord Wu looked at him and said indifferently, What do you want in return? The purple-robed man smiled and said, I don't want any reward. On the contrary, I'll give you a generous reward. Just as the two were slightly stunned, the purple-robed man said, I want to issue a mission related to the thunder drop of life. However, this is a secret mission. I don't want too many people to know about it. What are the details of the mission? Ling Xing asked. The purple-robed man smiled mysteriously and said, I think you should be most concerned about the reward for the mission. Reward? What kind of reward can you give us? Ling Xing glanced at the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man was only a reality realm cultivator. He was displeased by the man's tone. The purple-robed man flipped his hand and took out a small, shriveled ball. It was only the size of a walnut and looked like the seed of some kind of tree. However, it was dried up. Ling Xing didn't recognize this item, but he didn't evaluate it as worthless. He only looked at Lord Wu in confusion. The purple-robed man's expression became very solemn, even grave. There was a trace of shock and disbelief in his eyes. Such an obvious change in expression clearly proved that this item was extraordinary. It seems you've recognized it. How about it? The reward should be very generous, right? The purple-robed man smiled. Lord Wu took a deep breath and calmed his expression. He looked at the purple-robed man and said, The void tree is yours. Smart. The purple-robed man snapped his fingers. Ling Xing looked at the purple-robed man in surprise. It's yours, and you know about the thunder drop of life. Since you're willing to sell it, it means you have more on you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and search your soul? Lord Wu asked. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. However, I believe you won't. The purple-robed man said. Why? Because of Hunter's Castle's reputation? Lord Wu asked with a smile. The purple-robed man shook his head and said, No. This so-called reputation is useless to me. It's because of the rules. There are very few rules in Hunter's Castle. As he spoke, another item appeared in the purple-robed man's hand. It was a golden medallion. It looked like an ordinary Hunter King's medallion. Even the markings on it were the same. However, as the stewards of this place, the two of them naturally knew some of the characteristics of the medallion. Ling Xing's expression changed. He cried out in surprise, This is the Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion. The Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion represented Shantian Prefecture. It was also one of the most powerful medallions in Hunter's Castle. This kind of medallion rarely appeared in the world. However, when it did, it was bound to cause a huge uproar. The two of them took the medallion and examined it carefully. This was a medallion that had existed for a very long time. Although it still shone with a golden light, the soul power on it had long since dissipated. This meant that the medallion's owner had died. However, this was the most powerful Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion. Even if its owner had died, it was still valid in Hunter's Castle. Even the descendants of the medallion could request Hunter's Castle to do something for them. This was because every cultivator who received a Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion had made a great contribution to Hunter's Castle. This contribution was enough to take care of their descendants even after they died. This purple-robed man was only in the corporeal realm. It was obvious that one of his ancestors was such a great figure. So you're one of us. What do you want us to do? Lord Wu's attitude had clearly changed. The purple-robed man put away the medallion and smiled. I don't want you to do anything. I said before that I would give you a mission, and this is the reward. I can give you the reward in advance, but I want you to do your best to complete the mission. Don't worry. Even if there's no reward, we'll do our best just because of the medallion. Ling Xing promised. All right then. I need a few young people with powerful battle strength. They can only be below the domain realm. I need to open a place. I know that every hunter's castle will look for special existences. I need people like that, the purple-robed man said. No problem. I'll immediately call all the senior hunters back. As for the number of people, you can choose as you wish. Chapter 1272. Shangguan Hong took out the message. When she saw the contents, her expression changed. What's wrong? Beside her, Zichen, who had just killed a spirit-grade battle beast, was dealing with the corpse. He cut off some of the delicious meat to be roasted in the future. When he noticed Shangguan Hong's abnormality, he asked. Old Ling wants us to go back, said Shangguan Hong. Go back? When? Now, immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Zichen looked at Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong shook her head. I'm not sure. That's good. We've gained a lot from this experience. Let's go back and rest for a while. Zichen nodded. The two began to return. On the third day after the auction, the survivors who had surrounded and killed Zichen returned. At the same time, the early corporeal realm cultivators who had come to watch the show returned. News of Zichen's crazy massacre spread throughout Huping City. There had been rumors a few days ago, but not many people believed that Zichen had gone on a crazy killing spree, or even killed those above his level. However, with the return of many people involved, the news spread at the fastest speed. For a time, the entire Huping City was talking about this matter. Compared to Zichen's killing spree, the void tree after the auction was no longer as attractive. What? You don't believe me? I saw it with my own eyes, said an early corporeal realm cultivator in a tavern. Only a fool would believe you. He's just a mid-virtual realm cultivator. Even if he had a supreme treasure to raise his strength to the early corporeal realm, how could he kill those in the late corporeal realm? Someone retorted sarcastically. I saw it with my own eyes, said the early corporeal realm cultivator. You saw it with your own eyes, but we didn't see it with our own eyes. Unless you have evidence. Evidence? The early corporeal realm cultivator hesitated. What? You don't have any evidence, right? The sarcastic voice sounded again. The early corporeal realm cultivator shook his head and said, Of course I have evidence, but I risked my life to obtain it. If I let you see it like this, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? He suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Believe it or not, the evidence is right there. I'll keep it for myself. The surrounding cultivators were startled at first, then curiosity appeared on their faces. However, their faces were soon filled with disdain. Obviously, everyone understood what the reality meant. Name your price, someone said. The early-stage corporeal realm expert wasn't a hypocrite either. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said, Everyone here, I'll give you 10,000 each. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I promise that the thing in my hands will be an eye-opener for all of you, because this is the visual proof of a massacre. 10,000 was equivalent to one reality fragment, so everyone could accept it. After hearing the early reality fragment, everyone agreed and handed over enough law fragments. The cultivator didn't lie. In the next moment, he took out a crystal ball and said, I risked my life to get this. Look carefully. Everyone stared at the crystal ball with wide eyes. Following the injection of a trace of energy, the crystal ball began to glow, and a scene appeared within it. That was the moment Zichen's eyes shot out gold and silver light. Then, he leapt into the air. Without further ado, the slaughter began. In the crystal ball, no one could see Zichen's figure. They could only see heads flying in the air and corpses falling to the ground. The tavern was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the crystal ball. Even their breaths were held. The slaughter continued. Finally, the group of mid-corporeal realm cultivators began to retreat. Then, the group of late corporeal realm cultivators surrounded him. Everyone's expression became tense because the most crucial part had arrived. Many late corporeal realm cultivators began to use the power of space to suppress Zichen. Zichen's speed was greatly reduced. Then, an earth-shattering attack enveloped Zichen. A long sword struck Zichen's chest. Zichen had chopped off the head of a mid-corporeal realm cultivator with a single slash. The nervous crowd burst into an uproar. Someone sighed. Heavens, he actually killed a late corporeal realm cultivator with a single slash. The others nodded in agreement. The original early corporeal realm cultivator said disdainfully, "This is nothing. The real show is yet to come." The scene continued. After the first person died, a second and a third person's head was chopped off one after the other. Zichen's armor shattered. The others watched anxiously and worriedly. More late corporeal realm cultivators died. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Zichen began to get injured. The number of injuries on his body increased. Gradually, he became covered in scars. He looked very miserable and his wounds were shocking. However, even more late corporeal realm cultivators were killed. Zichen had finally reached a state where he was on the brink of death. The real show had arrived. Zichen began his mad slaughter. Corpses fell one after another. Zichen's condition was the same as before. In the end, Zichen killed the group of late corporeal realm cultivators until they were scared out of their wits. The early corporeal realm cultivators had personally experienced the scene. However, they still felt the same thrilling feeling when they watched it again. How was it? I wasn't lying, right? When the scene ended, everyone was still in a state of shock and daze. The early corporeal realm cultivator who was the first to react spoke with a proud expression. However, the proud expression on his face quickly froze. He looked around and saw that the tavern, which had only had a dozen people a moment ago, was now packed with people. Everyone seemed to have turned to stone as they stared at the crystal ball that had long since disappeared. Not good. We've lost big time. Hurry up and close the door. We'll charge. The early corporeal realm cultivator rushed forward to block the door. Scenes like this had already played out in many places. There were still many people with business acumen like the early corporeal realm cultivator. The purple-clothed man happened to be in the tavern. His expression also changed when he saw the scene in the video. This is the heavenly thunderwings that the Thunder Clan lost a long time ago. A strange light flashed through the purple-clothed man's eyes. This person is also extremely powerful. If he joins us this time, our chances of success will be even greater. As the video spread, the news about Zichen also spread. At the same time, the debate about Zichen also spread. For example, why did Zichen possess an inexhaustible amount of energy after forcefully increasing his cultivation? Why was he not corroded by the laws despite his serious injuries? These were all suspicious points and the subject of debate. At the same time, a close-up video was sent to Hunter's castle and then placed in Lord Wu's hands. It could be said that Zichen was the person who had spent the most resources on a small cultivation in history. Therefore, he received the attention of the upper echelons. The original 4 domain realm cultivators sat in the same conference room and watched the video together. After the video finished playing, the 4 of them fell into silence. Although they were silent, their emotions were fluctuating greatly. How was it? How was my 10 billion investment? Ling Xing asked proudly as he looked at Ming Zhu and the other domain realm cultivator. The two of them glanced at Ling Xing, but couldn't say a word. Zichen had only increased his cultivation by 1 small cultivation level, yet he already possessed such powerful combat strength. He was completely worthy of this expenditure. Powerful and exciting, Lord Wu concluded. Of course. I knew that he was extraordinary when I saw him casually slaughter the early-stage corporeal realm cultivators. I would be willing to invest 100 billion in a person like him, let alone 10 billion. Plus, his combat strength isn't any weaker than those special existences. He might even be comparable to a higher life form. Ling Xing said proudly. Think about it. If we use resources to raise Zichen to the domain realm, what kind of concept would that be? He would definitely be able to kill enemies above his level. Do you think he would still care about resources at that time? Without resources, he could just find a random domain realm cultivator and kill them. Ling Xing was very proud. Lord Wu nodded repeatedly. but the expressions of the other two domain realm cultivators became very unnatural and ugly. This time, Zichen killed more than 40 late-stage corporeal realm cultivators. Let's not talk about the mid-stage corporeal realm cultivators first. The wealth that Zichen obtained this time is probably in the hundreds of millions. Shang Guanhong also told me that Zichen also obtained a great harvest from killing spirit-grade battle beasts. The total harvest this time is probably in the hundreds of millions. Ling Xing looked at the two cultivators with ugly expressions and said, "Every time he goes out, he can obtain hundreds of millions of wealth. Do you think he won't be able to pay back a mere 10 billion? Also, don't forget that he's only in the void realm now. He still has a long way to go. Resources are nothing in his eyes." He then said sarcastically, "Think about him and then think about you. When you were at his level, did you have his achievements? Also," Lord Wu interrupted Ling Xing when he saw that there was no end to his pride. "Alright, that's enough. We now know that Zichen is extraordinary. What we need to do is to protect Zichen and not let anything happen to him." The two of them nodded with ugly expressions. Ling Xing also nodded and said seriously, "Actually, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you too." The two's expressions relaxed and Ling Xing continued, "I was just too happy and couldn't help but say a few more words. Haha, who told me to have a pair of discerning eyes? Ha 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 ha." Ling Xing's laughter rang out in the meeting room. The two's expressions, which had just relaxed, naturally became ugly again. Lord Wu looked at Ling Xing and shook his head with a smile. He was also very happy, but he didn't laugh because he thought about the feelings of the two beside him. Now, what we need to do is to let Zichen have a sense of belonging to Hunter's castle. We need to protect him and prevent people with ill intentions from attacking him. Lord Wu said after a moment. If we really want to protect him, then it'll be fine if we don't let him leave the city. I don't think anyone in Huping City would dare to assassinate Zichen in the city. Ming Zhu was the first to speak. That's right. Therefore, Zichen doesn't need to participate in this mission at all, Ling Xing said. On this point, the four of them were surprisingly in agreement. Just as the news about Zichen was spreading like wildfire, the person involved, Zichen, finally rushed back with Shang Guanhong. Chapter 1273. Zichen and Shang Guanhong descended from the flying boat. There were many cultivators around them. Some were about to leave on the flying boat, while others had just returned. When these people saw Zichen and Shang Guanhong, their expressions immediately changed. Zichen's massacre had already spread throughout Huping City. The video of that massacre had been seen countless times. Now, almost all the cultivators in Huping City knew of a powerful existence like Zichen. In many people's eyes, Zichen was already synonymous with invincible in the corporeal realm. At this moment, after seeing Zichen descend from the sky with their own eyes, a small commotion broke out in the surroundings. Zichen and Shang Guanhong saw an acquaintance in the crowd. It was the female cultivator who had looked down on Zichen and deliberately targeted him in the precious weapon pavilion. After that, Shang Guanhong appeared and made her leave the precious weapon pavilion. Before she left, she acted extremely low-key in front of Zichen. However, she managed to make an enemy out of the city's central army for Zichen, and she also successfully made an ally out of the city's central army, Yi. Yi was part of the city's army, and Zhou Chang's subordinate. He was doing well in Huping City. She had a good time with Yi, but who would have thought that after a few days, Yi would be killed by Zichen? Zichen's reputation also rose at that time. After Yi's death, she could only find someone else to survive. Today, she saw Zichen in the crowd. After a year, the existence she had disdained and deliberately targeted had become a high and mighty figure. She had no choice but to look up to him. When Shang Guanhong saw her in the crowd, she did not have much of an expression on her face. She did not even have the intention to greet her. She just left. Zichen also ignored her. Perhaps her fate had changed because of him, but she only had herself to blame for all of this. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd would look at them and then discuss spiritedly. "It seems that your deeds have spread throughout Huping City and caused quite a stir," Shang Guanhong said with a smile. Zichen rubbed his nose and said, "Maybe, but I'm still not used to the feeling of being watched." "You'll get used to it slowly." "I'm afraid not, because I'm still not used to it even after 1,000 years." Zichen had undoubtedly become an important figure in Hunter's Castle after displaying his invincible and corporeal realm battle prowess. Thus, news of his arrival had reached the city. A short moment later, a group of cultivators walked out of the Hunter's Castle and flew out of the city to welcome Zichen. At the city gate, a group of hunters greeted them. The leader was Wade, who was familiar with Zichen. Seeing Zichen arrive, Wade stepped forward and bowed, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, my lord." Behind him, the others also shouted in unison. Zichen knew that the other party was joking, so he immediately laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Don't give me that." Wade also smiled and said, "This is not a joke. Your battle prowess has shaken Huping City. Now you are a real adult. All right, let's go." More and more gazes were cast on him from all directions. All kinds of undisguised emotions and gazes fell on him, making him feel very uncomfortable. There were many cultivators in and out of the city who rushed over after hearing the news. Now, Zichen had become a celebrity, but he was not used to it. Wade nodded at Shang Guanhong, and then the group made way for Zichen and the others to enter the city. "Elder Ling, why did you suddenly call us back? Is there something urgent?" Zichen asked. Wade shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure. Has anything special happened in the city recently?" Zichen asked again. "Nothing big. It's just that a tree of void was auctioned, but it's about to wither. The final price was 650 billion. "What? 650 billion? And it's about to wither?" Zichen's face was full of surprise. Shang Guanhong seemed to have known about it, and was not surprised at all. She glanced at Zichen and explained, 650 billion is only 6,500 realm fragments. If it's an intact tree of void, you might not be able to buy it even at 10 times the price. The tree of void is not dead, and there are ways to save it." They chatted all the way back to Hunter's Castle. Strangely, Elder Ling did not summon the two of them. In Wade's words, the two of them were already very tired from going out and should rest first. Shang Guanhong did not stay in Hunter's Castle. After saying goodbye to Zichen, she went back. Now that the two of them had a good relationship, Shang Guanhong invited Zichen to come to Treasure Pavilion when he was free. After returning to his room, Zichen took a hot bath and then lay on his bed to rest. In the Jianwu continent, it was almost a luxury to have a good night's sleep. Wu Xie had returned a long time ago, but he did not return to Hunter's Castle. He only came back when Zichen returned and went to find Mingzhu. "You've met Zichen. What do you think?" Mingzhu asked while drinking tea in the living room. At the same time, he poured Wu Xie a cup of tea. "He has some tricks up his sleeve, but they're nothing in front of me," Wu Xie said indifferently as he sat beside Mingzhu. "Oh? Why do you say that?" "People outside say that he's in the invincible reality realm," Mingzhu said with interest. "I'm not sure if he's in the invincible reality realm, but in front of me, he won't be able to gain any advantage. His physique is very unique. His recovery speed is good, but he's still far from being immortal. However, in terms of energy consumption, he seems to have some special means. In my opinion, it should be the Heavenly Thunder Wings effect." Wu Xie paused and said, "Without the Heavenly Thunder Wings, his battle strength would be reduced by at least 80%. And with a treasure, he'll always be an outer path." Mingzhu pondered for a moment and said, "Whether he's an outer path or not, Zichen is now a core member of Hunter's Castle." Wu Xie sneered and said, "What? Are you not planning to let him participate in this matter? Are you treating him like a treasure at home?" "This is Lord Wu's intention," Mingzhu said. Wu Xie smiled and said, "I admit that I've said something worthless about him before. The strength he's shown in this realm is at least greater than mine. Hunter's Castle is not wrong to want to nurture him with all its strength. However, as far as I know, you didn't get along well with him back then. That's not called getting along well. It's just a small disagreement. Ming Zhu corrected. You think so, but he might not think so. Think about it, a person who kills people like scything flax. Would he have a heart of gratitude? Ming Zhu frowned and said, What are you trying to say? You know the rules of Hunter's Castle, right? What I mean is, since Zichen's battle strength is so strong, then such a person is the true main force of Hunter's Castle. And this time, since the person with the talent hunting token has appeared, then we should do our best to help him. Wu Xie's vertical pupils were filled with evil. It was obvious that he knew about this matter. Ming Zhu waved his hand and gestured for Wu Xie to leave while he fell into deep thought. Zichen rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hunter's Castle also called back some of the senior hunters. Apart from Zichen, these senior hunters were all summoned to their respective residences and waited for Huanlong to come and choose. You can't choose too many people, but they must be elites. When Huanlong arrived, he emphasized again. You can choose anyone you want here. Huanlong was personally received by Lord Wu. He then took out a list with some names and some special methods recorded on it. Huanlong carefully looked at the list. There were indeed some unique existences on it. He seemed to fall into deep thought. After a while, he quickly pointed out 4 people and said, The 4 of them. Among the 4 people, there was Sheng Guanhong, Wu Xie, Man Shi, and someone called Dong Qing. The list was very detailed, so Lord Wu wasn't surprised that Huanlong chose these 4 people. After selecting the 4 people, Huanlong put down the list and asked, Why isn't Zichen on this list? Zichen. Lord Wu was stunned. That's right. He's the last person I want, Huanlong said. Zichen is indeed a member of Hunter's Castle, but his true realm is only at the middle stage of the virtual realm. He's not qualified to go out yet. Lord Wu explained. I've seen the video of him killing. His combat strength is shocking and awe-inspiring. If he's not qualified, who is? Moreover, I think highly of his combat strength. I'm sure he'll be of great use to us on this trip. As for the reward, if you think it's too little, I can increase it appropriately, Huanlong said. Lord Wu fell into hesitation. Of course, it wasn't the reward that Huanlong mentioned, but the rules of Hunter's Castle. Since he's already named us, I'm afraid we'll damage Hunter's Castle's reputation if we don't hand him over. Just as Lord Wu was hesitating, a voice came from outside. It was Ming Zhu. He walked in and said seriously, Logically speaking, Zichen isn't qualified. However, since you said you need him, we won't hide anything from you. However, Huanlong waved his hand and said, If something happens, I'll compensate you. Once this is done, not only will you receive enough thunder droplets of life, but you'll also receive an additional void tree seed. This was a reward that no one could refuse. Since Ming Zhu had already said it, Lord Wu would only embarrass Huanlong if he refused. Although he felt that Ming Zhu was a little overboard, he couldn't criticize him since he was fighting for Hunter's Castle's reward. Helpless, Lord Wu finally nodded and said, All right then. However, I'll have to explain this to Zichen. We didn't take him into consideration before, so we didn't inform him in advance. Moreover, Zichen has just returned from a trip and is currently resting. Don't worry, I can wait for him for 10 days. After 10 days, we'll depart together, Huanlong said. Lord Wu nodded and left with his men. Next, they had to inform the hunters. There would be others to inform the hunters. As for Zichen, Lord Wu decided to pay him a visit personally. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Zichen's room. Zichen, who was cultivating inside the room, opened his eyes. Come in, Zichen said. Chapter 1274. Lord Wu. Seeing Lord Wu standing outside the door, Zichen was surprised and hurriedly got off the bed. Why are you here? Lord Wu was definitely the leader of all the hunters in Huping City. He was definitely a real big shot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to compare him to the mayor of Huping City. After Zichen got up, he immediately poured some water for Lord Wu. No hurry, no hurry. Lord Wu waved his hand and motioned for Zichen to sit down. Sir, you are looking for me. Zichen handed over the teacup filled with water. His expression was very reserved. There is something. Ling Xing was originally the one who came to find you, but after thinking about it, I decided to come and tell you personally, Lord Wu said after taking the cup. What is it? If Lord Wu had to come personally, it was definitely not something ordinary. Zichen was clearly a little nervous. There was an auction a while ago. You should know about it, right? Yes, it was mainly for the Void Tree. That's right. During that auction, Hunter's Castle won the Void Tree, but it was about to wither. However, the Void Tree can be revived with the Thunder Droplet of Life. Coincidentally, someone knew the location of the Thunder Droplet of Void. He also issued a mission that required a few powerful corporeal realms to complete. Upon hearing this, Zichen said, the mission he issued should be related to the Thunder Droplet of Life. Could it be that he was the one who auctioned the Void Tree? Zichen's sharp thinking surprised Lord Wu, but he was also very pleased. This way, his ability to adapt to danger would be much stronger. He nodded and said, he was that person. However, he gave a corresponding reward for the mission he issued this time. Zichen was very surprised that Lord Wu admitted it so readily. However, the way he looked at Lord Wu also became strange. Although Hunter's Castle's reputation was very high and was known to be the most trustworthy, it depended on the person and the item. They didn't care about something that was worth 1 billion or 10 billion, which was why they kept their word. However, auctioning off the Void Tree and knowing the location of the Thunder Droplet of Life was priceless. It had even exceeded the limits of what Hunter's Castle could bear. Anyone would be jealous of something like this. How could the people of Hunter's Castle make a fair deal with the other party? Moreover, with Lord Wu's brilliant methods, it wasn't beneath him to do this kind of thing himself. Killing people and searching their souls was too easy for him. Zichen's mind spun quickly. He thought of a possibility and asked, the other party has a great background. Lord Wu looked at Zichen and smiled. His smile was very satisfied. It was obvious that Zichen, who asked this question, wasn't a pedantic person. He didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. He only cared about benefits. This kind of person would know how to be flexible. He shook his head and said, we didn't investigate his background, so we don't know. However, before he came, he took a hunting token from Shuntian Prefecture. That's one of the highest standards in Hunter's Castle in Shuntian Prefecture. It represents a glorious past, supreme glory and contribution. With this token, you can mobilize hunters in any city in Shuntian Prefecture for your own use. Even if a later generation comes with a hunting token, we have to do our best to help. After hearing Lord Wu's explanation, Zichen nodded. In this world, people were greedy. Battles were everywhere, and rules were pitifully few. However, every rule had to be obeyed. More importantly, the people in this world also had things that they had to adhere to. The people of Hunter's Castle didn't care about their reputation. They could kill and steal, but they couldn't do anything to people who had a hunting token. This was a belief that all hunters had to adhere to. Even if the person who came was a fat lamb, they had to give it their all. Hunter's Castle had the power to resist the city's army. There were many hunters here. Zichen could almost see that many hunters were working hard for Hunter's Castle, contributing to Hunter's Castle. There were also many who were working hard to obtain a hunting token. Once they found out that the descendants of the hunting token had been assassinated and their souls searched, it would definitely cause chaos. The greater the power, the more uncontrollable the chaos would be. It might even shake the foundations of some place. Of course, in this kind of situation, they could still choose to kill people without anyone knowing. However, Lord Wu didn't choose this path. Instead, he chose to adhere to his beliefs. This wasn't just about his beliefs, it was also a test of his character. At this moment, Zichen trusted this person. And at this moment, he was also working hard for Hunter's Castle. After a moment of silence, Zichen asked, I want to know, other than me, who else will go? If something unexpected happens, can these people be trusted? There are Manshur, Shang Guanhong, Dong Qing, Wu Xie, and you, a total of 5 people. They are all experienced hunters of Hunter's Castle. They don't have much strength, and they are all on our side. You can completely trust them. However, when your life is threatened, or when it is necessary, you still have to believe in yourself. Lord Wu gave such an answer. When it came to some kind of secret, Lord Wu naturally wouldn't tell Zichen about the other 4 people's abilities. Zichen had heard from Shang Guanhong that Manshur and Wu Xia were clearly very special existences. It seemed that Dong Qing was no ordinary person either. Zichen couldn't refuse this matter, not to mention that Lord Wu had come personally. And after chatting with him, Zichen was full of admiration for this old man. The difficulty of this mission is very high. Hunter's Castle won't let you do it for free. Once it's done, you will receive a generous reward. By the way, do you have any other requests? Lord Wu asked. It was obvious that a mission for a group of top-notch existences wouldn't be that simple. Zichen had to be careful. He seriously thought for a moment before he said, My armor was shattered when I was ganged up on. I need a new armor of high quality. Also, my weapon isn't strong enough. I need to reinforce it with some powerful magical formations. Hunter's Castle was a large organization. Naturally, they were more powerful than Cauldron's spirit. Therefore, Zichen needed their help. Lord Wu nodded and said, For this mission, safety first. Your request is nothing. If you can use a domain weapon, I will give you 2 for self-defense. Zichen handed the refined black blade to Lord Wu. When Lord Wu saw the black blade, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, For a real weapon, this blade has almost no impurities. The only thing it lacks is magical formations. This is just a small matter. Leave it to me. As for the armor, don't worry. Lord Wu took Zichen's black blade and left. Zichen, on the other hand, continued his cultivation. In truth, his cultivation was to find a way to make a breakthrough. What requests does he have? Lord Wu returned to his residence. Ling Xing had been waiting for him for a long time. He was the one who personally recruited Zichen. He was very concerned about Zichen. He was very worried about sending Zichen on this mission. He wants to reinforce his weapon with some magical formations. He also needs a piece of armor. Lord Wu said. That's not too much to ask. Ling Xing thought for a moment before he looked at Lord Wu and earnestly said, The potential that Zichen has displayed is already extraordinary. Nothing must happen to him before he matures. Zichen is the future of Huping City's Hunter's Castle. Nothing can happen to him. Besides, I'm looking forward to seeing him create a miracle and shock Shentian Prefecture. Lord Wu added. At present, Ling Xing and Lord Wu were the ones who knew the most about Zichen. Because of Zichen, the 2 of them had researched some ancient records together. They had also specifically researched Zichen's combat strength. Through the clues in the ancient records, they came up with a terrifying and unimaginable conjecture. It was because of this conjecture that they didn't think that Zichen's whereabouts had been leaked and that he had been attacked by many realms. Afterwards, the 2 of them burned these extremely precious ancient records and let the secrets they had discovered rot from the bottom of their hearts. Ling Xing looked at Lord Wu and said, That's why nothing can happen to Zichen. That's why he needs to forge weapons and armor. Lord Wu smiled and said, You don't have to be so serious. You just want Grandmaster Li to take action, right? Ling Xing was a little annoyed when he heard this. That old bastard is a piece of shit. He thinks he can act so arrogantly just because he has a little bit of skill. Sooner or later, I'll teach him a lesson. Then we'll talk about it after you beat him. Don't worry, I'll personally talk to him about Zichen. I think he'll give me some face. Lord Wu said with a chuckle. Ling Xing said indignantly, Pfft. That old bastard is really a piece of shit. Hunter's Castle raised him, but now he's giving face to Hunter's Castle. Every time we ask him to do something, it's like we're begging him. But his skills really seem to have reached the acme of perfection. Ha ha. Lord Wu laughed. On the same day, Lord Wu personally went out of the city with a long blade. He hadn't left the city for a long time. Huan Long gave Zichen and the others 10 days to do whatever they wanted. The next day, Zichen, who was racking his brains to no avail, went to look for Ling Xing. He wanted to check out some of the books on cultivation in Hunter's Castle. You don't know much about this world, so it's good for you to see more. Feel free to look at everything in the castle. Your hunting token is enough for you. Ling Xing gave Zichen a few simple instructions. Hunter's Castle had a large place to store books. Because it was in the castle itself, there were only a few guards. There were no special guardians in the dark. After opening the door, Zichen's bookshelf was 3 stories high. Rows of ancient books were neatly arranged on the bookshelf. Some of them were about cultivation, some cultivation methods, and some battle skills. However, most of them were about the geography of the Zhanwu continent and the various strange creatures. Of course, there were also many secrets. Zichen plunged into the sea of books and began to look for a way to break through. Time flew by quickly. Soon 9 days had passed. Zichen read many ancient books, but he still couldn't find a way to break through. He wasn't impatient. Instead, he felt that there was too little time. He even regretted not bringing the time capsule left behind by the saint. After 9 days, Lord Wu returned and handed the things to Ling Xing. Chapter 1275. Seeing the 2 items on the table, Zichen was very surprised. You finished so quickly. Time's up. Even if it's not good, it's good, Ling Xing said. Time's up. Zichen had been exploring in the sea of books for the past few days. He didn't know that it was Ling Xing who called him out just now. 9 days have passed. Tomorrow is the time to set off. Let's see what these 2 items are like. Ling Xing smiled mysteriously. Zichen was very clear about the black saber. At this moment, his attention was on the black armor. The armor was made of many refined scales. There were many patterns engraved on its surface. These were the patterns of an array. Although they were clearly engraved, they gave off a natural feeling and were of very high quality. Zichen was surprised to find that it was actually a real spirit weapon. This armor was without a doubt the strongest armor Zichen had ever seen, and he was very satisfied with it. Then Zichen picked up the black saber and released his spiritual senses. He was surprised again because he actually sensed a weapon spirit from the black saber. It was a weapon spirit with very strong spiritual fluctuations. This is also a real spirit weapon. Zichen was surprised and amazed. Ling Xing smiled and said, There are some Grand Master Artificers in Hunter's Castle. They have always been serving Hunter's Castle. You're very lucky this time. A Grand Master Artificer of the Domain Realm just happened to be here. He also happened to be free, so he helped you refine the saber and armor. Hearing this, Zichen thanked him profusely. Ling Xing didn't hold back and said, This artificer's brain isn't very good. He was born with a mental illness, so we did pay a price to convince him to refine your weapon. We accept your thanks. There's still 1 day left. You should carefully sense these 2 items. You'll be pleasantly surprised. We won't send you off tomorrow. Everything will be done in a low-key manner. Therefore, I'll give you a piece of advice in advance. You should take care of yourself. Zichen could feel Ling Xing's concern for him. He thanked him repeatedly and then personally walked Ling Xing to the door. After he returned to his room, he took out his long saber and released his spiritual senses. The black saber had been refined once more and had almost no impurities. It had merged with the weapon spirit, so it needed Zichen to recognize it as its master again. However, because it was already in the state of recognizing its master, it would not take too much time. There were even more array patterns on the saber. Furthermore, they looked like natural patterns that made the black saber stronger and sharper. Zichen had a feeling that if this saber slashed at him, it would definitely break through his defense. Zichen tried to move the weapon souls inside to see if there was anything different about them. A beastly roar came from within the blade, and the black blade began to emit light. A soldier spirit appeared on the blade. This was a very strange beast. Its mouth was very sharp, and its body was curved like a crescent moon. It looked like the pangolin of the martial heaven continent, but it also looked like a very irregular large blade. As soon as the soldier spirit appeared on the blade, it immediately transformed into the shape of a blade. It was like another black blade, and then it merged back into the blade. As the soldier spirit merged back into the black blade, the aura on the black blade became even more violent. Zichen had not yet channeled his energy into the black blade, but the entire black blade had already become extremely terrifying. The black light that it released contained bursts of coldness that actually stung Zichen's skin. As expected of the work of a Grandmaster realm expert, the black blade had already become the pinnacle of weapons in his hands. It was second only to the domain weapon that Zichen could not use. Retracting his spiritual senses, the aura on the blade disappeared, and the soldier spirit turned into a beast's shadow and merged back into the black blade. Looking at this very strange soldier spirit, Zichen suddenly thought of something. He thought to himself, "Could this be the blade golden-eyed beast's soul?" The blade golden-eyed beast was a very strange war beast in the martial heaven continent. Although it was not a high-level life form, it was definitely a rare species. It was shaped like a large blade, and its final attack form was a sky-piercing blade. Its combat strength was astonishing. And this kind of rare war beast was also the favorite of some weaponsmiths. This was because the offensive weapons refined from them could be several times more powerful. If it was given to someone who used a blade, the weapon would be even more powerful. However, this kind of war beast was rarely encountered, and even if it was encountered, it would be very difficult to kill it. If Zichen's guess was correct, and this was indeed the blade golden-eyed beast soldier spirit, then the value of this soldier spirit alone would be over 100 million. And the black blade in his hand was already at the pinnacle of spirit weapons in terms of quality. It could totally be auctioned off in an auction house. Its value would not be lower than 1 billion. The cauldron spirit, who rarely appeared, also appeared in a flash after sensing the changes in the black blade. He looked at the black blade in Zichen's hand and clicked his tongue in wonder. He said, "A very good weapon. It should be enough for the current use." "Is this really the blade golden-eyed beast soldier spirit?" asked Zichen. "It is definitely the blade golden-eyed beast. It should be a late corporeal realm blade golden-eyed beast. This is an extremely rare item. Furthermore, the black blade itself has been refined and added with materials from the blade golden-eyed beast, making it even easier for it to perfectly fuse with the soldier spirit." The cauldron spirit had a very high opinion of the black blade. After hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation, Zichen's understanding of the black blade deepened. He also liked this black blade even more. He was originally a wielder of the blade and could kill with a single strike. Now that he had fused with the soldier spirit, his combat strength had become even stronger. With this blade, Zichen wouldn't even need to be injured if he were to be surrounded by late corporeal realm experts again. Immediately after, Zichen began to examine the defensive armor. The surface of the armor was engraved with defensive formations that could neutralize energy layer by layer. The defensive formations were closely linked to each other. The workmanship of the formations was very precise. Not to mention the soldier spirit within, just these defensive formations alone could withstand the attacks of some late corporeal realm experts. Furthermore, Zichen discovered that the defensive formations even had a rebounding effect. This was an extremely rare item among defensive armors. Although the rebounding effect was very rare, Zichen speculated that the surprise that Xing was talking about must be the soldier spirit within the armor. The craftsmanship of the armor was also extraordinary. After obtaining the blade golden-eyed beast soldier spirit, Zichen became even more expectant of the soldier spirit within the armor. In the next moment, he sensed the soldier spirit with his spiritual senses and released it. The soldier spirit was also a type of beast soul. It was a miniature beast that looked like a round and chubby pony. As soon as it appeared, it transformed into a shield. At the center of the shield was a resplendent speck of light. The shield protected Zichen's entire body while the speck of light protected Zichen's chest like a breastplate. "This is After seeing the image of the shield, Zichen's expression immediately changed. This is the scale shield flame stallion. It is also a very peculiar type of war beast. It possesses super strong defense that even surpasses that of some turtle-type war beasts. If the blade golden-eyed beast is the best among offensive war beasts, then the scale shield flame stallion is the best among defensive war beasts. You've struck gold this time. Ling Xing sighed. Indeed. Just these two weapons alone are likely worth more than several billion. Zichen withdrew the soldier spirit and clicked his tongue in wonder. You are wrong. If these two items were sold individually, they would be worth several billion. But if they were sold together, they would definitely be worth more than 10 billion. Cauldron Spirit said. They are that valuable? Zichen appeared to be very surprised. Cauldron Spirit smiled and said, You probably don't know this, but every time the blade golden-eyed beast appears, the scale shield flame stallion will appear as well. The two are not mortal enemies. Instead, they are like existences that rely on each other. The reason why the blade golden-eyed beast is so hard to kill is because of the scale shield flame stallion. Similarly, the scale shield flame stallion has a strong defense but weak attack. It is also very hard to capture because of the blade golden-eyed beast. When you use two soldier spirits at the same time, you will naturally sense something in your heart. This feeling is almost perfect for both offense and defense. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's explanation, Zichen finally understood what Ling Xing meant by surprise. It was no wonder that Ling Xing accepted Zichen's gratitude so calmly. Hunter's Castle must have paid a heavy price for these two items. Zichen spent the next day refining the two weapons. The black blade was easy to refine, but the battle armor required a long time to refine. The next day, which was also the 10th day, the party of 5 gathered in a secret room in the castle. Zichen was the latest to arrive. When he arrived, the other 4 had already arrived. When they saw Zichen enter, their gazes simultaneously fell on Zichen. Zichen, it's you! Zhang Guanhong appeared to be very surprised to see Zichen. As for the other 3 people, they obviously recognized Zichen as well, and their expressions when they looked at him became strange. Among the 3, one was a big guy who looked like a big bear. His body was filled with extremely domineering energy. He was a person who did not know how to restrain himself. He was overbearing and flamboyant. One could tell at a glance what he was good at. The last one wore an extremely large black robe and a mask on his face, revealing only his eyes. This person did not emit any aura. It was impossible to tell that he was a cultivator. He looked very mysterious. The last one was an evil-looking youth with vertical pupils. He was Wu Xie. Why did they send you? Shang Guanhong asked in surprise while the 3 were sizing up Zichen. His reputation has spread throughout Huping City. This mission is very special. Who else would they send if not him? An evil voice sounded. This was the first time Zichen had heard Wu Xie speak. In terms of evil incarnations, Shang Guanyu's older brother was far from being comparable to Wu Xie. He was an acquired evil incarnation, but Wu Xie was an innate evil incarnation. Zichen glanced at the other party. The latter smiled at him. Zichen felt very uncomfortable with that smile. Hey, you're Zichen. I'm Manshur. I've heard of you and seen your image. You're very strong, Manshur said. Just like his flamboyant body, his voice was very loud. However, there was no malice in it. Nice to meet you. Zichen nodded at Manshur. After that, he looked at the last person, Dong Qing. The latter only nodded and did not speak. Shang Guanhong pulled Zichen to the side. The 2 of them were discussing something in a low voice. Wu Xie's eyes flashed with an evil, cold light. Chapter 1276. The purple-robed man was none other than Huan Long. He had successfully attracted everyone's attention the moment he entered. Huan Long looked very young, but one could clearly sense his realm through the aura around him and the ripples of space around him. Late corporeal realm. Everyone present was a very special existence, but none of them could sense any abnormalities from Huanlong. Of course, Huanlong's natural admiration for Shang Guanhong could be sensed without any perception. Only Zichen felt that there was something wrong with Huanlong. It was a little strange. "Everyone is here, right?" Huanlong glanced at everyone before his gaze finally landed on Zichen. He said, "You're Zichen. I've seen your battle footage. Although your realm is the lowest here, your combat strength is undoubtedly the strongest. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you in the end for this mission." As he spoke, Huanlong bowed deeply to Zichen and said, "Please." Zichen looked at Huanlong. He did not speak, but his calm expression suddenly turned cold. Huanlong was a customer. Logically speaking, Zichen should be happy to receive a customer's praise. However, he was not happy. In fact, he was even a little angry. Praising a single person in front of a group of heaven's prides was a deliberate move against him. Although he did not know what the others were thinking, Zichen could clearly feel Wu Xia's unfriendly gaze. "All right, let's go." Huanlong smiled at Zichen, then glanced at Shang Guanhong before turning to walk out the door. Before leaving the room, Zichen and Shang Guanhong had already changed their appearances. The mission of the hunter's castle this time was obviously a secret. It was worth mentioning that Shang Guanhong had prepared a communication pearl for Zichen. She had also left all 5 messages behind, except for Huanlong's. The group of 6 left Huping City in a very low-key manner. No one knew the strength of this group. Several miles away, the group stepped onto the flying boat that Huanlong had prepared and left. "There's still a long way to go. Everyone can rest as you wish." A blue light barrier appeared on the surface of the flying ship. Huanlong turned around and said to the 5 of them. Zichen and Shang Guanhong's appearances changed back. He looked at Huanlong and asked, "I want to know our destination." This time, Zichen was the first to speak. Naturally, he attracted the attention of others, and there were even more dissatisfied gazes directed at him. Because they had been targeted earlier, Zichen was the first to speak, which gave people the feeling that he was the boss. Huanlong looked at Zichen with a meaningful expression. He didn't know that Zichen was cursing Huanlong in his heart, but he was also cursing his stupid companions at the same time. The reason why they didn't speak was because they were too confident, but Zichen had lived for thousands of years and had wandered between life and death many times. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't be careless about anything, not to mention that this was the Jianwu continent. He still had to find the thunder drop of life. Just by interacting with them for several miles, Zichen knew that although these people were special existences and might kill without blinking an eye, they were definitely flowers in a greenhouse. They didn't have much experience in traveling. Perhaps Huanlong had grasped this point and deliberately targeted and encouraged him from the beginning. "When we arrive, Zichen, you will naturally know," Huanlong said with a smile. "I still want to know where it is," Zichen insisted. "What's the point of knowing where it is? Do you think you can leave halfway if you know it's a dangerous place?" A dissatisfied voice sounded. It was none other than Wu Xie. "It's indeed meaningless." Manshur also spoke. The masked black-robed man didn't speak. Shang Guanhong glanced at the 2 and also didn't speak. Huanlong turned to look at Wu Xie and smiled. "You're Wu Xie. I know you. You have an immortal body. You're really amazing." Wu Xie naturally had a smug look on his face. He nodded at Huanlong, then looked back at Zichen and said, "I've also seen the video of your slaughter. Don't think that you're really invincible. There are still many special existences in this world." Zichen glanced at Wu Xie but didn't speak. Instead, he walked to a corner of the flying ship and sat down cross-legged. He chose to remain silent. In truth, he was already disappointed in his companions. Lord Wu's final words about believing in themselves at critical moments were probably because he had already guessed that they were inexperienced. In fact, Zichen's guess was correct. Just before they left, except for Zichen, all 4 of them received the same message. The content of this message was that they needed to listen to Zichen's opinion at critical moments. And this was precisely the reason why everyone was unhappy. "You seem a little off today," You're in a bad mood. Zichen's message rang. When he took it out, Zichen saw the content. It was from Shang Guanhong. I'm fine. There's no problem, Zichen replied. Fine? Then why are you so cold and ungrateful when Huanlong praised you? He wasn't praising me. He was trying to harm me. My combat strength isn't the strongest here. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. But you are. No one here has this kind of ability at your level. Even Wu Xia is said to have awakened his immortal body when he broke through to the corporeal realm. After a simple exchange, Zichen knew that Shang Guanhong was inexperienced. She might not be careless when it came to killing people, but experience wasn't something that could be gained by killing people. It was more about experience. These people were born with a very high realm because of the environment of the Zhanwu continent. They could reach the Earth realm without much effort. Before reaching the Earth realm, they had almost no experience going out to gain experience. After reaching the Earth realm, they could only go out once or twice before continuing to cultivate until they broke through to the corporeal realm. It was almost impossible to convince someone of their point of view, unless that person trusted you very much. Zichen didn't know how to explain it to Shang Guanhong. He thought for a moment and replied, Be careful of Huanlong, remember, this is a secret between you and me. This time, Shang Guanhong took a long time to reply. There were only 2 words. Okay. However, Zichen could clearly see that Shang Guanhong's ears were a little red as she lowered her head. Silence followed. Zichen didn't send any more messages. Instead, he closed his eyes and refined the defensive armor. Since the journey was long, Zichen had enough time. The silent atmosphere was soon broken. Shang Guanhong sat on the deck hugging her knees and looked outside. Huanlong walked over and asked with a smile, Can I sit here? Shang Guanhong nodded. You look like you have something on your mind, Huanlong said. Shang Guanhong shook her head. Wu Xia stood in the distance and looked at the 2 people on the deck. His expression became uncomfortable. The big man, Manshur, was expressionless. The black-robed man seemed to be dozing off. It's fate that we can meet in this vast and boundless world. Come, let's have a good chat. Huanlong gestured for everyone to come over. Wu Xia didn't want to see the 2 together and walked over. The big man thought for a moment, and seemed to feel that since everyone was together, there was indeed a need to talk. The black-robed man opened his eyes and walked to the other side of the deck. Zichen was still refining the armor. Ignore him, Wu Xia said coldly. Afterwards, Huanlong chuckled and began to chat with everyone. He told them about strange stories and even a joke or 2 from time to time. The atmosphere quickly became cheerful. Everyone laughed from time to time. Naturally, their relationship became closer as they laughed and chatted. Although Zichen was refining the armor, he left a portion of his consciousness outside. He didn't understand what Huanlong was trying to do. Some people are born this way. They like crowds. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zichen's mind. It's true that they like crowds. But this is the Zhanwu continent. They should be vigilant. Why isn't Huanlong vigilant? Zichen was puzzled. Perhaps they are all the same. They think they are strong or inexperienced, Cauldron Spirit said. I hope so. However, I keep feeling that Huanlong is a little strange. But I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's just your imagination. Let's refine the armor first. If something really goes wrong, the armor will give us a chance of survival. This time, Zichen put all his attention into refining the armor. His refining speed was even faster than before. Meanwhile, Shang Guanhong, who was chatting at the front, would occasionally turn her head to look at Zichen. Her absent-mindedness made Wu Xia jealous and Huanlong unhappy. Throughout the journey, Huanlong did not say anything bad about anyone. However, he had unknowingly alienated the group from Zichen. Wu Xia's behavior was even worse. Manshur would also say a few words from time to time while the black-robed man remained silent. As for Shang Guanhong, she had some understanding of Zichen, so she didn't have any prejudice against him. However, She was a little dissatisfied that Zichen didn't reply after so many messages she had sent him. Time flew by. Soon, another 10 days had passed. Although there was still a long way to go before they reached their destination, Shang Guanhong seemed to have vaguely guessed their destination. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared in front of the airboat. It was as though a bolt of lightning was approaching from afar. Enemy attack! As the dazzling light neared, it transformed into a stream of blade light. It was extremely powerful, and Manshu's shout rang out in the next instant. Boom! The blade aura landed on the airboat, and a powerful force spread out. The airboat's light barrier shook a few times before suddenly dissipating. The airboat did not explode, but the group's figures were revealed. At the same time, many figures flew over from the horizon. Every figure was a person. There were dozens of them. Their auras were all at the corporeal stage. You're courting death! Manshu let out a furious roar as he dashed toward the glowing figure. His body was filled with a tyrannical aura. His fist was like a giant hammer as it smashed towards a late corporeal stage expert. Boom! The space shook under the punch. A late corporeal stage expert's defenses were broken. The fist aura then hit his head and exploded with a loud bang. A late corporeal stage expert exploded with a single punch. Such a scene also caused the surrounding people to jump in fright. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, then they turned and ran. Manshu chased after them for several miles. His fist was even more terrifying than a real weapon. It could even smash a real weapon to pieces. The others on the airboat watched in silence. Chapter 1277. Manshu returned, and the airship set sail again. Scenes like today's were repeated over and over again for the next few days. Manshu alone could take care of everyone. These people were all bandits. In the Jianwu continent, some people with unique or strange thoughts who did not want to abide by the law and did not want to live a down-to-earth life would choose to occupy a mountain and become bandits. These people lived a freer life, but the degree of danger was not small. Usually, they killed people like flies, but if they encountered some existence they should not provoke, they would be killed like flies. Every time, Manshu killed happily. Obviously, he was also a bloodthirsty person. In Zichen's armor, the mini version of the scale shield flame fully emitted flames. Zichen's spiritual senses tried to enter the center of the flame full. After half a month, Zichen finally succeeded. The entire scale shield flame full had Zichen's aura. Zichen successfully refined it. Now, the scale shield flame full would move according to Zichen's will. However, to fully mobilize it, Zichen needed the reality power in his thunder wings. You're still cultivating. Cultivation is not over yet. Are you pretending to be cultivating? You're using cultivation as an excuse to deliberately not talk to them, right? This path is a little familiar. I might be able to guess where we're going. Are you looking at me when you speak? I know where our destination is. Hey, are you looking at me or not? When Zichen opened his eyes again, he saw many messages on the communication bead. There were dozens of messages in total. Among them, there was no lack of emotional messages from Shang Guanhong. As soon as Zichen opened his eyes, there was new content in the transmission. Your cultivation is over. Where are we going? Zichen asked. I sent you so many messages, and this is your answer? Shang Guanhong was very dissatisfied. Sorry, I was wholeheartedly refining a defensive armor and did not see the messages. Zichen explained. All right, I'll take it that you didn't do it on purpose. Along the way, I think our destination might be the Hengguan mountain range. Shang Guanhong transmitted. The Hengguan mountain range? Are you kidding me? The Hengguan mountain range is very mysterious. Very few people can pass through it. There are layers of formations there, and they are all natural. It is normal for there to be thunder droplets of life. Impossible. There are definitely no lightning droplets of life there. Why? That's because the lightning droplet of life only exists in the void. It's also called the teardrop of life. However, It also has another ancient name, the Void Teardrop. Void Teardrop. That's right. It means tears shed in the void. A very strange name, a very strange meaning. Aren't you not familiar with the Jianwu continent? How did you know? I read books. There's such a thing in the ancient books of Hunter's Castle. Why haven't I seen it before? Now is not the time to talk about this. You should ask about our purpose this time. Why me? Because he treats you well. The main reason is that no one has any ill intentions towards you. Zichen thought for a moment before sending a message. All right then. I'll help you ask. Shang Guanhong paused for a moment before walking towards Huanlong, who was not far away. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach him. There were only a few people on the flying boat. Shang Guanhong's actions successfully attracted everyone's attention. Sister Shang Guan, is there something you need? Huanlong asked when he saw Shang Guanhong approaching. He had been addressing her as such for the past few days. I've been through this path once. It seems to lead to the Hengguan mountain range. Is that our destination this time? Shang Guanhong asked. Huanlong nodded and said, That's right. Our destination this time is the Hengguan mountain range. However, it's not the periphery but the interior. Shang Guanhong nodded as well. Then she smiled faintly and said, The Hengguan mountain range is full of dangers. There are all kinds of natural formations that can trap even domain realm experts. However, there are also many mysterious things in the mountain range. How can you be sure that there are thunder droplets of life inside? Shang Guanhong's straightforward question stunned Huanlong slightly. Then, he discreetly glanced at Zichen and found that the latter was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He paused for a moment before saying, To be honest, I'm not sure if there are thunder droplets of life inside this time. What? You're not sure either? Shang Guanhong exclaimed. Then, she realized that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Noticing the situation, the others also walked over and inquired about the situation. Only Zichen remained in the distance. I've never been so close to Huanlong. This is definitely considered sacrificing my body, so you'll have to compensate me later. Seeing Shang Guanhong's straightforward message, Zichen chose to ignore it and pretended that he didn't see it. I'm not sure about this matter, but for some unspeakable reason, I obtained a map. According to the map, it is said that we can pass through the Hengguan mountain range and reach a secret place. There are thunder droplets of life there. As if he felt that this wasn't enough to convince them, Huanlong added, Oh right, when I found this map, I also found the withered void tree. Everyone nodded. Shang Guanhong sent the map to Zichen without missing a word. After chatting for a while, Shang Guanhong took the initiative to leave. I'm sure that the Hengguan mountain range doesn't have thunder droplets of life. Huanlong was lying to us. He said that he wasn't sure, but the map recorded it. Whether or not there are thunder droplets of life, we'll still go, won't we? Alright, we'll definitely go, but we have to be careful. Seeing that he couldn't convince Shang Guanhong, Zichen could only remind her to be careful. As for Zichen, he was even more wary of Huanlong. He usually used cultivation to pass the time and never chatted with the others. The advantage of this was that Zichen was successfully ignored by the others. Naturally, no one would pay attention to him. A few more days passed. They were still 1,000 miles away from the periphery of the Hengguan mountain range. Huanlong put away the flying boat and said, We'll have to walk the next 1,000 miles by ourselves. The battle beasts in the Hengguan mountain range were very terrifying. Naturally, the cultivators who came here to train were very strong. Bandits often appeared in the periphery of the Hengguan mountain range, so they had to walk by themselves. Everyone present was a powerhouse. Zichen's massacre was obvious to all. A mere 1,000 miles of bandits naturally couldn't stop them. The group of 6 began to charge forward. Manshur and Wuxia took the lead while Zichen brought up the rear. Huanlong was the only late-stage corporeal realm cultivator in the group. Therefore, this group naturally attracted the attention of many bandits at first. In fact, from the moment the 6 of them landed, they had been targeted by many forces. The fact that they could successfully reach the Hingwan mountain range proved that each group was very strong. Therefore, these bandits were vigilant at first. However, when they saw that there were only 6 people in this group, their vigilance was greatly reduced. They rushed forward almost without thinking. Kill! Battle cries rang out from all directions. Figures rushed out from the dense forest one after another. They held solid weapons and charged towards Wuxia and Manshur, who were in the lead. Scram! Manshur roared and punched out. A mid-stage corporeal realm cultivator exploded along with his weapon. Wuxia's vertical pupils also shot out a cold light. The cold light hit a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator and killed him in one blow. Shangguan Hong, the black-robed man, and Huanlong didn't make a move. Just the 2 of them were enough to intimidate most of the cultivators present. However, there were still some cultivators who attacked. This time, however, several of them were targeting Zichen. The black blade appeared in Zichen's hand. Zichen held the blade and slashed forward. A stream of blade light flashed, and 2 heads flew high into the air. Killing was that simple. Before the others could rush forward, 4 people had already died. 3 of them were late-stage corporeal realm cultivators, and 1 mid-stage corporeal realm cultivator had his weapon and body destroyed. The others didn't dare to step forward. They only watched in horror as the group left. What a terrifying group. For the next 1,000 miles, cultivators continuously came forward to stop them. However, there was no doubt that only death awaited them. In the end, no one dared to find trouble with this group. The group of 6 smoothly entered the dense forest. Then, Huanlong took out a map and pointed them in the right direction. After a few miles, they heard the angry roars of battle beasts. They also found some bloodstains along the way. We've reached the area where battle beasts roam. Everyone be careful. Manshur kindly reminded them. This big guy was currently walking in front. It was worth mentioning that Wuxia had retreated from the front to the middle. The original black-robed man walked in front. Zichen was still walking at the back. He held the long blade in his hand tightly and was in a state of alert. However, the lightning wings on his back were not unfolded. There was no danger in the periphery of the Hingwan mountain range. Therefore, everyone was mainly thinking about the dangers ahead. After a few more miles, the black-robed man walked in front and led the way. He was still silent, but the danger was minimized. The group walked for dozens of miles. During this time, they heard the roars of beasts, but they didn't see a single battle beast. This was something that even Shangguan Hong couldn't do. Apart from Huanlong, the others also became curious about the black-robed man's identity. Roar! After another dozens of miles, the group encountered their first battle beast. Perhaps it was bad luck, but the first battle beast they encountered was actually a mid-stage spirit realm one. This was a mutated battle beast with barbs all over its body. It looked like an ape, but it also looked like some kind of animal. Its battle strength was comparable to an ordinary late-stage spirit realm battle beast. Be careful. This is the polar spike ape. Its battle strength is very strong. Shangguan Hong whispered the name of this strange beast. The black-robed man looked at the spike ape indifferently, and then took 2 steps back. Just as he retreated, the space in front of him fluctuated. Then, a pitch-black hole appeared. The hole was a passage, and in the next moment, a beast drilled out of the passage. It was a ferocious-looking leopard. The moment it appeared, it rushed toward the spike ape. Then, the 2 began to fight. The passage didn't disappear. Then, a second and third battle beast appeared. He's a beast tamer. Chapter 1278. Beast tamers were unique to the Jianwu continent. Their main purpose was to train beasts that were unable to transform into human form. 3 beasts rushed out of the black hole, all of them at the middle stage of the spirit stage. The 3 beasts were enormous in size, but they did not have any advantage over the thorny ape. Pfft! A sharp barb pierced through the head of one of the beasts, killing it with a whimper. Immediately after, the thorny ape displayed its might and killed the other two beasts. The three beasts died in the blink of an eye. The spiky ape had killed them cleanly, and did not suffer any injuries. It was enough to show the strength of the mutated beasts. Seeing this, Zichen wanted to go forward and help, but was stopped by Shang Guanhong. The others also did not move. Beast tamers had tamed many beasts. Only 3 beasts had been released, which meant that the beast tamer had reached the limit of the number of beasts he could control. If he wanted to tame more beasts, he would need to kill a few more. Sure enough, after the 3 beasts had died, 6 more quickly rushed out. They were all at the middle stage of the corporeal realm and were all ordinary beasts. The thorny ape was in the middle of a killing spree. When it saw the 6 beasts appear again, it roared and charged forward. The group stood in the distance, quietly watching the battle between the beasts. The black-robed man suddenly took a step forward as a mysterious power surged from his body. This power rippled towards the thorny ape. This power enveloped the thorny ape, causing its expression to immediately change. It became very uneasy and panicked, as if it was under some kind of enormous pressure, causing its speed and battle power to plummet. The group of beasts swarmed forward, and the thorny ape was soon on the verge of death. The thorny ape fell to the ground as the group of beasts parted. The black-robed man walked in front of the thorny ape and knelt down on one knee. He stroked the ape's forehead with one hand, and streams of light flowed through his fingers into the ape's body. The thorny ape's injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Its malevolent expression gradually turned gentle, and its hostility towards the black-robed man greatly decreased. The black-robed man withdrew his hand when its injuries were about 60% healed. The thorny ape's gaze towards the black-robed man had already become respectful and pious. So this is a beast tamer's technique. Zichen suddenly recalled the soul seed technique that Longhu had imparted to him when he saw the black-robed man's technique. Although there were some differences between the two, there was not much of a difference. The black-robed man seemed to be healing the thorn ape, but in reality, he had already injected a trace of his soul power into the thorn ape's mind, forcing it to recognize him as its master. This is the toughest method, but it's also the fastest method. Actually, beast tamers have a lot of gentler methods, but they're obviously not applicable here. Shang Guanhong explained to Zichen in a low voice. Although the thorn ape had recognized its master, it was still injured. It entered the void passage to recover from its injuries. As for the 3 corpses on the ground, the black-robed man personally stepped forward and began to personally deal with them. This method of disposal was relatively simple. It was to take away some useful things. His hand, which was holding the dagger, was exposed from under the black robe. It was very pale, and there was almost no trace of blood in it. His methods made Zichen raise his eyebrows slightly, a look of displeasure on his face. After all, these beasts had fought for him, and had been nurtured for such a long time. Although they were dead now, they were still considered to be on his side. But now, the black-robed man was actually dissecting these beasts' corpses. However, looking at the other people's expressions, it seemed to be a matter of course, and there was no abnormality on their faces. Isn't this cruel? Zichen transmitted to Shang Guanhong. Cruel? Shang Guanhong was very puzzled. The beasts died for him, but he's dissecting them. Isn't this cruel? Zichen transmitted again. This time, Shang Guanhong did not reply. Instead, she turned her head to look at Zichen carefully and seriously. Her expression slowly became very strange. Then, a smile appeared on her face. Zichen looked at her doubtfully, as if asking if there was something on his face. Zichen, you're really cute. Shang Guanhong replied, but the content was something Zichen could not understand. Cute? Yes, you're too cute. I realize. I'm starting to like you. Shang Guanhong transmitted again. Perhaps she would only be so impudent and straightforward when transmitting a message. How am I cute? Zichen ignored the latter part of her sentence. I don't know how many people have died at your hands in the past, but since we've known each other, you've killed hundreds of people at the reality realm alone, and more than 20 spirit-level beasts. People like you are absolutely numb to killing, and bloodthirsty by nature, but now you're saying that others are cruel. You should know that compared to you, I've only dissected 3 beasts. I'm afraid it's not even 1/100th of what you've done. Zichen thought for a moment, then transmitted seriously. This is different. Although I kill people and beasts, I never attack my own people. Take the black eagle for example. Since it follows me, it's my friend and one of us. If it dies, not only will I not dissect it, I will also avenge it. Sometimes you're extremely vicious, and sometimes you're extremely soft-hearted. Hee, that's why I say you're cruel and cute. I like you very much. Why don't you agree? Shang Guanhong transmitted. Zichen decided to remain silent and did not respond. At this moment, he began to reflect because among the 6 of them, he was the only one who had such thoughts. It sounded very different and strange. He had killed many people, even more than all of them combined, but now he was saying that others were cruel. Why? Zichen was asking rhetorically and reflecting on himself. After repeated questioning and reflection, Zichen finally came to a conclusion. Because of his own heart. Because of his own principles. If such a thing happened to him, he would never do such a thing, even if he would be mocked for being weak. Even if Shang Guanhong agreed with this statement, Zichen still felt that this was wrong. He would not criticize others, but he would warn himself. This was his own heart that he had always adhered to along the way. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. After dissecting the 3 beasts, the group continued on their way. Next, whenever a beast appeared, the black-robed man would deal with it. Huanlong was looking at the map along the way. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he closed his eyes and pondered. He looked very busy. After traveling for another 5 days, Huanlong took over the command and began to guide the group forward. For the rest of the journey, the frequency of encountering beasts naturally increased. There were many mutated beasts, and their strength ranged from mid-stage to late-stage spirit rank. Except for Zichen, the others began to attack one after another. Not letting Zichen attack was not deliberately excluding him, but Zichen did not care about the severity of his attacks. There was only life and death. Obviously, their beast tamer needed these beasts. He needed them alive. This time, after traveling for more than 10 days, there were more than 10 battles, big and small. In the end, Zichen had no choice but to kill. It had to be said that the way he killed one by one was indeed very shocking and frightening at close range. In these few days, because they had encountered too many beasts, Zichen released the black eagle to be on guard. In a dense forest, the groups sat on the ground. Everyone, according to the map, we are about to pass through the Hengduan mountain range. I'm afraid the danger will be greater, so everyone should be careful, Huanlong said after closing the map. Everyone nodded. Manshur, who had consumed a lot of energy, was resting against a tree trunk. After the battle just now, everyone was exhausted. Zichen's body was stained with blood. He glanced at Huanlong and said, "Can you show me the map?" "No problem." Huanlong handed the map to Zichen. The map looked very simple and old. The material was very unique, as if it had existed for a long time. The moment the map entered his hand, Zichen felt a sense of majesty from it. Zichen glanced at the map. His expression did not change much. He looked at the map and asked, "What material is this? It's so strange." With that, Zichen threw the map to Huanlong. No one knew that Zichen's heart was beating violently at this moment. He could only use words to hide his feelings. Zichen had long been able to hide his emotions. Huanlong did not notice his deliberate concealment. He looked at Zichen with admiration and said, "Good eyesight. You can tell at a glance that this material is extraordinary. What material is this?" The others were also very curious. Huanlong handed the map to the others so that they could take turns to look at it. He then looked at Zichen and explained, "This map has an extraordinary origin. It was obtained from some records left behind by my ancestors, and after paying a great price, I managed to obtain it. If the records are correct, then this map is made from dragon skin." "What? Dragon skin? Everyone was shocked. No matter which world a dragon was in, it was an extremely powerful creature. That's right. If you remove the dragon scales and draw the map on it, it will never disappear. The majesty on this map is dragon might. This greatly increased the credibility of the map recorded on the dragon hide. However, Zichen's suspicion of Huanlong also grew even stronger. This was because the moment he saw the map, he found something familiar. He was very familiar with this map. Although it was his first time seeing it, more than 60% of the records on it were familiar to Zichen. This map was 60% similar to the map of the outer perimeter formed after the jade pieces were merged. The only difference was that the final entry point was different. Zichen guessed that the former was less dangerous and the latter was more dangerous. However, the latter's route was more direct. It was almost a straight line. Zichen did not know why this was the case. However, when he first saw Huanlong, he felt that he was very strange. Coupled with the fact that the map was 60% similar, he was naturally wary of Huanlong. Of course, this might just be a coincidence. A few days later, the group stepped into an array formation. This was according to the map's description. Once they passed through this formation, they would be considered to have passed through the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. This formation was filled with an extremely tyrannical aura. After sensing this aura, everyone could not help but shiver. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.